Thud. Vikir landed on the ground. The tip of his sword was still emitting a stream of aura, and at the tip of it was a giant sun. A concentration of aura, a black sun. It shone in full view of every student, every parent, and every professor at Colosseo Academy, illuminating the depths of the abyss where the hell tree had sunk. A collective silence. Everyone was at a loss for words in the face of something so unreal and unbelievable. The person who finally opened his mouth was Professor Morg Banshee, the interim principal of Colosseo Academy. Vivakurkin, is that you? How did you get such power? Professor Banshee's fingers trembled as he pointed to the solid aura of a swordmaster. But Professor Banshee never got to finish his question or hear the answer. Quack-quack-quack-quang. The fragments of the hell tree that had shot up into the sky came crashing down to ground. And then the huge thing carrying the debris cast a dark shadow over everyone's heads. Amdusias, a unicorn with 2 eyes burning red, was waving its fiery mane. Winston's body had long since burst into flames. Turning to Amdusias, who was now in the body of his former self, Vikir asked, in a dry voice, "It would be too much of a burden to incarnate without a host, wouldn't it do? You intend to destroy yourself." "I don't care as long as I can get rid of you." Amdusias glared at Vikir and said, "You are someone who should never be allowed to live, especially now that we are about to embark on the great quest." "You mean the gate? If you know that much, I can't let you live any longer." Amdusias steadied his crumbling body and channeled his magic power into the tip of his horn. Theong. The aura shoots out in the shape of a huge horn. It threatened to sweep away not only Vikir but all those behind him at once. "Oh no, everyone back up. Everyone on the ground." Spear King Cervantes and Archon Roderick were the first to react. 2 absolute powerhouses in the realm of the Supreme, they had gathered their magic power and raised it to stop Amdusias. But there was an earlier, faster, more powerful action. Flash. Vikir cast a long aura from his magic sword Beelzebub. Then, like a tidal wave, the massive strike rose to meet Amdusias' attack. Boom! Amdusias was stunned by Vikir's power, which was now much stronger than before. But that was to be expected. Vikir had leveled up to 100 in the tower and gained additional stats. He had a talent he wasn't born with, and he honed it to the extreme until he became an old man in a flowing river. Upon exiting the tower, he regained his original strength, and all the power he had built up inside the tower was added to it, doubling his strength at least twice. "I don't know what it is, but bring it to me, son. I would like to go in person, but I cannot leave because of the current tension with the Morg family. I'll give you the entire Knight's Order if you need it." While Hugo was busy analyzing the newly installed Morg's delegates, he left Vikir with a mission: to retrieve a wraith tree in the middle of the salt desert. In the process, Vikir had taken over full military control of Baskerville from Hugo, even though it was only a power that was effective for half a day, allowing the army to stand by within a certain distance at the right time to blow the whistle. It was actually an enormous power, as it could summon all 7 knights, including the 7 counts of the Iron Blood Swordman family. In other words, Vikir became the de facto military commander of the Baskervilles for half a day from the time he blew the whistle. "Order." Young Patriarch Osiris bowed respectfully, and the 6 counts behind him did the same. Vikir gave a short command: "Bite him to death." The hunter unleashed the hounds. No sooner had Vikir's command been uttered than the shadows behind him shot forward. The prey had just escaped the cage Amdusias. Papa Pat. The first to attack Amdusias were the triplets at the front, Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow, the 3 swords that multiply in power when wielded in unison. Together, Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow breathed aura into their swords with all their might and then slashed. Tong. However, the triplets' combined auras were unable to pierce Amdusias' iron. Like hide. "It just tickles." Amdusias was just about to snort. "Puppies, stay back. Let's see if this one tickles too." 2 huge shadows loomed over the triplets' backs. Boston Terrier Lou Baskerville, leader of the Pit Bull Knights. Great Dane Lou Baskerville, leader of the Mastiff Knights. The most fiercely competitive of the 7, they bared their teeth at the same prey. Quack-quack-quack-quang. The strikes from Boston Terrier and Great Dane weren't as smooth as those from highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. The extremely concentrated auras drew 6 teeth piercing through Amdusias' hide. Oh! Amdusias screamed in agony. The total number of teeth embedded in his body was 12. Boston Terrier and Great Dane had not only sunk their teeth into the hide of their prey, they had ripped it to shreds. After that, 4 other 7 counts joined. Isabella La Baskerville, leader of the Doberman Knights. German Lou Baskerville, leader of the Shepherd Knights. Metzgerhund Lou Baskerville, leader of the Rottweiler Knights. Siuchulin Lou Baskerville, leader of the Wolfhound Knights. It was quite unusual to see all the Knights leaders in one place save for the currently vacant position of Cane Corso. I see your face often these days. It seems like it was just yesterday when we executed Set. Count Boston Terrier chuckled lowly. But neither Great Dane nor any of the other 7 counts had any particular response to that comment. Each took 100 graduators under their command to intercept Amdusias. Meanwhile, break his horns first, then his neck, then the hind legs, then the lungs and liver. Vikir was giving orders step by step. The 6 counts and the Osiris dutifully followed his orders. Everyone who watched eventually realized Vikir was that guy from Baskerville. I never heard of a guy like that in the Ironblood Swordman. Yes, dude, I've heard of him, the supernova that appeared on Baskerville. Family. Some of the more gossipy of the group spoke up. It is written that at the age of 15, he rescued a woman from another noble family and died heroically. That he even received a letter of commendation from His Majesty the Emperor. I heard there was even a golden statue of him in a city somewhere. What, wasn't that a rumor? I thought that was a rumor started by the Baskervilles to raise the family's stock price. Now that I think about it, I wonder what the Baskervilles are upset about. That would do such a thing, that closed family. I can't believe he was a real person in the first place and that I went to school with him all these years. The public is shocked. But Vikir couldn't care less. What are you doing, a demon who almost dragged your son's daughters and disciples into the ice? Vikir's words brought everyone to their senses. The first to step forward was Professor Morg Banshee. Professors, listen up. Our first priority from now on is to protect our students. At the same time, Professor Banshee unleashed his full power. 6 magic circles were drawn, and within them magic from the elements of earth, fire, wind, water, iron, and wood poured forth and began to envelop Amdusias. The other professors awoke and drew their own swords and magic. I was distracted for a moment. Shame on me. You will pay dearly for touching my daughter. The Spear King Cervantes and the Archon Roderick also unleashed their sharp momentum. Quack-quack-quack-quang. A large number of people united to attack Amdusias. Even a land-based demon with a 11 strength ratio would be no match for such a large number, especially after the destruction of the Hell Tree, his secret weapon. But Amdusias did not give up. Despite the 19 piercing holes in his body, he stood up on all fours. He raised his broken horn and pointed it at Vikir. I cannot fail in my duty, and you must die here. An uncanny amount of determination. It had a solidity that could never be matched by Vikir's. Even when his body is torn apart and his soul torn to shreds, Amdusias rises. Somehow on all fours, on all 4 hooves it stands tall. Quackwang. Amdusias begins to move. Even in the midst of the cascading storm of auras, he was running straight for Vikir. A demon ready to throw away his life. His final dive was one that even the power of the many gathered here could not prevent. Vikir, get back. Vikir, dodge. Camus shouted, throwing a fireball at Amdusias' body. Dolores shouted as well, imbuing Vikir's body with holy power. But Vikir remained where he was. He was merely looking for a momentary gap in Amdusias' strength. Amdusias ran it, lunged, his crumbling body pushed forward, unafraid of death. To eliminate the hated enemy in front of him, the variable that might be the greatest obstacle to his future endeavors. But, boom! Something massive crashed down on Amdusias' head. It was a metal object heavy and solid enough to be indestructible even by Amdusia's charge. A vault. Amdusia's charge was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a vault in the middle of the wall dented by the impact. The massive vault made of adamantium and orharcone was one that Amdusia's was surely familiar with. This is Belial's. Suddenly something loomed in Amdusia's vision as he turned his head. Damien and the white-haired girl next to him. Sinclair stood there with an expressionless face. Charuk. Sinclair placed one hand on his hat and chanted an incantation. The vault above Amdusia's head seemed to melt for a moment, then began to transform. A rabbit with a pocket watch. Looking like it was in a hurry to get somewhere, the rabbit struck Amdusia's. With a watch made of a mixture of adamantium and orharcone. Quaquang. Amdusia's legs snapped. Above him, Camus black fireballs rained down with terrifying force. Yaf. Amdusia's screams. The barrage of heroes pouring in from all over was gradually sinking Amdusia's. And then, bam! Vikir took a step toward Amdusia's. His hands glowed brightly with Dolores' blessing. Vikir slowly stroked Beelzebub's sword. A crimson aura blazed and it stretched out to form a massive greatsword. Demon. With that, the tip of Vikir's sword exploded with layers and layers of aura. Boom, boom, boom. The sun rose and filled the sky above the academy. The giant black sun was the result of 8 teeth snapping together to form a sphere. It was the ultimate manifestation of Vikir's power after leaving the tower and reaching the 8th form mid-swordmaster rank. Kill. No exceptions. From the first blow to the last, there was no room for second thoughts. The demon must be struck down. Flash. With a blinding burst of light, the black sun fell. Uda Dudiak. It sucked the slowly crumbling body of Amdusia's into the center of the sphere, where it was swallowed up in an endless chain of crushing. An end without even a final word, let alone a will. Aeterna l'annihilation. It was the end of Amdusia's, the unicorn of the abyss, the 5th of the 10 corpses. Could this be the end of the wooden horse that took down the impregnable castle in legend? Suts. The giant horse's form slowly began to crumble. From the tip of its broken horns to the tips of its hooves it crumbled to ash, and scattered, letting everyone know that there was an end to this long nightmare. Amdusia's of 5th corpse, it was the moment when the unicorn of the abyss was completely destroyed. It's over. The demon is dead. The hell tree is collapsing. Excited exclamations came from all directions. Parents reunited with children they thought were dead, children reunited with parents they thought they would never see again, teachers who had lost and gained disciples they loved, disciples who had returned to the arms of their revered teachers. All of them shed tears of joy and cheered. Their gazes fell upon the center of the crater where the hell tree had disappeared. The 7 knights of the Baskerville family stood there. The 7 chariots who intervened on the battlefield at the crucial moment and led the last stand. If it weren't for them, the crowd gathered at the Colosio Academy would have suffered far more damage. Thank you, Baskerville. If it weren't for you, I will never forget this favor for the rest of my life. But why are the Knights of Baskerville family here? Isn't the Ironblood Swordman family an extremely closed family? Surely that boy has summoned the knights. I saw him blow his whistle. The crowd began to roar. Suddenly all eyes were on one place. The hero who had broken through the Abyss Tower. The swordmaster who had formed a pillar of aura that seemed to reach the heavens. A freshman who once attended the Colosio Academy. And the one who brought all the hounds of the Ironblood Swordmen to this place. Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir unleashed all that he had been hiding. And the 7 hounds bowed respectfully before him. Your orders have been fulfilled. Osiris, the young patriarch of Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman. Followed by Isabella, the leader of the Doberman German, the leader of the Shepherd Metzgerhund, the leader of the Rottweiler Siuchulin, the leader of the Wolfhound Boston Terrier, the leader of the Pitbull and Great Dane, the leader of the Mastiff, all bowed their heads. Everyone who saw it was shocked. This is Baskerville, not the other families. The men gathered here represent the entirety of Baskerville's power. Even the next patriarch Osiris is among them. The sight of them all bowing their heads toward a nameless boy was more than shocking, it was unreal. And then a few sharp-eyed tycoons spoke up. You mean Vikier van Baskerville? Underdog's deputy magistrate, a legend of the Baskerville family, even commended by the emperor. How wasn't that a rumor? I thought he was a fictional character because of his outrageous exploits. I was right, a golden statue with a face exactly like his stood at Morg's Red Fong Castle. You mean the hero who opened the way for peaceful trade between the Baskervilles and the barbarians was a real person, my god. Are you sure you're not the same student who recovered the Wraith Tree in the second round of the University League? He wasn't the only one. Several students emerged from the Hell Tree and began to praise the heroic deities Vikier had seen inside the tower. Dad, he's the reason I was able to escape from that pack of hellhounds. He saved me from the daylilies. Oh Vikier, my friend, how can I ever repay this favor? Thank you for forgiving us, and what the hell is your vessel? Damn it, you are a true hero. Everyone, aristocrats and barons and commoners alike, were looking at Vikier with respect, admiration, longing, and gratitude. That's because he's always been at the forefront, making all the sacrifices. No one noticed, of course, that it was also he could reap the rewards within the tower. Mr. Vikier, look over here. I'm taking a mana screenshot. I know you've done a great job solving this Hell Tree situation. What do you think? Is it true that you're the hidden power behind the Baskervilles? Why have you been hiding your identity for all this time? The reporters, realizing they had the scoop of the story, the jackpot swarmed around Vikier like bees. He didn't see them coming, and he wondered how they'd managed to gather in such large numbers. Husband, get out of the way, I can't see him. Vanham, I'll just pass by for a moment. Camus and Dolores tried to get closer to Vikier, but it was impossible to move forward because the crowd had swelled so much in an instant. Meanwhile, their gazes met, and neither woman backed down an inch. Meanwhile, Vikir's normally tight-knit group of friends shrugged. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca waved at Vikier. Luckily, they'd been around him from the beginning, so it wasn't hard to get close. Vikier, you finally did it, you bastard. You can't pretend we don't know. You're a superhero. Great job, buddy. I didn't realize you were a descendant of the Baskervilles. By the way, keeping such a secret, I'll bet you're going to have a good night's drinking.
Vikier, im so glatt jure okay, im most glatt jure okay.
Phew, anyway, he's a guy that makes me nervous. Sinclair, who was standing in the back, was also walking towards them with a complicated expression. But Vikier was just looking at all these situations calmly. Unmoved, in fact, with a cold stare. With his back to the cheering crowd, Vikier silently stretched his left hand to the ground. He whispered in a low voice, "Follow a hole, and for now we part ways." He spoke to the Madame Cub attached to his left wrist. Hack hack. The cub whined as if it didn't want to go, but at Vikir's urging it jumped to the ground. Sassasack. The Madame Cub crawled after a hole as they faded into a distant dot, looking back a few times. Then once the Madame Cub was completely out of sight, Vikir turned to face the crowd. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca came to his side. "Now reporters, please be respectful. Our Vikir is tired now. I know you're excited to meet the superhero of the century. Vikir, are you feeling okay? You seem to be giving off all your aura. Earlier I wonder if you need some pills or potions. Don't you think you're doing too many interviews? Maybe you should rest first." Ugh, where did all these reporters come from? I didn't even see them during the battle. What should I tell my dad to do to get them to leave? A tribute to a friend who crossed countless lines of fire and accomplished a great task that no one thought possible. It showed in their demeanor. But Vikir's response to this pure and unconditional favor from his friends was short. "Get lost." The words froze his friends in their tracks. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca tilted their heads as if they had misheard. "Huh, Vikir, who were you talking to? Who else?" "Whoa, who's bothering Vikir? You should tell your professors first so they can bite some reporters." Then Vikir spoke up again, this time more sharply. "I told you to fuck off, scum." At this point, Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca realized something. That Vikir was now glaring at them with the eyes of an enemy. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why are you suddenly so? Ugh, did you think we were trying to take your honor? You're wrong, we had no Such intention. Oh, that's right, Vikir, I was just purely worried about you. Did you hit your head somewhere? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? His friends reacted to his unexpected attitude with confusion. But Vikir cut them off. I don't have weaklings like you as friends. Know your fractions and get your heads out of your asses.
Ending symbol.
It was the line that cut off all the bonds, ties, and relationships. Shock, a major shock. Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca froze in their seats, mouths half open. Tutor was the first to come to his senses, stammering with a pained expression. What's wrong, Vikir? Is it because you made the order in the last stage? Ha, but at that time neither of us had order. But Tutor didn't finish his sentence. Vikir pushed him in the chest and walked to the center of the crowd. Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca felt an unbridgeable line in Vikir's gaze as he stared down at them like bugs. A line drawn in stone, a distance that could never be closed. Tutor sprawled on the floor, unable to speak a word, and Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca beside him. They weren't the only ones who didn't feel comfortable with Vikir's cold gaze. Camus, Dolores Sinclair, and everyone else whose lives had been saved by Vikir in the tower froze in place. Vikir had drawn a line in the sand with everyone had ever met and befriended. At Colosio Academy. No, everyone he had ever made a connection with. He stepped up to the front of the crowd of reporters and said, I am. It was so unexpected that few people in the front row understood what Vikir was saying. As the reporters in the back of the room furrowed their brows and pricked up their ears, Vikir pulled something out of his pocket instead of answering. And everyone who saw what came out of Vikir's arms had to take a step back in horror. A crimson sword, inverted pentagram necklace, and the plague doctor mask. What these symbols meant was all too obvious. As the room fell silent for a moment, Vikir spoke in a low but clear voice. I am Hound. Vikir's line from last night was featured on the front page of every newspaper. The next day, breaking news: Hound arrested. Breaking news: the identity of the Hound has been revealed, and it's a first-year student at Colosio Academy. Exclusive: I am Hound. The identity of Hound, the villain who terrorized the imperial capital. Update: Hound is revealed to be the illegitimate son of an iron-blooded swordsman, causing a ripple of shock. Hound's identity is revealed to be Vikir van Baskerville, the illegitimate son of iron-blood swordsman Baskerville. Vikir's official charges were as follows. 1. Murder and escape from the Baskervilles. 2. Assassination of Cardinal Humbert and Evangelist, guilty of the Quo Vadis family. 3. Assassination of Patriarch Bartolomeo of the bourgeois family. 4. Charged with involvement in the assassination and disappearance of numerous other prominent persons. These are just a few of the major charges. Hound, a fearsome villain who has shaken the empire for years. The Colosio Academy has been the most affected by the revelation of his true identity. Whenever students gathered in groups of 3 or more, they would talk about, oh my God, that scary monster was our classmate. I can't believe it. How did it hide so nonchalantly? That's really scary. Well, didn't he help us when we were trapped in the hell tree? It must be a coincidence, or is it the killer's two faces? You never know. Either way, it's terrible. Really, I understand he was in the newspaper department, so he wrote a column criticizing himself. There is no such thing as deception. Dude, I was in the room next door to him. It was so creepy. I could always hear the sound of a sword being sharpened in the next room. Me too. I ate with him once in group practice. He was so expressionless. It was kind of creepy. Ugh, I used to run into him at the gym all the time. I almost got killed. 2. By far, public opinion was negative, which is to be expected. The image of Hound that had been steadily forming in the newspapers was that of a villainous threat to the tranquility of the empire. But there were a few who disagreed with the majority. Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and others. Have you already forgotten what happened in the Hell Tree, all thanks to Vikir, those ungrateful things? Sancho nodded as he listened to Tutor's mutterings. Sancho, who is always deep in his heart, did not pay attention to what happened with Vikir yesterday. Because Vikir first coldly drew the line, he must have shaken off what little burden he had in his heart. He's a deep thinker to the end. Exactly. Vikir took measures to prevent sparks from flying to us, so he kept his distance. Piggy muttered in a grim voice. Then Bianca next to him snorted. Ugh, how can you fool anyone with that kind of behavior? You know me, Vikir. And Sinclair, it's really immature of you to hide your true feelings. Are you immature? How could you do that in the midst of the moment with all those tears and snotty noses calling you a traitor? What I when? Tudor's sarcasm sets Bianca off. But their verbal sparring, which would normally have lasted hours, dies down within seconds. Neither of them had any energy left to fight. Even Tudor, usually a cheerful man, sounded as dead as grass. What do you think we can do for Vikir? But one thing's for sure, we can't stay like this. That's right, we have to do something. It's a trial. Shall we attend as an audience member and shout slogans? Nah, you'll just get dragged out of there. We need something a little more real and immediate. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca began to cross their arms. Just then, let us help too. A low voice came from behind them. They turned to see a group of students standing on their toes. Gordon, Underdog, Granui, Highbrow, Midbrow, Lowbrow. All of them had been involved in some way with Vikir within the Hell Tree. Y'all of yous are alive because of Vikir, and I owe him a favor. I'm glad I met him too, so I could atone for my sins if it weren't for Vikir. I'd be the demon's plaything forever. I don't like Vikir, but there's a girl I care about, and she seems to be very worried about him. We protect our lord. We protect. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca weren't the only ones thinking about Vikir. And from the very back of the group, one person walked out. Student Council President Dolores. She was a longtime supporter of Hound since the days when everyone, even Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca, had criticized Hounds. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca's faces light up when they realized that they're on the same newspaper staff. Dolores, meanwhile, spoke in a calm voice. This is a very bad situation, guys. Her words made everyone tense. Vikir had severed all ties just before turning himself in, so no one around him was affected. However, that meant that no one was there to defend or support him, and he had to bear the full weight of his punishment alone. Dolores continued in a calm voice. The Baskervilles claimed that the illegitimate son who murdered the second son and escaped was acting on his own, and that the red horn that summoned the knights was stolen. The knights were sent out to retrieve it in the first place. Cutting off the tail, the Baskervilles issued an official statement denying any connection to Vikir. The powers that could have treated Vikir as a nobleman and allowed him to avoid the death penalty have turned their attention. Dolores bit her lip. Vikernum will most likely be sentenced to death, so we need to convince the jurors of this trial as far in advance as possible. The judge in the trial of Hound was the emperor or his representative. The jurors are 7, and each of the 7 families that support the empire sends a patriarch or patriarch's representative to attend. Dolores scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, the social status of the students here is generally high. Dolores gathered students with the same goals and intentions and divided the work. Tudor, I want you to convince the patriarch of the Don Quixote family, and Bianca, I want you to convince the patriarch of the Usher family. Sancho will appeal to the mercenary guilds of the north for the truth, and Piggy will work with me to produce a newspaper. I will of course appeal to the Pope of Quixote's family with the whole truth. Gordon and Underdog, you will persuade the aristocrats, barons, commoners, and student council officers, respectively. Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow, I want you to gather as much information as you can from Baskerville family in case there are any possible extenuating circumstances. After speaking, Dolores closed her eyes tightly and bowed her head. Please, guys. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and everyone else nodded their faces. Determined. You don't have to ask, it's something we'd love to do and will do everything we can. The students gathered in a circle around Dolores and spoke in unison. Thank you. Dolores looked back at everyone with a moist gaze. Even though there was nothing she could do about it now, she felt as if a hole had been opened in her chest. Feels like progress, albeit a little. Just then, what the a real kid idea? A sarcastic voice came from behind them. Where everyone's eyes turn, they see a female student with red-haired hair, burning like a flame, grinning. "Hi, I'm here because Vikir told me to get acquainted with you guys." On her chest patch a name tag reads Mord Mokems. Dolores squinted and looked at Camus, as if demanding an explanation for what she had just said. As if on cue, Camus jumped right to the point. "Your intention to convince the jurors to reduce Vikir's sentence is good, but do you really think Vikir wants that?" "What do you mean?" Dolores spoke up, representing everyone's questions. Camus shook her head and tapped her fingers against her head. "Use your head." Everyone's breath caught in their throats at the sound of Camus' words. Never in their wildest dreams did they think anyone would say such a thing to Dolores. But Dolores was unfazed. "I thought this was the best I could do. You don't think so?" "Of course not, because what you're about to do isn't the best, and it's not what Vikir would want." Dolores' expression hardened at the continued provocation. She asks in a hard tone, "What would Vikir want, and what are your plans?" Then Camus smiled darker than before. "I used to be like you. I didn't know anything what Vikir wanted. But now I think I know what he's preparing for, what he's waiting for, what he's fighting for, all of it." For a moment the smile wiped from Camus' face. "Leave Vikir alone. He's not the kind of man who needs your worries." "Yeah, how would you know?" Tudor asked, and Camus gave him a pathetic look. "Then don't you know he's got a brain, and that he's carrying a mission so heavy that normal people don't even dare to understand it? Everyone knows that. They've seen Vikir's many accomplishments at the Colosio Academy and in the Helltree." Camus continued, "Vikir's every move is probably calculated, perhaps a lifelong plan, and it's not something we dare to worry about or interfere with. I admit that, but does that mean there's nothing we can do?" At Dolores' words, Camus shook her head. "We must do what we can." "And what is that?" "Simple. We do what Vikir has been doing all this time, stopping it." "Stop what Vikir has been doing all this time is stopping what?" Dolores' question resonates with everyone. And under their gazes Camus pulls something out of her bosom and places it on the table. TSK. Everyone's faces hardened as they saw what was on the table. It was a blood-stained mask, a picaresque mask symbolizing Hound. As everyone looked up in bewilderment, Camus spoke. "The gate that is about to open, the gate of destruction." Nakajanai, the great judge at the center of the ecliptic, standing before the place where the guilty are judged, Hound stands, still with his characteristic expressionless face. Despite everyone's worries, Vikir was quite at peace. "I finished my work at the academy." With a lot of things checked off his to-do list, a weight was lifted from his shoulders. Everything was going the way he expected, and now it was really just a matter of finishing touches. That's why Vikir feels lighthearted. In fact, he's even looking forward to it a bit. Meanwhile, there are many eyes on Vikir as he stands there with a nonchalant expression. First of all, there were the members of the 7 great families of the Empire: Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman Morg, the mage Quo Vadis, the faithful bourgeois, the conglomerate Leviathan, the poisonous Dread Dawn, Quixote, the spearman, and Usher, the archer Divine Palace. Representatives of the families were seated separately in the courtroom as jurors, while other family members were seated in the audience. With the emperor absent from the trial, the representative of the imperial family dressed in a nun's robe, a distinctive garb often worn by members of the imperial family, sits at the bench and conducts the trial in a mechanical, clerical manner. Juror Hugo Lou Baskerville, Iron Blood Swordsman Baskerville. Juror Hugo Lou Baskerville, representing the Baskerville family. He was sitting in a wheelchair with his back to the judge. The deputy called on Hugo and asked, "Attempted poisoning of the second son, Set Lou Baskerville's, and the patriarch Hugo himself. You have accused Vikir van Baskerville of the theft of the red whistle, a sacred item that could mobilize the family's military power. Is that correct?" Hugo turned away and did not answer. The poison had left him too weak to move, let alone answer. Instead, his eldest son Osiris stood beside him and nodded, with an extremely dry expression. With that, the deputy ended the Iron Blood Swordsman's final interrogation. Then he abbreviated. "The allegations against the Baskervilles are as follows. While the crimes of Rebellion, premeditated murder, and the poisoning of a patriarch are serious. And heinous. The accused is a member of the Baskerville family and therefore deserves to be treated as a nobleman. I therefore request a verdict of mitigating circumstances. There was no objection. The deputy took his eyes off Baskerville and looked at Morg next to him.
Morgs jurer morg mures pane.
She stood over the judge, her expression stiff and rigid. The deputy was still reading from the papers in a bland voice. Morg's case is as follows. Although the crimes charged are grave and heinous: rebellion, murder with intent to kill, and poisoning of a patriarch, the accused is entitled to the treatment of a nobleman. Therefore I ask for a verdict of mitigating circumstances. Morg Respain came to the same conclusion as Baskerville. No matter how grave the offense, a man of noble blood should be treated as such. Respain spoke in a calm voice. The previous precedent for this can be found in the 47 men's riot 35 years ago. Back then the problem was much more serious. Could have overthrown an empire. There were two heroes who put down the 47. Winston, who is no longer with us, and Orca, who is no longer with us. Their sacrifice ensured that what could have been a dangerous situation was quelled early. Everyone in the courtroom swallowed hard at Respain's words. But what was the verdict in the end, despite the strong pleas for death from the two heroes Winston and Orca who quelled the riot? The Marquis de Sade, the ringleader of the riot, was not sentenced to death in the end, wasn't it? Because of the respect for the great nobility. In other words, Vikir too has the blood of a great nobleman, so the death penalty is too much. Respain concluded with these words. Following her, Nobokov I, a juror from the Quavadis family, and Damien a juror from the bourgeois family, expressed similar opinions. Hal, that kid is a devout believer in Lewin. I realize we have to take into account the circumstances of the dead, but I can't help but be merciful. I think the death penalty is excessive. I believe the accused has already paid his dues. The astronomical amount of money he's put on the line shows that he's remorseful, and I too believe that the death penalty is excessive. Baskerville, Morg, Quavadis, and Bourgeois, 4 of the 7 major families, argued for Vikir's commutation. But there were others who disagreed. This is nonsense. If we don't execute a murderer who has killed so many people, who are we going to execute? Exactly, I think we should at least isolate him forever so he can't crawl back into society, and the death penalty is the best way to do that. The attitude of the jurors in Usher and Don Quixote was decidedly hostile. They were representing the patriarch Cervantes and Roderick, both of whom were in need of nursing care as a result of the Hell Tree incident. Don Quixote, La Mancha Passamont, and Usher P. Madeline. These young men and women were each patriarch siblings and stood before the jurors in the capacity of the family's representative. They were also the uncle and aunt of Tudor and Bianca, respectively. And finally Hobbes de Leviathan, the patriarch of the extreme poisonous family of Leviathan, broke the heavy silence and delivered the final verdict. Death and no other punishment will make him pay the price he deserves. 4 of the 7 families were arguing for mitigating circumstances, and the other 3 were arguing for the death penalty without mitigating circumstances. Even the imperial family's representative was perplexed, for he had never seen a trial with such a divided jury. He looked back at Vikir and asked, "Do you have any last words before the verdict?" Vikir looked up at that. His calm eyes swept over the judge. Hugo, sitting in his wheelchair, his back turned, his expression unreadable. Osiris, his brow furrowed. Respain's face is stony as she thinks of her daughter. Nobokov I and Damien, who look like they're having a bad day. The other 3 jurors have different expressions. Passamont, Madeline, and Hobbes. On the outside they appear calm, just and fair, but in reality they harbor evil intentions that are uglier and more hideous than anything else. Almost all of the remaining 10 corpses have come out. Vikir kept a sharp eye on the 3 remaining demons. Originally the gates of destruction could only be opened if 10 demons gathered together. But with only 4 of them left alive, it was likely that they would have to resort to more extreme measures to accomplish their mission. And it was clear that they would want to eliminate Vikir first. I'd be happy to play along with your plans. Vikir also had a separate goal, and it did not particularly conflict with the three demons' goals. So Vikir simply closed his eyes in silence and swallowed all the arguments. Meanwhile, those listening in on the trial were growing impatient with Vikir's demeanor. Look at him, look at him, look at him, look at his shamelessness. He killed so many people and he doesn't even show any remorse. I thought you were a hero, how disappointing. The death penalty, evil people like him should be put to death. Let's show him that justice is alive. The uproar barely subsided after the guards left. The imperial family's representative descended the stairs, the hem of a nun's robe fluttering, and asked, "They'll ask you again, this is the last time, do you have anything to say before the verdict?" Only then did Vikir answer. His eyes were fixed on the imperial representative, but his voice was directed elsewhere. Retreating is not running away, and it is not wise to wait when danger outstrips hope. A wise man knows how to save today for tomorrow and does not risk everything in one day. From a brave knight of the Don Quixote family long ago. Hearing this, Passamont, Madeline, and Hobbs exchanged meaningful glances. Then the verdict was in. The emperor's representative read the verdict in a reverent voice with the hem of the nun's robe hanging down. The defendant, Vikir van Baskerville, he is a devout follower of Lewin, son of the Baskervilles, family evangelist for the Quo Vadis, prospective son-in-law of Morgue and godfather of the bourgeois. This means that he is a scion of the Baskervilles, is on good religious terms with the Quo Vads, has a marriage contract with the Morgue, and is considered by Damien of the bourgeois to be the godfather of their deceased daughter. But the accused has committed the unpardonable felony of murder on several occasions, and the offense is the more grave and heinous because each of the persons he has murdered has played a vital role in the security and progress of the empire. Accordingly, the final verdict came. The death penalty is denied with due consideration for the noble lineage of the accused. The words brought a sigh of relief from Baskerville, Morgue, Quo Vadis, and bourgeois. However, given the gravity and viciousness of the accused's crimes, a mere sentence of imprisonment is deemed unnecessary. Another sigh, this time from Don Quixote, Usher, and Leviathan. Now Vikir's fate was officially sealed. I hereby sentence the defendant Vikir van Baskerville to 3,021 life terms of imprisonment without parole. Furthermore, the place of confinement shall not be a general prison but a special prison intended for the permanent social isolation of felons. Life imprisonment without parole, that too over 3,000 times. This meant that even if he lived and died once, he would not get out of prison until the process was repeated 3,000 times and 21 more times. The sentence reflected the court's determination to never reintegrate Vikir back into society. However, what Vikir had in mind before the sentencing was something else. Not a normal prison but a special prison. This could only mean one thing. Nouvelle Vague. It was a prison that existed at the very edge of the empire. A prison so terrifying that once imprisoned, even their souls were trapped there. Vikir is imprisoned in a prison so harsh and horrific that death is considered preferable for a life sentence that will last a whopping 3,021 times. Baskerville, Morgue, the Quo Vadis, and bourgeois audience members are in a somber mood. On the other hand, the audience of Don Quixote, Usher, and Leviathan is buoyant, a swirl of mixed emotions. In the middle of it all, Vikir was quietly sharpening the sword in his heart. This is the end game. End game. A few chess pieces left on the board, the battle becomes extremely fierce. It was the beginning of the final chapter. Even the most notorious prison in the imperial capital seemed unable to handle the notoriety of Knight Hound. Ahead of his transfer to Nouvelle Vague, the most remote and worst prison on the continent, Vikir was temporarily housed in a holding facility on the imperial capital. Tomorrow at dawn, Vikir closed his eyes, remembering his journey to Nouvelle Vague. 3,021 life sentences and imprisonment in Nouvelle Vague. A sentence that would be executed just 6 hours after the verdict. I'm glad I escaped the death penalty, but Hugo's plea was a surprise. After analyzing numerous precedents, he was confident that a summary execution would not be granted. However, even if an unusual result occurred, and he was summarily executed, there were several secret plans in place. It was going well. Vikir accepted the verdict without complaint. This verdict too was part of the original plan. There were some variables, but it was well within the margin of error. Anticipated. Then, execute the criminal, execute the criminal. Execute him. Burn him. Apologize, apologize. Small noises came from beyond the bars and walls. Apparently the protesters had gathered and were causing a ruckus. The anger and grief of those who had lost family, friends, and lovers tonight. Hound was immense. They had been protesting outside non-stop since the verdict was handed down. Isn't that sad? Decarabia asked suddenly. Decarabia had shrunk in size to a tiny dot wedged between Vikir's collarbones. That's why it was impossible to detect it during the pre-incarceration search of his belongings. Everything you did was for the good of humanity, and if it weren't for you, the gates would have been opened and countless people would have died, and those who died were unforgivable when they made their pact with the demon in the first place, so they should be thanking you instead. Decarabia rolls its one eye, wondering if it's more embarrassing. Vikir, however, has not lost his dignified demeanor. There is no way for them to know that the dead are all beings who have made a contract with the demon and will commit great sins against all mankind in the future. Even if I tell them, they won't believe me. Humans are animals that don't believe in anything unless they see it with their own eyes. Even if Vikir explained it, it wouldn't work, and he wasn't sure he could convince all those people in the first place. So it would be easier for me to be the one to kill. Human, do you dream of being a hero or a saint? No, I just want to save as many people as I can. He's not interested in concepts like absolutes. There is no desire to make a noble sacrifice for the sake of humanity as a whole. He just wants to hold on to the few warmths that made his previous life bearable and the precious connections he's made in this one. So Vikir spent some time in silent meditation with his eyes closed, feeling the cold sensation of the restraints around his wrists and ankles. And these restraints. Vikir ran his fingers over the cuffs on his wrists, the shackles on his ankles, and the chains that connected them. Cold metal, but unusually heavy and solid. Not only were they more frightening and harder than any other metal of the same volume and mass, but they even had the ability to drain and neutralize the restraint's mana. Vikir was suddenly intrigued by this restraint. Let's study it a bit, maybe it'll give me some interesting variables. Just as Vikir was fiddling with the restraints, the door to the dungeon opened and a guard's voice came through. Visitation. Prisoners on death row or those being transferred to Nouvelle Vague are only allowed 3 visits. But Vikir had already turned down 1 request from the Baskervilles and 2 from students at the Colosio Academy. The guards thought that Vikir would deny them another visit and tried to close the door. But let them in. Vikir accepted the 3rd visitation request. The guard looked a little surprised and turned around. Soon the visitors began to descend toward the dungeon's grate. 4 men in black hoods and robes. They walked up to Vikir and removed their hoods to reveal their bare faces. Hello, it's been a while. The first to speak was Cindy Wendy. She was followed by a worried-looking Chihuahua Mini Pin and finally a whole young master. What's going on? Oh my God. Boss, your face has become half-faced. Hunting leader. They were all currently using Baskerville's last name. That was because Vikir had appointed them as his aides upon his promotion to senator within the family. Unexpected. Vikir stared at Cindy Wendy's face in front of him. I thought you wouldn't take the surname Baskerville. She shrugged. Well, I'm getting older and I think I need to lean on something because sometimes I get too tired. You don't lean on a sword when your tired alliances are only temporary. Wasn't your ultimate goal to get revenge on the Baskervilles? Yes, but I've decided to think a little differently. Cindy Wendy smiled and raised her left hand. Sparkle. Surprisingly, a small ring was shining on the ring finger of her left hand. It was obviously a wedding ring, a token of love or a pledge of love between lovers. If I become the mistress of the Baskervilles, wouldn't that also be revenge? In some sense, it's like swallowing up the Baskervilles from the inside. For a moment Vikir's eyes, which had never wavered, twitched slightly. Suddenly a line from Hugo that had heard many years ago popped into his head. I think Osiris has a girlfriend, but she's never stepped on his tail, and when I ask he never answers. Hugo had said this to Vikir when he visited Baskerville for the second round of the University League. Vikir was surprised. Before his regression, Osiris had been an emotionless killer doll, and now he was dating a woman. Vikir had thought that Hugo and Osiris' demeanor had changed a bit since the arrival of Pomeranian, but he never thought it would have this kind of butterfly effect. I don't know if this is good or bad. It was a difficult phenomenon to discern even for the ever-understanding. Vikir. Since when? Since I was brokering and supporting Baskerville's trade with the natives on the Western Front. I met him a few times on bodyguard duty. Well, we knew each other as children. As it turned out, it was Osiris who had gotten to the bottom of everything that had happened to Andromalius after the death of his host Set, and had cleaned up his mess. After Vikir left for the academy, Osiris cleared the name of the Messinid family, which had been unfairly exterminated, and acknowledged the Baskerville family's responsibility for this. There were procedures for compensation for damage and appointment of personnel to oust old elders. Did you get hit in the eye during that time? Moreover, she was a childhood friend of his, so it's not surprising. The encounter between Cindy Wendy and Osiris was big news enough to make even the usually dull Vikir pick his butt up off the floor. Meanwhile, Cindy Wendy said that her feelings were renewed. I'm the opposite of what I was then. When they first met and talked to Cindy Wendy, she was in jail and Vikir was out of jail. But now Vikir is in prison and Cindy Wendy is out of prison. Vikir's response to this is short. I expected it. Vikir turned his head. Chihuahua, Minipin, and Ahul were looking at him with concern. But instead Vikir was worried about those outside the cage. There are things you need to do. Vikir took Chihuahua, Minipin, and Ahul aside and whispered something to them. To stock up on food, to fortify the highlands, to move the human race to the last fortress Tachka. Each one had a slightly different keyword, but there were several common ones. Finally, when it was Cindy Wendy's turn, Vikir rose from his seat and approached the grate. Swoosh. And then the leather of Vikir's face suddenly peeled away. Picaresque mask. The day of the transfer had finally arrived. The streets were packed with people wondering about the identity of the Hound. Of the night, a felon on his way to Nouvelle Vague, the world's worst prison. Oh my God, I never thought the Night Hound would be caught. I read in the newspaper that he turned himself in. Why on earth would he turn himself in? I don't know, I'm more curious about what it looks like. Well, he's a serial killer who's killed tons of people, so of course he's gotta look creepy. I've heard rumors that he's over 6 feet tall. He's got horrible tattoos all over his body. In the morning, a huge crowd gathered to watch Night Hound being transported. Then a carriage began to pull up in the distance. A moving carriage surrounded by dozens of layers of guards. On top of it was a cage of blackened grates. Additionally, there are handcuffs on both wrists of the criminal, shackles on both ankles, and chains wrapped around the body. All of these were special restraints made of dissum, a mystical substance that neutralizes mana and forcibly binds all physical forces. A mark reserved for felons who were to be sentenced to death or imprisoned in the Nouvelle Vague. Whenever a prisoner is escorted in wearing it, clouds of people gather to watch. But this time was different. It wasn't the dissum restraints that caught the crowd's attention, nor was it the largest convoy ever. That's Night Hound. Isn't that a kid? No, isn't that some kind of photo shoot? The sight of Vikir's face sitting alone and silent in the cage caused the crowd to quietly put down the rotten food and rocks in their hands. No one dares to shout or throw garbage in Vikir's face. His aura is untouchable, a razor-sharp momentum that makes the air around him tingle even without mana. Vikir moves forward silently without much fuss. Then, you bastard, my father's enemy. A boy ran through the crowd. He flung the dagger he held in his hand with such skill that it flew through the gap between the many guards. But of course, thwack, the boy's dagger was intercepted by a long sword. black hair that stood up like pointed ears, eyes as red as rubies, a uniform of black and brown. It was Countess Isabella la Baskerville, the leader of the Doberman Knights of the Iron Blood Swordsman Baskerville. She was one of the 7 counts of the Baskerville family and the one in charge of Vikir's convoy today. It's bittersweet to have to send my nephew to the Nouvelle Vague, a somewhat distant blood relative who is equivalent to Vikir's 7th cousins. And, though they had only met in person twice in the past, once at Set's execution, and once during the Hell Tree incident, she genuinely felt sorry for Vikir. I should have been present at that great banquet if you had joined the Doberman Knights. None of this would have happened. But Vikir had something else to say. I am having a hard time because my successor, Professor Sadie, is gone. Isabella was originally a member of the Imperial arrest team but returned to the family after handing over her position to her successor Sadie. However, the Hell Tree incident exposed Professor Sadie as a traitor, and the failure to capture Sadie meant that there was no one left to serve as escort. Isabella was forced to become Vikir's escort even though they were related by blood. Isabella nodded obediently, knowing that there was no point in paying respect to a prisoner when they were already in a relationship. Sadie, she's a mystery, and I've always suggested that we should be wary of her because she's very skilled, but we don't know what she's capable of. Isabella clicked her tongue as if she'd seen this coming. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. It was unlikely that a prisoner and his escort would talk, but since they were related and there were no hard feelings, Isabella had a word of advice for Vikir. My nephew. Vikir turned his head, and Isabella spoke in a voice that could not have been more serious. You would be better off committing suicide now. If he died now, he could be buried in the ground. That might be better. The Nouvelle Vague, a place so horrific that these words came from the mouth of Isabella, a woman who had been through it all. That's where Vikir is headed now, the place where he will spend the next 21 life sentences without parole. A little while later, the convoy began to sail out to sea. Naturally, Vikir did not commit suicide. He simply boarded a ship at the tip of the northern continent and sailed out into the harsh waters of the ice drift. Vikir's cell on the deck of a huge ship, handcuffed, shackled, and chained. Vikir sat stiffly in the pouring rain and icy waves. Even the road to Nouvelle Vague is difficult. The waves that were tens of meters high and the pouring storm were so violent that it seemed as if they would capsize the ship at any moment and engulf it. Then, Vikir was alone, meditating in silence, when a group of people approached him. How does it feel to be looking for a place to die? I'd rather drown in the sea here. You don't know what Nouvelle Vague is like, that's why you're so nonchalant. 3 giggling voices. Vikir turned his head and saw familiar faces.
Don Quixote, La Mancha, Pedro User P y Sol de Tomás de Leviatán.
They were convoys from the Usher family, the Don Quixote family, and the Leviathan family, respectively. The fact that all 7 families present as jurors sent one escort was due to the fact that Isabella, who should have been the sole escort, was related to the guilty party, Vikir. To balance the equation, 6 families of varying skill and status were sent to keep the Baskervilles in check, 3 of whom were Pedro, Isolde, and Thomas. The Nouvelle Vague, it's a very dreadful prison sunk deep in the ultra-deep zone of the ocean. You will die on the way there. So why don't you kill yourself now? It's better that way, because Nouvelle Vague is indeed a living hell. Pedro, Isolde, and Thomas whispered slyly in Vikir's ear. Of course, Vikir wasn't listening to them. He was focused on the faint stench that emanated from them. They are the demon's minions. They smelled similar to the stench of Passamont, Madeleine, and Hobbes in the courtroom. But even without the scent, Vikir already knew their faces, their names, and their bios. Like the prey had been hunting all this time. Don Quixote, La Mancha, Pedro, Usher P, Isolde, Thomas de Leviathan each rose to high positions within their families after sacrificing their men, their cousins, and countless people in their fiefdoms to the demon, and gaining demonic powers was the taste of easy power sweet. The 3 of them stiffened at Vikir's words. They exchanged glances and then spoke. Indeed, I see why my master told me to kill you and get rid of you somehow. You are a squire who will not be relieved by imprisonment in the Nouvelle Vague. This ship will be your grave. Vikir is an easy prey as he has no mana due to his Dissim restraints. That's what Pedro Isolde and Thomas thought. But, what's going on? A voice interrupted the trio.
Isabella la Baskerville.
The leader of the Doberman Knights stood on the stormy deck glaring at them. Her fierce eyes were already filled with hostility. What conversation was that just now, demonic power master? Why should this ship become a tomb for sinners on their way to the Nouvelle Vague? Isabella's voice was dripping with life. Pedro Isolde and Thomas clicked their tongues. Did you hear that? That was careless. What do you think, you were going to kill them all anyway? Better to nip the Baskervilles in the bud. You never know what she knows. The 31 situation. Even if Isabella was the first countess and an expert in combat, she couldn't take on 3 of them at once. Pedro Isolde and Thomas were also among the most powerful men in Dawn. Quixote, Usher, and Leviathan respectively. But the tables were about to turn again. You've been planning something fun, I see. Lord Lewin, punish those peculiar servants. What's going on here? Why have those bastards suddenly become demon worshippers? 3 new shadows stretched out from behind Isabella's back. A dark-haired middle-aged man with a stern expression, a hulking cleric, and a
Gentle kindly-looking man.
They were convoys sent from Morgue Quavades and Bourgeois respectively. Morgue Mu Banshee Mazgus Lewin Quavades and Bourgeois Jew Lovebad. Banshee the Academy's next principal and Mazgus the Archbishop of the New Testament sect were specially selected for this convoy. Their strong willingness to volunteer was the main reason. Behind Isabella, the leader of the Doberman Knights, came Professor Banshee, Archbishop Mazgus, and Lovebad, the cousin of Merlini Lovegood, the student body president of Themyscira Academy for Women. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to overhear what was just said. Since demons were mentioned, I'll need to check Vikirkin's testimony as, well, I don't know, but your side is certainly suspicious and you revealed your intention to kill Isabella first. The battle situation became 34. In this case, Isabella's side clearly seemed to have an advantage. But Pedro Isolde and Thomas were still frowning. Do you think we did this recklessly? Such idiotic things. It's time for the medicine to take effect. Thomas de Leviathan, an ultra-doctor, pulled out his pocket watch. Isabella's expression changed first. Mamana. At the same time, Banshee Mazgus and Lovebad's faces hardened. Thomas smirked. The tea you drank contained a substance that is the raw material for Dissim. It was in powdered form and in very small amounts, so you probably didn't notice. The amount each of you drank could easily buy this ship. How could it not be effective? It's worth the price, isn't it? You're wearing a pair of Dissim handcuffs right now. The effect lasts only a few minutes, but it's enough. Pedro and Isolde opened their mouths as well. They exuded life and pressed back against Isabella. Banshee Mazgus and Lovebad. Thomas said with a sneer, "Don't worry, I will report that the ship was sunk by a rampage of Night Hound, and that you were wiped out because of it. You will go down as heroes, martyred in the line of duty. Mutiny on board." Isabella, Banshee Mazgus, and Lovebad, faced with the most terrible thing that could happen on a ship, could not hide their panic. Damn it, my mana really isn't boiling. I feel like I'm wearing Dissim handcuffs. I can only last so long in this state. Holy shit, Dissim powder, what the hell is that substance? A storm of confusion rages on the deck. Handcuffs. Vikir's voice came from inside the cage. You mean these? Pedro Isolde and Thomas turned to see Vikir with his palms spread wide. At the same time, poof, the smiles on the faces of Pedro Isolde and Thomas stopped. The Dissim handcuffs shattered before their eyes. Fragments of the shackles shattered and fell. Vikir pushed himself to his feet in front of the 3 men who were too stunned to show any change in expression. Ujijik. Dissim, the cage bends so easily as if it were a bunch of sorghum. Don't sink the ship. Night Hound stepped out of the cage. I must go to Nouvelle Vague. He looked so nonchalant. TLN BDSM Dissim. Tug Pakong Kigajigig. The Dissim restraint was shattered before their eyes. At the same time, the cage bends like a stick and the whole cage collapses. Vikir unbuckled all the restraints with a look of nonchalance on his face. So this is the effect of my title in the hell tree that's fascinating. Even Vakir himself hadn't realized how easy it was to break the bindings of the Dissim. Title Daylily Lumberjack. Deals enormous additional damage to monsters in plant form. Taunt, confuse, blind, bleed, burn, poison, and other status abnormalities. Last slightly longer. New title Leading Boatman. Deal massive additional damage to aquatic creatures. Taunt, confuse, blind, bleed, burn, poison, and other status abnormalities. Last slightly longer. The untapped energy simmering within him, this was clearly the power of his title gained within the hell tree. Although it was impossible to see now that the status window had disappeared, this power had set off a strange chain reaction that had broken Biddy's MS. Handcuffs. I don't know exactly what Dissim material is made of, but I have a rough idea that it can be shredded by these two titles. After easily resolving the Dissim restraint, which was the only obstacle to his future plans, there are signs that things will be easier in the future. Meanwhile, everyone gasped as Vakir broke the handcuffs and stepped out of the cage. Not only Pedro Isolde and Thomas, but also Isabella Banshee Mozgus and Lovebad were stunned. Oh my God, you broke the Dissim handcuffs. How is that possible? What I don't know, wouldn't Professor Banshee know better? I've never seen anyone break a Dissim restraint before. Is that how it works? With no mana to spend, the only thing they can do is watch the battle between Pedro Isolde, Thomas, and Vakir. It was then that Pedro Isolde and Thomas showed their true colors. I don't know how you managed to get out of the Dissim restraints, but there's no way you could have done it on your own. On the contrary, it's a good thing. It gives me a chance to tear you apart myself and earn my master's approval. You've only ever dealt with lowly contractors, haven't you? Today you've met a real one. The three of them opened up completely to the power the demon had given them. The black blood they had kept hidden in the depths of their hearts pumped through their muscles. As the demon blood began to flow in the veins of their bodies, the appearance of their human skins began to change. Ududug Pududududug. Vakir had seen this before. Most recently perhaps when he encountered the demonized underdog within the hell tree. Yikaheh. Kikikikikikikikig. Poo-poo hug. Then three giant demons looked down on Vakir. Whoosh quack. The flames and magical magnetic fields from the demon's metamorphosis ripped through the deck. Isabella Banshee Mozgus and Lovebad quickly scrambled out of the way of the spurred storm. Even with their mana depleted, they used their extreme physical strength to put distance between them and the demons. Pakong pang. Isabella swung her sword to slice through the flying debris while Banshee used his grappling skills to kick through flying ropes and barrels. Mozgus and Lovebad grabbed Isabella and Banshee by the collar as they flew through the storm, stopping them from falling over the railing. I can't believe Thays got this kind of momentum from just transforming. What kind of power is that? This bad? It's a demon, it's a demon. Pedro Isolde, Thomas the first can't believe they were demons. I can't believe it from earlier. Am I dreaming? Isabella Banshee Mozgus and Lovebad were stunned by this latest development, in which executives from as many as 7 families were revealed to be demonic minions. But regardless, Pedro Isolde and Thomas were burning black flames all over their bodies to kill Vakir. Pedro was the first, his gums and teeth protruding from his mouth. Retreating is not running away, nor is it wise to wait when danger outstrips hope. The wise man knows to abstain today for tomorrow and does not risk everything in one day. Is this what my master told me to listen to? A line spoken by Vakir before his final judgment. At that, Isolde and Thomas also bared their sharp teeth and snarled. Upon hearing those words, my master realized that you had not yet given up, and he was alarmed and dispatched us. Something was suspicious from the moment you turned yourself in. Your careless tongue got the better of you, and you will die here because of kill. When you become a demon, your entire body is filled with uncontrollable power. It's an exhilarating feeling of being unstoppable. For a moment they ignored Vakir's presence. And the price was great. Hug. Vakir unleashed the mana had been unable to tap into due to the disembodied Black Sun. The aura of the time when Amdusia's the fifth corpse was brought to his knees. By force, despite the fact that no one could match him, 11 emerged like a black sun. For a moment the ease and laughter evaporated from the faces of the minions. And then only a salty sourness set in. Something is wrong. It was the last thing Isolde and Thomas could think in their right minds. Flash. There was no time to attack, defend, or flee. Vikir's 8 enormous teeth formed into a sphere like a black sun, and it devastated the area around it. A feast of countless teeth that rose like a frightening flame in the swirl of the aura. Isolde and Thomas' bodies were torn apart in an instant. Standing before them, limbs severed, neck and torso, only Vikir asked in a voice that still lacked any emotion. I assume the fact that the 3 of you are here means that your 3 masters have joined hands as well. Hic, hic. But there were only 2 returning whistles. Puff, puff. Pedro, he had turned and run as soon as Vikir had sent the black sun overhead. The demon sped across the surface of the water at breakneck speed. Hey, this isn't it, I can never handle this. Head trusted his Dissim restraints like a rock until now. His foolish companions were belligerent despite the fact that it was broken. But not Pedro. Chiambiong, 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 chiambiong. It was a blessing in disguise that he was now running on water, stomping his feet like a madman. Unlike the other 2 idiots, he thought he was going to make it home alive. But it soon became apparent that this was an illusion. Too late, you should have turned around and run when you saw the handcuffs break. Vikir was now holding Pedro's back without a sound. Ahow! Pedro felt a chill run down his spine. Had been running on the surface of the water, spurred on by his incredible speed. But how had Vikir gotten here without a sound or a sign of what or where? Pedro turned his head and his heart leapt to his throat in surprise. Pang, pong, pang. Vikir was following him, kicking through the air, stepping on bubbles and droplets of water that popped up with each stroke. It might have been a little awkward if you'd self-destructed and blown up the ship. But it's too late for that. You should have done that before you jumped into the water. Vikir sliced off Pedro's limbs in a flash, then dug his fingers into the back of his neck. Like removing a bomb's detonator, Vikir ripped out the nerve bundles inside Pedro's neck, sending him sprawling back to the surface. Thud. Vikir landed on the railing with a limbless Pedro in his hand and Isolde and Thomas at his feet. It had all happened so fast. Isabella, Banshee, Mozgus, and Lovebad could only stand there with their mouths half open, unaware that their powers had returned. But even though they are convoys, they don't dare to restrain Vikir again. The atmosphere doesn't even call for him to be handcuffed again now. In the first place, Vikir didn't care about them at all. Vikir crouched down on the floor and turned to Pedro, Isolde, and Thomas. Your masters will be quite sad when they find out. Probably 3 of the remaining 10 corpses had sent them with the plan to blow up the ship by self-destructing in the middle of the ocean. But now that all that has come to naught, all that remains is the interrogation. Pedro, Isolde, and Thomas snorted as Vikir gave them a look that demanded answers. Just kill me. We can't betray our master. We're not blowing anything up. The demons were determined. But Vikir only smiled weakly at the sight of it. For a moment unease flashes across their faces, the first time they've seen Vikir smile since the convoy began. Then sure enough, Vikir spoke up, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Yes, please don't blow. The stress of the trial process had been building up quite a bit. He planned to blow it off before going to prison. Our masters are Don Quixote, Passamont, Usher, Madeline, and Hobbes. Leviathan. Their real names are Cimeres, Andrilpus, Ploris. Well, anything'll tell you anything. Please stop. What more do you want to know? Pedro, Isolde, and Thomas shouted at the top of their lungs. Their desperate cries sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard them, but Vikir's face remained unmoved. I don't want to know anything, I'm just having fun. With his grotesquely twisted iron, Vikir slowly carved away at the bodies of Pedro, Isolde, and Thomas. And with each stroke they wailed miserably. Just kill me. Vikir's torture techniques, which could make even demons cry and beg, were an advanced artifact learned in the Age of Destruction. Naturally, it was far beyond the reach of any modern-day Isabella, Banshee, Mozgus, or Lovebad. Even Mazgus the Inquisitor was speechless at Vikir's torture methods and skills. Soon Vikir washed away the black blood that had splattered on his face from the foam that crashed into the player. TSK. The disgusting flavor of the demon's blood washed away in the cool waters. That was good. He said it, but of course he wasn't just torturing himself to relieve stress. Pedro Isolde and Tomas are the entourage of the 10 and naturally have a lot of information to share. And Vikir had gotten most of what he wanted from them through his brutal torture techniques. The information the demons spilled will surely prove valuable in the future. Bam! Vikir tossed the 3 mangled minions onto the deck. Salt them and put them in the fishbowl. I don't want them to die, so feed them every week or so a few drops of human blood mixed with liquor will suffice. Clear orders. But none of the men on the deck complained. Isabella, Banshee, Mazgus, and Lovebad were in a cold sweat. A prisoner destined for Nouvelle Vague had escaped in the midst of a convoy for transfer. It was an event that would turn the entire empire upside down. Even a demon showed up in the middle of it, so the aftermath is hard to imagine. Isabella, Banshee, Mazgus, and Lovebad are the main characters in this story, and their feelings are understandably mixed. Isabella asked in a small voice, "Where are we going now? Now that Night Hound has been freed from his restraints and cage?" The answer is obvious. It would flee to a faraway place where it could never be caught. The problem was how to get away. On land that would be one thing, but here on the sea he would need a ship to get away. If Vikir, who is clearly the swordmaster, is determined to take the ship, the situation becomes bleak. No matter how much she thought about it, she was no match for the sun-like aura Vikir had displayed earlier when he subdued the 3 demons. Even if he were outnumbered, it would be pointless. Everyone on board would have to risk their lives. But Vikir's answer was unexpected. That's not a question for a convoy leader. To prison, of course, to the Nouvelle Vague. With that, Vikir turned and walked nonchalantly back to the cage he had just broken through and sat down. Isabella, Banshee, Mazgus, and Lovebad couldn't help but gape at the sight of him. Isabella asked, puzzled, "Didn't you mean to steal this ship and run away?" "Of course not. We have no intention of causing trouble for others." Vikir's answer was both common sense and nonsensical. The situation was taking an unexpected turn. Vikir was true to his word. He waited until Isabella, Banshee, Mazgus, and Lovebad's mana was fully restored, and then he let the ship reach its destination. And so the ship made it through the raging storm and waves to the coordinates they had initially set out for. The maelstrom, a giant whirlpool called the navel of the sea, was gaping open. At the tip of the bow you can see the color of the sea turning black. This is because the water is deepening rapidly. Kung. The ship finally stopped after setting dozens of anchors on the surrounding reefs. It's a whirlpool that only opens at midnight. This is the middle gate to Nouvelle Vague. Vikir nodded at Isabella's words. The Nouvelle Vague, the great prison of the deep, is a long way down this vortex. Naturally, prisoners are thrown here alone to sink. During the 10,000-meter descent to the depths of the Nouvelle Vague, most prisoners are crushed to death by the pressure and claustrophobia, and only a few survive to be imprisoned in the Nouvelle Vague. Vikir obediently stepped into the coffin attached to the tip of the boat. Iron Maiden. A human-shaped coffin embossed with the face of a gentle, smiling woman with closed eyes. This fearsome coffin is riddled with nails made of an orthoharcone alloy that, when the prisoner is placed inside and the lid is closed, punctures the prisoner's body with numerous holes. The nails are placed to avoid the prisoner's vital organs and are designed to maximize pain. The blood that fills the coffin then flows out through the cracks in the maiden's eyes, creating the illusion that the maiden is weeping tears of blood over the prisoner's death. Kugagugakuk. Vikir walked into the coffin wearing the noob dism handcuffs, shackles, and chains. He turned to Isabella, Banshee, Mazgus, and Lovebad, who were standing outside. "Would you mind closing the door?" His calm tone was out of character and extremely out of place. Isabella, Banshee, Mazgus, and Lovebad had to shudder at the chills that ran down their spines, even though they had been in charge of countless convoys. Then, Professor Banshee, the morgue's escort, stepped forward. Vikirkin. Something. Banshee flinched slightly at the nonchalant tone of Vikir's voice. But then he gathered his courage and spoke up. I am a professor at Colossio Academy and you are a student at Colossio Academy. No matter what your current situation is, no matter what your identity is, you are my student. Banshee took a deep breath. He took a deep breath and spoke in the same snarky, stubborn tone he had come to expect from the Colossio Academy. I speak not as an escort, not as an official, but as your teacher. The words that came out of the Banshee's mouth surprised everyone, even Vikir. Run away. Isabella Mozgus and Lovebad looked back at Banshee in surprise. But Banshee's demeanor didn't change. Honestly, I'm still not good at judging good and evil. I'm not sure what the demon or the hell tree is. I never imagined that I would experience such confusion at an age when everything is slowly becoming clear, but still I always saw you during my time at the academy. You are not a villain, that much is certain. The Nouvelle Vague is a living hell. Those who enter never return, and I cannot send a good and brave young man to such a place. At that moment someone stepped forward, glaring at Banshee. It was Mozgus, a member of the Quo Vadis family convoy. I too have heard the whole story from Saint Dolores. To be honest, I didn't fully believe her when she told me that you were a demon hunter. As a cleric, I couldn't believe that so many demons were integrated into the human world, but now that I've seen the realities of the demons that have slipped right under my nose, I see it all clearly. You must live, and I don't know why I've only realized this now. Mozgus slammed his fist down on his head in self-pity. Beside him, Lovebad, a member of the bourgeois family convoy, stepped forward. Do you remember my second cousin Merlini Lovegood? She fell in love with you in the university leagues, and now she's stopping to eat and drink after learning that you're Night Hound and are to be imprisoned in Nouvelle Vague. As soon as I return, I will show the demons as evidence and request a retrial, so please run away from here, and although it may be difficult while on the run, I would really appreciate it if you could meet my brother. Secretly, I will take responsibility and erase your tracks if it's money. Don't worry. Banshee of Morgue, Mozgus of Quo Vadis, and Lovebad of Bourgeois have made their shocking declarations of defection. All that remained was Isabella of Baskerville. After a moment of silence, she looked up. The dreary gaze was spreading red in the air. Truth be told, I've been assigned one other task in addition to the Imperial convoy. Isabella's next words were a surprise. The orders came from the Baskervilles in great secrecy to kill everyone on the convoy and break you out. At that, Banshee, Mozgus and Lovebad swallowed hard. They had wondered why a magnate of the 7 counts rank had bothered to come to them, especially one who had retired from the Imperial prison service, but now they knew. Isabella even had a dozen of the Doberman Knights' core strength disguised as lowly sailors waiting in the dock. I have instructions from my lord to break you out, Vikir, even if it means sinking the ship. In other words, the Baskervilles were going to keep Vikir even if it meant turning the other 6 families of the Empire and the Imperial family against them. Banshee, Mozgus, and Lovebad muttered in disbelief. I almost got killed by accident. For some reason, there was a reason I wasn't too embarrassed by the appearance of the demons. Damn, it's Baskerville again, those crazy people. Vikir said, sounding surprised as well. Didn't you tell me before that it would be better to commit suicide? That was in the public. You're not really a great person to commit suicide in the first place. Everyone, including Isabella, was urging Vikir to run away. The gale had driven all the sailors back to the dock. The minions are all salted and locked in the hold, so the only ones who can see the last of Vikir are the 4 escorts here. If all 4 of them are correct in their testimony, Vikir will be able to return to the surface without being trapped in Nouvelle Vague. But I refuse. Vikir dismissed the invitation to run away so casually, so matter-of-factly. Banshee asked in disbelief. Do you not know what the Nouvelle Vague is like? To be trapped there is worse than death. Isabella, Mozgus, and Lovebad shake their heads in disbelief. But Vikir's voice was still unmoved. I could have done anything to escape. What do you think I was tried for? Nouvelle Vague and Vikir, who silently accepted more than 3,000 life sentences. He smiles dryly at his escort, who seem unable to comprehend the situation. I am a person who has been waiting to go to Nouvelle Vague for the past 19 years. Nouvelle Vague, don't even talk about it, it's a living hell, it's a place I never want to go back to. We were lucky to get out of there alive. I never thought that monstrous old man would free us with his own hands. Vikir remembered a time before his regression. During the war against the demons, Vikir had many comrades in arms who were prisoners. The demon war had united all of humanity. Once categorized as human, criminal records didn't matter. Everyone was on the same side, everyone was a comrade in arms. Living and dying with the prisoners of Nouvelle Vague, Vikir had seen and heard many things. In many ways he was able to experience firsthand the horrific prison culture. Just as a man who has been in the army can tell you endless stories about his time in the army, the prisoners at Nouvelle Vague would tell each other detailed, long and lengthy stories about their time in prison, and Vikir never once found it boring. So I know it well what Nouvelle Vague is like. Vikir stepped into the coffin. As the lid closed, the nails in the coffin pierced Vikir's body without warning. But his flesh hardened by the protection of the Styx River. His physical resistance stats from the Hell Tree and his aura combined. Thud. The nails in the coffin were unable to pierce Vikir's skin and bent. In the midst of it all, Vikir spoke through the upper layers of the coffin, through the eye and mouth openings of the Iron Maiden. Push. A firm voice, no wavering. Eventually the coffin containing Vikir tilted toward the sea. All the holes in the coffin were sealed with special wax, and a heavy additional weight was hung at the bottom. Now the coffin would ride in the middle of the whirlpool and sink at a rapid pace towards the bottom of the deep ocean, the deepest ocean below. Isabella slipped her long sword onto the chain at the bow that connected to the coffin. Her mission was essentially to get Vikir away, even if it meant killing everyone on board. But what can she do when the one she's supposed to get away from wants to go to Nouvelle Vague so badly? Even Vikir seemed to have something else in mind. Whatever it is, it's something in a higher realm that even she, 7 counts, can't fathom. Isabella, meanwhile, was quite surprised by the situation. In all her years of sending many prisoners to Nouvelle Vague, it had never occurred to her that she would ever see them again. But now it was different. Vikir seemed to realize that one day they would surely meet again. It's a strange thing for someone going to the Nouvelle Vague to have such thoughts. Isabella let out a light sigh, and soon her black sword radiated anticipation. Fit. A drop of liquid aura, sticky as honey, descended, cutting cleanly through the coffin and the chains attached to the ship's bow. With a plop, the coffin sank heavily beneath the water. The white foam that rose to the surface of the black waters was the last reminder of Vikir's presence in this world. Even that was soon swept away by the raging torrent. The ship reeled in its anchor line and began to gradually move away from Maelstrom's sphere of influence. By midnight the whirlpools had subsided and the currents were rapidly becoming milder. Whirring. The sound of sails flapping in the sea breeze is loud. Each of the 4 surviving convoy officers maintained a heavy silence. Finally, Lovebad of the Bourgeois was the first to speak. I don't know what to tell my youngest sister," to the kid who was already sick from lovesickness. "I agree, our young lady will have an uproar. I can't imagine how bitterly she'll feel. I'm going to go back and be devastated by the patriarch." Banshee of Morg Mozgus of Quo Vadis and Isabella of Baskerville also put their hands to their foreheads. In the end, it was Banshee who faced reality first. "For now, let's get back to the ship as soon as we can and put those minions in the hold on trial and shed some light on the mutiny on board. We should also demand a retrial for Vikirkin." Isabella nodded at Mozgus' words. "That's not all we need to investigate the testimony of Don Quixote La Mancha, Passamont Usher, Poe Madeleine, and Hobbes de Leviathan. They're all powerful men, and if we get it wrong, we'll have a huge feud between the 7 great families." Lovebad's fears were confirmed. Vikir was on his way to Nouvelle Vague. Instead of just leaving, he planted a huge blue seed and left it behind. It was so ominous and dangerous that it could shake the very foundations of the Empire. Meanwhile, Vikir was in a coffin sinking to the center of a long vertical vortex. Even though he is innocent and a retrial is nothing to worry about in the first place, all that mattered now was getting down to Nouvelle Vague safely. The water bubbles and the vision grows darker. He could feel the water leaking through the narrow toe space, which was getting slightly damp. The coffin was caught in a swirling wave, bobbing violently, then settling down. Its weight made it sink faster. After a while, a strange sound came from the lid of the coffin. You do, Doug. The coffin is sinking rapidly and the water pressure around it is getting higher and higher. The coffin, made of an orthorhynchine alloy, began to crack. It will eventually crumple until it fits perfectly around Vikir's entire body. Most prisoners would not survive this process and would either commit suicide or go insane from the claustrophobia. However, Vikir endures this time in silence, keeping his mouth shut. Crunch, clunk, clack, clack. The Iron Maiden strongly embraces Vikir. Aside from the pressure crushing his entire body, the lack of oxygen was a problem. Then, SSSSSSSSS. Oxygen flows from somewhere. It was bubbling outward through a faint crack in his toes. Is this the power of these cuffs? Vikir lowered his gaze to the bindings that wrapped around his wrists, ankles, and the rest of his body. The mysterious material was emitting a faint puff of oxygen, helping Vikir breathe. Absorbs mana, enforces physical force, and even emits oxygen. It's a strange substance. Vikir recalled stories Head heard from his former comrades before Head regressed that while the Dism cuffs inhibited movement, they were an essential survival tool in the deep. Crack Pudaduk. The distortion of the coffin was getting worse and worse. The depths of the ocean are now so deep that there is not even the slightest bit of light, and the world is pitch black. An infinite void of nothingness. A space that is both empty and full. Being placed in a coffin and thrown into the depths of the ocean was no different than being buried alive in the depths of the earth. An Iron Maiden guiding the way to death. The journey to survive more than 3,000 life sentences is a long and arduous one, but Vikir endured it all. The giant metal tubes that cling to his body like an uncomfortable garment. The endless sinking into the darkness of the lightless void, the giant, nameless monsters of the deep that prowl around him. The only thing that helps is Decarabia embedded in his chest. Human, are you okay? It's worth holding on to. An impossibly large creature just passed in front of us, and it had a lot of legs. Is it as good as Shadowless King of the Black Sea? That's right, you still have a lot of free time, right? You shouldn't talk about dying like this, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. Upon hearing Vikir's words, Decarabia pouted, as if in good faith. Very well, human, then let me show you one of my many abilities, perhaps the one you need most at this point. After speaking, Decarabia emitted a strange light from its only eye. Vikir was a little surprised. As the Decarabia glowed, a vision of the outside of the coffin began to form. In his head. Vision sharing, that's good. Is it worth using? Humph, maybe it's because it's the sea, isn't it a bit salty for a compliment you receive in return for finding the light? Decarabia grumbled in dissatisfaction, but Vikir shrugged it off. Eventually Vikir's vision began to take in the landscape below the sinking coffin. It looked like a forest. A jungle, a giant forest. A vast expanse of seaweed, each stalk as massive as the pillars of a mythical temple. Expanse. Over an enormous area. Colonies of seaweed. Standing tall and flowing. The seaweed seems to have been forgotten. Giant soldiers of ancient civilization. Stand upright and stand guard. It seems like it exists. The coffin containing Vikir. In the center of the seaweed forest. To the top of the highest cliff. It was sinking. Kululululug. An all-sharp cliff rose above the blackened forest of giant aquatic plants. And at the end of it stood a structure that emitted a dim light like a lantern. An old castle with an old and gloomy atmosphere, built in a very ancient style, made of large bricks piled tightly on top of an extinct volcano in the deep sea. Nouvelle Vague. The world's worst prison. Awaited Vikir. It is the coldest, hottest, roughest, foulest, and harshest place in the world. God cut it off from the rest of the world, separating it from the sunlight. Forever. It is a hell that no one can imagine. No words or illustrations can fully convey the horrors of Nouvelle Vague, and its unique and grotesque atmosphere can only be felt by breathing its air. People of the world, please do not sin if you have already committed it. Find a way to repent as soon as possible. For Nouvelle Vague, the great prison of the deep awaits you at the bottom of the abyss of unknown depths, with its mouth open. At the bottom of a deep, deep trench in the ultra-deep sea, a castle rises high above a thick forest of black seaweed. A yellowish-blue light glows eerily like the luminescence of a deep-sea fish on the peak of an extinct volcano. It was the very nature of the Nouvelle Vague, a dilapidated old castle made of giant cube-shaped bricks stacked on top of each other. Tewen Kung. The coffin containing Vikir was dropped onto the very top of the main castle, onto a huge circular iron gate. A ghost castle of the ultra-deep sea, its interior is dug deep into the social mountain. Vikir surveyed the landscape outside through the eyes of Decorabia. This is the gate of good and evil. The huge circular iron gate was tens of meters in diameter. The material seemed to be an alloy of adamantium and orthoharcon, like the vaults of the bourgeois he had seen before, and he dared not imagine its thickness and weight. White on the left, black on the right, there is only one meaning to this antithetical placement of colors. The gate of good and evil, the final boundary between good and evil. It was the main gate and symbol of the Nouvelle Vague. And now, Roljijijijijai. The door slowly began to rotate 180 degrees. Like the lid of a manhole, the open door slowly flipped up and down, sucking the coffin containing Vikir into the castle's interior along with the seawater. Beneath the gates of good and evil, an unidentifiable sticky mucousy membrane could be seen, which appeared to be blocking the influx of seawater. The windows throughout the castle were also covered with the same clear slime. Kwakwang Kielsig. The coffin containing Vikir fell to the hard ground with a heavy splash. By this time the coffin had been molded to Vikir's size like a suit of iron. Next, Vikir felt sinister hands twist the lid open. We have arrived. Vikir stuck his head out as soon as the coffin lid opened. The interior of the Nouvelle Vague's true nature came into view. The floor's walls and ceiling are pitch black. The atmosphere was cold, dank, and dreary, as befits a castle built in the depths of the sea. Guards in black uniforms peeked out from under the brims of their hats. Night Hound, is this the last resident? He heard the burly guard in front of him mutter. He had a large burn scar on his face and a nameplate on his chest that read Garde Nord. His rank appeared to be lieutenant, judging by the single diamond on his shoulder epaulets. Lieutenant Garm Nord, he said, looking down at Vikir. The entrance ceremony will be held shortly. Make sure you're ready when it does. At those words, Vikir looked up. Sure enough, there were several more prisoners gathered in the waiting room in front of him. They were all dressed in black and white striped prison uniforms with dism shackles on their wrists and ankles. Then, in front of Vikir and the others who had changed into their uniforms, Lieutenant Garm spoke. I'm going to give you all a brief introduction to the system here, as sure you already know. Nouvelle Vague looks like a castle atop an extinct volcano, but its interior is actually much more expansive. A huge vertical underground chamber carved out of the base of the volcano. It's divided into 9 parts. Lieutenant Garm prefaced his explanation with a simple drawing. The first floor, Aka Level 1. This is where the guards live and where all events except executions are held, such as entrance ceremonies and promotions. It is also a space where criminals with the lowest sentences, those with sentences of 3 years or less, are imprisoned. The second floor, Aka Level 2. This is where prisoners with sentences of 5 years or less are held. 1 year in Nouvelle Vague is equivalent to 10 years in any other prison on Earth, so in a normal prison, prisoners who would have been sentenced to at least 30 years and no more than 50 years in prison would be held here. The third floor, Aka Level 3. This is where criminals with a sentence of 10 years or less are held. In a normal prison on the ground, this is where felons would be sentenced to 100 years in prison. The fourth floor, Aka Level 4. This is where criminals with sentences of 15 years or less are held. You won't find any common criminals on this level. War criminals and other heinous criminals involved in at least city scale. Terrorism and genocide are locked up here. The 5th floor Aka level 5. Criminals with sentences of 20 years or less are held here. This is where those who have caused great damage to the country through state, terrorism, civil unrest, or conspiracy are held. It is also a place where the quarters of high-ranking officials at the guard level are located, and several special facilities such as a breeding house and an execution house are also located there. The 6th floor Aka level 6. This is where criminals sentenced to life imprisonment in Nouvelle Vague are held. The purpose of this level is to keep dangerous people who could overthrow the state away from the world forever, and prisoners here are treated more like monsters than human beings. The 7th floor Aka level 7. Even the same life sentence is divided into grades and weights. Under imperial law, a judge may impose multiple life sentences if it is deemed that a mere sentence of life imprisonment is not enough to absolve the offense, and this level contains prisoners who have served at least 100 life sentences. The 8th floor Aka level 8. Prisoners with 1,000 or fewer life sentences are held here. The 9th floor Aka level 9. Lieutenant Garm finished his explanation, tapping the picture with the 3-stage baton he wore around his waist. The prisoners about to be admitted giggled and murmured among themselves. I was sentenced to 8 years in this place. This is awful. Shit, I got a 13-year sentence. This means that if you live on Earth you will have to rot in bread for 130 years. I'd rather serve my sentence here. Short and sweet. TSK, I'm a life sentence. Fuck, you want me to live in this shitty place for the rest of my life? They are young chicks. You do realize that life imprisonment has a count, right? I've served 3 life sentences. The prisoners were engaged in a nerve-wracking battle, matching each other's strength and brutality. One in particular drew all the attention. He was huge, with black spots covering his body and facial features like a demon. There was no one among them who did not know him. Saketh de Leviathan, his earthly nickname, was Plague Leper, an extremely evil criminal who was expelled from the Leviathan family for his outrageous human experimentation, the bounty on his head once reaching 11 figures. He grinned, baring sharp teeth. Have you ever heard of a plague called the Red Death Child? It was created by this very body. Recognized as a danger by the Empire, Saketh was sentenced to life imprisonment 666 times over and imprisoned here in Nouvelle Vague. He now resides on level 1 to wait for the news of admission, but he is not the person who was originally supposed to be here. When he opens his mouth to speak, the mouths of the prisoners around him shut in unison, as if enjoying the heavy silence. Saketh continued. We even completed clinical trials on the indigenous people of the jungle. Out of nowhere, Quo Vadis intervened and messed things up. Ugh, it's a shame. It was an opportunity to see the pandemic and infectious disease spreading at an all-time high. Uhukukukuk. Clean. There was one more unique thing about him besides his appearance and biography. Had come in as a self-declared prisoner. Growling, I came here of my own volition to meet him, so we are on a different level from minnows like you who were forcibly brought in. Saketh was ignoring not only the prisoners who were to share in the ceremony, but even the guards. However, the momentum he was giving off was so vicious that not one of the guards came forward. They kept their distance for fear of the plague he might carry. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Garm was briefly explaining the procedures for the upcoming entrance ceremony. There will be a total of 3 steps in the process. First, an inspection of belongings. Second, a medical examination. Third, bathing. The prisoners looked surprised. We don't need to be searched or have our weapons removed, do we? We can't bring them here in the first place. They're going to do a physical and then a health check. That's like a medical service, not a prison welfare center. They also disinfect and bathe you. Haha, the Nouvelle Vague is more comfortable than I thought. Ugh, I can't wait to get cleaned up. The saltiness of the seawater made me sticky all the way here. Contrary to the rumors, the Nouvelle Vague was quite comfortable. The prisoners seemed to be relaxing into the idea that the news that would Soon follow would be no big deal. But it's begun. Vikir knew. The entrance ceremony mentioned here does not really mean simply the entrance ceremony, and how terrifying this series of events wrapped up in ordinary words like belongings check, medical examination, and bathing was. First entrance ceremony, belongings inspection. The induction ceremony consists of 3 procedures. Until it started, the prisoners didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. The belongings inspection was a matter of course, and the second and third health checks and baths were unexpected luxuries. As a result, the prisoners were generally happy. What kind of an idiot would bring a weapon into a place like this? I'm not hiding anything, so it'll be fine. Oh, I just want to take a bath. But Vikir didn't believe a word of what was written in the protocol. For those who were dragged to the Nouvelle Vague, they are naive. The prisoners do not lose their smiles even as they are dragged away tied up. In rows next to them, how long can their expressions be maintained? Soon the prisoners, including Vikir, were led by the guards out into the open square. Only then did their faces change. What, you said you were going to check our belongings? Then why are you taking us to this cliff? The scene in front of them was quite a sight. Sheer cliffs, and then far off in the distance, almost a dot, another cliff. And sharply sharpened blades were connected between cliffs. And there was more. On top of the giant blade bridge connecting cliff to cliff, giant iron balls that could have been used for demolition in a construction site were swinging from side to side like clockwork. What the hell is this? You don't want me to cross this, do you? We're on a ridge. What are those iron balls? The prisoners' faces turned white at the horrific sight before them. I see. Vikir nodded. The Nouvelle Vague's word of mouth is no ordinary thing. It would be disguised in everyday words, but the reality would be horrific and brutal. Just like right now. Sarung. Finally the guards showed their true colors. They stabbed the prisoners in the back with knives, clubs, spears, and tridents. They were going to kill them if they didn't get on the blade bridge. In the end, the prisoners cried and put their feet on the blade. They had to walk barefoot over hundreds of meters of blades. If they lost their balance for even a moment, they would fall to the bottom of an unknown cliff. One of the prisoners shakily asked, "What happens if I fall off that cliff?" "I'll leave it to your imagination." Lieutenant Garm, who was leading the prisoners, replied in a bureaucratic tone. Next the prisoners stood in a line and began to walk on the sharp blade. The razor-sharp blades dug into their bare feet with each step. Each cut would be deeper and deeper under the weight of their bodies. The cold blade cut and cut at the soles of the prisoners' feet. Kukwaf. The prisoner, who was spewing out blood and falling to his knees, fell straight in front of the blade, and his entire body was broken into pieces. Hudug, hudug, hudug. Red blood and flesh rained down. Seeing the prisoner in front of them fall to his death in an instant, the other prisoners became even more nervous and stood on their toes. They strained their big and little toes, holding on to the blade with their toes and walking slowly. That was how the prisoners were able to move. But it was really just a way to get around. Bang! A giant iron ball passed in front of the prisoners' eyes. The balls traveled across the bridge in sections, each with a tremendous amount of weight and speed. If you were hit even once, your entire body would be crushed like fish meat. And you would be thrown off the cliff. Haha, idiots, there's no way we're going to get hit by these balls. A prisoner was crawling like a cockroach, holding onto the blade with both hands and feet. His hands and feet were already covered in blood, but he was still crawling quite steadily on his legs. The giant iron ball was passing over his head, so he was in no danger. At first glance, that was the case. But there was something the prisoner didn't realize, and that was the ball's material. Bang! The iron ball flew by and then came back. As it approached, the prisoner ducked his head. The idea was to let it pass safely over his head. But, the prisoner suddenly felt his right hand fly up of its own accord. Snap! His right hand was suddenly snatched out of thin air and caught on the swinging iron ball. High magnet. That's right, each of the iron balls passing over the blade bridge had a powerful magnetic force. The prisoner, whose fingers were embedded with iron cores, felt his right hand being held in place by a powerful magnet. And then, pug you do dug. The prisoner saw the iron core in his finger tear through the flesh pull out and attach itself to the iron ball. The prisoner screamed as his fingers were ripped from his body and he lost his balance. The toes and fingers that had been gripping the blade's legs gave way and he fell backwards onto the blade, splitting his body vertically and sending him falling down the cliff. Similar things were happening one after another on the blade bridge. The swinging iron ball sucked everything in. Poof! A prisoner with a file knife hidden in his anus was torn apart in a horrific mauling. Another prisoner with shards of the blade embedded in old wounds fell to the ground beneath the blade's bridge, grievously wounded. The same was generally true of those who wore prosthetic arms or legs. There were also quite a few prisoners who had fallen off the cliff in agony as the iron ball with its powerful magnetic force snapped like a rope with each swing. Those who hadn't yet made it onto the bridge could only shudder in terror. What the hell? What is this? What is the word of mouth? This is just a dog's death, isn't it? A de facto execution. Lieutenant Garm next to him shook his head. No, it's not. There's a nouvelle vague execution and it's a lot worse than this, and there's a prisoner over there who's doing just fine. What? At those words all the prisoners turned their heads. The blade bridge precarious and the magnetic iron balls running over it. In the middle of it all there was a man walking casually. It was Vakir. It's a good thing Beelzebub and Decorabia didn't get caught in the magnets. Vakir was simply walking barefoot on the ridge. His calluses, hardened by years of training, could push back a blade of this size without the need for mana. It wasn't too difficult to make it to the other cliff as long as he kept out of the way of the occasional iron ball. What's that monster? Yay, I'm going too. Even a little kid like that is going, so you can't be scared. The other prisoners were also encouraged by Vakir's propaganda and started to ride the small bridge. Second entrance ceremony, medical examination. After the first round of checking their belongings, the number of candidates had decreased. However, they were not wiped out as they had traveled to the deep sea. However, there were quite a few people whose bodies were covered in bruises and blood. Okay, next up is the medical examination. Lieutenant Garm opened his mouth, but none of the prisoners now believed him. And sure enough, the prisoners were trapped like lab mice in a narrow valley. What the hell are we supposed to do here? Who up there, up there? Something's falling. One by one the prisoners looked up. One by one they looked up and saw something like black snow falling down. Up close they were spheres that looked like rubber balls, a little smaller than an adult fist and bouncy to the touch. As soon as they hit the ground they revealed themselves. The rounded body stretched out to reveal an elongated oval shape. The all-black body twitched and sharp nail-like teeth protruded from what appeared to be a head. Leeches. Screams erupted from the prisoners. Countless leeches were raining down on the prisoners' heads. These tiny little vampires were clinging to the prisoners' bodies, sucking out whatever they could, and it didn't look like they were just drawing blood. This isn't blood. It's bones, it's bones. They suck skin, these bastards. Screams of horror erupted from among the prisoners. What the leeches sucked varied. Some leeches sucked blood as they were supposed to, some sucked bones, and some sucked skin. As the prisoners languished in the leech swamp, the guards scribbled on charts. Number 12 bone density normal. Number 36 low blood volume, we're going to have to speed this up. Number 43 skin condition good, no impairment to work. Report to Lieutenant Colonel Blacktongue. Health checks are what leeches are made of. The fact that leeches are aggressively attacking means that there is no major problem with the prey's body. Just like that, Swayig. The leeches clinging to one of the prisoners suddenly became paralyzed and started screaming in pain. Kulug, kulug, kulug.
Sakut de Leviathan.
A wicked man whom even the poisonous Leviathan had banished for having a mental problem. The leeches that clung to his body, sucking blood, bone, and skin, stiffened and fell away. Perhaps the blood or marrow contained poison. That's a lot of trouble. Vakir thought to himself as he stood quietly by the leeches, giving them what they had to give, and watched Sakath laugh nonchalantly in the distance. It's a good thing he's a troublemaker. If Vikir was careful, he might be able to use Saketh to his advantage. Third entrance ceremony bath. The prisoners who had crawled out of the leech's swamp lay exhausted on the floor. Their bone density, muscle density, and blood reserves had decreased, and they were hanging on for dear life. The only thing left to do is to take a bath. But none of the men had the look of anticipation on their faces. The survivors were dragged into an empty circular plaza where they found something unpleasant. It was a mass of skeletons. The skeletal remains of human beings were rolling around, and upon closer inspection there were many strange features. Are those little holes in the bones caved in? Burned or melted? What the hell are they going to do again? The prisoners looked around anxiously. And then once again a terrible surprise struck them. Chwag. Boiling yellowish groundwater burst from the ceiling. The acrid smell seemed to contain a lot of sulfur. Kayaf. The prisoners scrambled to avoid the sulfur raining down from above. But the bubbling sulfur soaked everywhere fairly evenly. Pushishishizik. With tiny holes piercing all over his body, the prisoner finally collapsed to the ground. The prisoners who had been lying around a moment before quickly rush over and crawl under the dead man's body. This was to avoid a shower of sulfur. Hey, give me my umbrella. Shut up, he's been my friend since we were on Earth. Give it to me, it's mine. The prisoners fiercely argued with each other, tearing at the dead prisoner's body. In the meantime, the dead prisoner's body was torn apart and turned into countless umbrellas. Finally, the hours-long shower of sulfurous water ended. Through the thick cloud of stale steam gas, masked guards entered the room. Lieutenant Garm Nord looked around and nodded. All prisoners are disinfected. We will proceed with floor assignments now. The entrance ceremony was over. The bodies of the dead prisoners were tossed off the cliffs into the crater. Like garbage. No one cared about the fate of the prisoners who would still be reported as alive and imprisoned in the terrestrial registers because they had not been officially executed. They would remain trapped in this prison on paper forever, even after death. On the other hand, the prisoners who survived the ceremony received their floor and room assignments. Vikir, who had not only come here with more than 3,000 life sentences but had also shown a nonchalant attitude during the inspection of his belongings, medical examination, and bath, was naturally assigned to level 9, the 9th floor. Clang. Vikir was locked in a cramped room. Level 9 was basically a solitary confinement system. The atmosphere in the room was surprisingly plain. A large black brick stone chamber. The entire stone chamber was lined with bars made of dism, a substance that absorbs mana and physical power. This is why you can't even dig through the bricks with a spoon. Not only were the bars closely spaced, but they covered the ceiling, walls, and floor, making escape impossible. There was no point in digging a hole to get out through the walls or the floor, as they were 10,000 meters below the ocean floor. TSK. Cold droplets of water dripped from the bricks. The water was extremely salty and concentrated. Indeed, an enormous amount of moisture sticks to the entire body. A dark, cold, dank aura filled not only the cell but the entire hallway. The interior of the stone chamber was bare. Not even the usual bedding or bowls, just an empty cube of space. But Vikir's assessment was pretty harsh. Not a bad place to live. After rolling across so many bloody battlefields against demons, it's a nice change of pace. Vikir muttered to himself. Kung. The heavy iron gate beyond rang loudly once. Kigajijigigig. A door so heavy that it took over 100 guards to open it. It opened, and the prisoners who had originally been held here were seen entering, presumably on their way back from forced labor outside. Hewiog kuhiog kululug. Kug kiwiwug. The condition of the prisoners returning from their forced labor in the workshops was terrible. Vikir recalled the information he already knew. All of Nouvelle Vague's prisoners from level 1 to level 9 were required to go to the workshop every day at dawn to perform labor. The labor is to dig down into the interior of the volcano where Nouvelle Vague is located. It's an expansion project to increase the interior space of Nouvelle Vague. It's an extinct volcano, but it's still a volcano, and the enormous amount of Geothermal heat inside doesn't dissipate over time. So the prisoners dig and keep digging, boiling, burning, drying up. Day after day. The new prisoners are put to work tomorrow too. A voice came from the side of the cage where Vikir was standing. The guard he had seen earlier, Lieutenant Garm, was now standing beside him. He walked up beside a procession of prisoners groaning from burns and exhaustion. You will wake up at 4 a.m. and work non-stop until 1 p.m. You will have 10 minutes for lunch, after which you will work again until midnight. After that, you will return to your room and have an hour of prayer and repentance before going to bed at 1 a.m. That's 3 hours of sleep a night, 1 meal a day, and that meal had to be consumed in less than 10 minutes, and it had to be something crappy like black bread or a piece of jerky. Not to mention the grueling high-intensity slave labor that continued day after day. Garm's voice echoed upward due to the Nouvelle Vague's vertical panopticon structure. Vikir could hear the sound of Garm's voice and the wavelengths it created, and he could sense the overall structure of the Nouvelle Vague. A large cylindrical structure. Prisoner cells are arranged in a circle around the walls, with a workshop in the center of the bottom 9 levels. The stronger prisoners closer to level 9 seem to be working in the central depths of the bottom 9 levels, breaking rocks and digging down into the ground, while the weaker prisoners closer to level 1 were working in the distance, blowing mounds of dirt and rocks and dumping them outside. The prisoners in the middle were divided into work areas according to the level of the floor they were imprisoned on, and worked to move piles of rocks and dirt. This means that if you're closer to level 9, you're working in the deepest, hottest, and most dangerous part of the worksite, and if you're closer to level 1, you're working in the shallower, less hot, and safer part. This may sound complicated, but it was very easy and simple to illustrate. Lieutenant Garm said, "You are currently engaged in the glorious labor of expanding the great Nouvelle Vague. Do it with pride and do it well." Expanding the Nouvelle Vague. To be more specific, they were currently creating an area deeper than the 9th floor underground called Level 9. Aka Level 10, a massive undertaking to create a 10th underground floor. Since they're digging down to the 10th floor, it makes sense that the workshop is on the 9th floor. The new section Level 10 will house criminals who cannot be housed on Level 9. It would be wise for you, the prisoners, to cooperate if you care about your own safety. Garm had a point. Every once in a while, Nouvelle Vague would have a rampage of criminals it couldn't handle, and it was always the prisoners who were the first and most likely to die. So from the prisoners' point of view, the weaker they were, the harder they worked on the construction, and the sooner the more dangerous ones were sent down below, the better off they would be in the long run. Vikir nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nouvelle Vague has a lot of autoforter monsters. Vikir could think of quite a few criminals he knew who were currently imprisoned in Level 9. Sistus Ent Magidio, Lord Griffin, Aurora of Sleeping Beauty, Snow White of the Assassin, Cinderella of the Glass Heel, Marquis de Sade. Each of these monsters was powerful enough to wipe out an entire nation with a single blow. Imprisoned here after being sentenced to life imprisonment more than 5,000 times during their time on Earth, even the Nouvelle Vague's Level 9 floor could not contain them. For your information, if you refuse to serve or resist the guard's control, you will be sent to solitary confinement. Don't think there's a floor worse than Level 9. Garm opened his mouth as if aiming his words at Vikir. Vikir heard the words and nodded slowly. The cell the guard was referring to was probably nothing like the one Vikir was in now. Solitary, a terrible place. I've heard it's a hard place to get out of alive once you're locked up in it, and that there's only one prisoner in all of Nouvelle Vague who can survive it. Vikir was recalling all the information he'd heard before his regression. Oh, they're coming. Get out of the way or you'll get eaten. The low-level prisoners returning from their labor backed away to the left and right, terrified. The guards too stood tense, their weapons crossed, staring at the other side of the gate. Black shadows stretched across the fiery horizon. Shadows that are big, small, or incredibly large. They are the prisoners of Level 9 returning from their work in the center of the labor fields. All eyes were on the returning prisoners of Level 9. Vikir turned his head away as if he didn't care and spoke in a deep tone. "Hey guard, do you happen to have a newspaper or something?" Lieutenant Garm, who was breaking out in a cold sweat, turned his head. Then, incredulously, he replied, "Newspapers, why would you look for such a precious thing in a prisoner?" "Newspapers are precious, I didn't know that. Anything from the outside world is valuable, especially something as informative as a newspaper. Even among the guards, newspapers are rarely seen. And only the warden and a few other privileged people can read them. The connection to the outside world is both precious and dangerous. At least that's how it worked in Nouvelle Vague." Vikir clicked his tongue ruefully. "We're as good as prisoners and guards who are imprisoned here." At that, Garm put his hands on his hips in disbelief. But he did not bother to pull out the 3-stage baton attached to his waist. "Tomorrow that leisure will disappear. Even if you are a demon trapped in level 9, once you taste the labor of the Nouvelle Vague, you will be stunned. This prison is named after the volcano Nouvelle Vague, which was once hotter than any other. It is now an extinct volcano, but the geothermal heat still trapped inside and unable to escape is as hot as hell." Garm expressed his condolences to Vikir, who had to dig down there starting tomorrow, especially the deepest and hottest part of it. It's where even the demons of level 9 die casually. 4 a.m. the next day. Vikir was taken to the workshop as soon as he awoke. Even the strongest and most ferocious prisoners have no business having the dism chains around their necks forcibly pulled by a giant pulley in their sleep. Countless prisoners were dragged out and lined up in the corridors like rotting zombies. Then the guards on duty at dawn would come out and count the prisoners from a distance out of their reach. That's the morning count. The prisoners were generally well behaved. They might be chronically sleep-deprived and malnourished, but that didn't stop them from being irritable and sensitive. There was a risk of being killed by a fellow prisoner, but mostly because they didn't have the energy to be angry in the first place. Standing in front of the massive iron gates to the workshop, Vikir waited to be given his tools. As he waited, he could see the prisoners on the next lower level lined up to get their tools. "Hey, give me more nails, I can't work with these today." "Guard, the pickaxe is too dull to dig the tunnel." "The sledgehammer is loose, do you have anything else?" The prisoners were jockeying for every bit of good equipment they could get. They knew that the quota was always set, and if they didn't meet it, horrible corporal punishment awaited them. The guards were also relatively cooperative with the prisoners' demands, as they were punished in terms of wages and vacation time if the prisoners in their group did not complete their assigned areas on time. Some guards even fought with other guards to ensure that the prisoners in their group received good tools. Vikir tried to estimate the number of guards in the Nouvelle Vague based on the number of roaming guards and their chain of command. The number of combat-capable guards is roughly 3,000 and the number of non-combatants is at least 4,000. Due to information prior to the return, he also knows that there are 5 chief guards in charge of these guards. The numbers are higher than expected, and he needs to be careful what he does. Then, a sack of tools was placed in front of Vikir. The familiar face of the guard, Lieutenant Garm, was calling out the tools to Vikir. "Strange how often we meet." Without thinking, Vikir took the tools from him. Lieutenant Garm gave him instructions in a businesslike tone. "Work tools are strictly controlled to prevent prisoners from getting carried away. You must return your work tools intact at the end of your working hours. And if you lose them, you will be sent to solitary confinement until they are found. If your tools are broken or lost, you must have a note from the guards to prove it. Otherwise, of course, you will be sent to solitary until they are found. If you lose your tools, you're dead." So prisoners guard the tools they were given at the beginning of their work, like their lives. Sneaking them away to escape or fight is unthinkable. And of course, the prisoners had to fill out and sign an inventory form before going to work stating what tools they had been issued. Every strand of rope and every nail had to be meticulously written down and inspected by a guard before the prisoner could leave for the workshop. "Come on, don't waste time, let's get moving. If we miss the construction deadline, we'll be sent to solitary confinement. Again, hurry up and write the status board and get the hell out of here, you slug." The prisoners were anxious to get out of the workshop. Not because they liked the work but because they were afraid of the harsh corporal punishment they would receive if the project was delayed. Vikir was also silently gathering his tools. "You're early." A sledgehammer, a bundle of chains, and a handful of nails were all he had. Prisoners at level 9 aren't given much in the way of tools. The conditions in which they work are so harsh that wood burns and iron quickly turns to molten metal. So they have to break rocks and scoop up dirt with their bare fists. They must endure the heat with their bare skin, and they must climb barefoot. No matter how high or deep. Anything sharp and pointy, anything hard and tough, anything rough and heavy. They had to deal with. This, of course, was something Vikir had been preparing for since he was imprisoned in level 9. Then, "What's with this kid, are you a level 9 too, Kurakuru?" A sarcastic laugh came from the back of the next row. Vikir turned his head to see a man with a huge frame, fearsome eyes, and a nasty birthmark.
Sakut de Leviathan.
The prisoner who had been labeled a level 8 at yesterday's intake was openly arguing with Vikir. Every time he bursts into laughter, a foul odor spreads. The prisoners around him were too afraid to go near him for fear of catching a plague. Did you hear that lunatic wasn't even disinfected by the sulfur shower when he came in? They say you can't go near him without catching the plague. The guards don't know what to do. Damn, I'm afraid of shit. I avoid it because it's dirty. That shit was scary. Hearing the chatter around him, Saketh became even more agitated and began to giggle. A foul stench of poison and fetid odor emanated from his teeth, which had fallen out due to the vile poison. "Kid, what did you do to get in here? You must have messed with somebody's delicacy. I've heard of people being imprisoned like that sometimes. Yesterday, after the entrance ceremony, I went to the room and there was a guy who looked like a jizzing old lady. I think his name was Casanova or something. Well, it doesn't matter now because I ate him yesterday. I chewed him alive, Kurakuru." There was no interruption from the other prisoners. The other prisoners cringed, fearing they might spread the plague. The guards in their masks and hazmat suits stood at a distance, frowning arrogantly, but only Vikir stood there unmoving. He was simply scribbling a list of the missing tools on the status board. Then, as if on cue, the prisoners around him shuffled to his side. "Hey kid, can't you hear me? Ahura, I saw you yesterday at the entrance ceremony and you seem to have a lot of nerve. Are you a level 9? Hey, just because I'm on the 8th floor and you're on the 9th floor doesn't mean you think you're stronger and more dangerous than me, does it?" Saketh said, running his fingers through Vikir's hair. "I came here to the Nouvelle Vague on purpose to have him by my side. But what's this? He's at level 9, why should I be at level 8? Isn't there's something wrong with this? Someone like me should be at level 9. Why is a weakling like you at level 9 and him not send me to level 9 too, so I can be by his side?" As he shouted in excitement, a dark aura began to emanate from his entire body. It was a poisonous aura that could not be blocked by the Dism restraints. And the poisonous energy he had accumulated in his body naturally rose up, regardless of his mana. "Why am I a level 8? Is it because I turned myself in? Isn't that enough to send me to level 9? If so, why don't I just turn this place upside down? Let's see if I can sprinkle some plague on it. Let me give you a taste of my red death," while roaring maniacally into the air. "I think I know why." A brief voice caught Saketh's attention. It was Vikir speaking, gathering up his tools after he'd finished cleaning up. Saketh sounded a little confused. "Kid, did you just say that?" "Yes. Kururu." Saketh spat out a laugh that sounded like 1,000 fires boiling deep in his throat, and with a terrifying expression he thrust his face in front of Vikir. "I see. Why do you think I haven't reached level 9? Because you don't have the basics." "Basic? What's that?" He opened his mouth to ask. "Hhhh." Vikir's hand moved. Vikir shoves a handful of nails into Saketh's gaping mouth. Then he raised his fist and punched him in the jaw. Pyoyog. Saketh's head turned. At the same time, the nails in his mouth clattered together, piercing his cheeks, nose, chin, and neck, and sticking out in all directions. Puhak Kuik. Vikir smirked as he stepped over the blood-spattered, struggling Saketh. "You should at least learn to recognize whether you're the predator or the prey." At the same time, the sound of numerous military boots clattered up the stairs. Above the door to the workshop, guards ranging in rank from major to lieutenant colonel and above were running frantically. What's the commotion, night hounds? The blood drained from the faces of all the prisoners as they heard the shout. From the work commander Lieutenant Colonel Bastille. The night hound sentenced to life imprisonment 3021 times prison level 9. Who would have guessed that the scary resident who had only been rumored so far would actually be such a handsome boy? Construction on the new level 10 has begun. Digging down into the interior of the great volcano was hard work indeed. Even Vikir, who had crossed countless lines of fire, thought that it was probably the hardest labor in human history. Dug. Vikir rolled the huge boulder with his bare hands, pushing the boulder up the steep slope. The boulder was not only heavy but hot, as if it had just been pulled out of a fire. But it wasn't just the boulder he was pushing up. Digging up soil, gushing groundwater, sulfurous gas, melting rock, billowing oil vapor and blazing flames. Everything about the construction site in the crater was extremely hot. Prisoners were forced to walk barefoot and carry heavy objects over the insanely hot bedrock. Inside this extreme heat, the flesh dries out and becomes crispy. Blood, sweat, and the moisture of the flesh would drain away, leaving only the tiny bones and nerve bundles underneath. Compared to this heavy labor, the entrance ceremony seems like a child's play. In the cradle. If Vikir, a superhuman, felt this way, what about the other prisoners? All around the workshop, people were collapsing, and the crack of the guards' whips echoed through the air. Higher-level prisoners, level 6 or 7 and above, also collapse one by one from the constant hard labor and poor food. Each time, the lower-level prisoners upstairs would fall to the ground. Did you hear there was a death in level 6 this time? What, level 6 is where the inmates are trapped, right? There are deaths there too. I thought it was just pure monsters. Even among those monsters, there's a division of power. Damn, that guy who died there would have reigned like a king if he were on our floor, right? Seeing monsters that were much stronger and more vicious than them fall like that. How harsh must the depths of the workshop be? That's why the prisoners upstairs are so careful to never be transferred downstairs. Naturally, the vague fear of the prisoners downstairs who survived in such a harsh environment cannot help but grow. Meanwhile, the prisoners downstairs had fun laughing at and belittling their dying colleagues or the prisoners upstairs. TSK, hey, I hear there's a death upstairs, must been working on level 6. You're doing all the embarrassing work yourself. They should have transferred that weakling upstairs. So who ate it? The corpse. My mouth is watering. The guys around here ripped it apart and there wasn't much left, just bones and skin, nothing to eat. It is a strangely distorted boast about the class to which one belongs. It was a sense of pride and superiority over who was enduring the most severe suffering. In this atmosphere, a prisoner's body dried up like a mummy receives no sympathy or remembrance. That monster bastard, he's finally gone. There will be no need to worry anymore. Haha, I can't believe you're like that, even though you worked comfortably in a cooler place than me. Pathetic. The dead are greeted with fear, scorn, sneers, and sighs of relief. Even the corpse is reduced to a piece of meat to be chewed and swallowed in a few bites. The level 10 construction site was such a place. At that time, too, the sound of a horn echoed throughout the area announcing lunchtime. A honeyed 10-minute break, 10 minutes that melt faster than ice cream thrown into lava. This mealtime was my only hope and oasis to make it through the day. Tug, 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 tug. The guards circled among the prisoners, distributing food from their baskets. Vikir too was given lunch, the only meal rationed once a day. Tug. A chunk of bread so charred it could have been coal fell in front of them. The bread was already coarse and hard, but something had gone wrong in the cooking process, making it even blacker and harder. The bread was served with salted sardines that hadn't been gutted, and they reeked of a disgusting smell from the heat of transportation. But the prisoners ate it gratefully. Vikir chewed the bread and salted sardines and thought idly, I wonder if the message got through. Before being escorted to Nouvelle Vague, had sent a message to those who remained via Cindy Wendy. Head even left one more message through Isabella before entering the iron. Maiden just in case. There's no telling what the demons might do on Earth without him. With their companions gone, the remaining demons must be quite nervous. But Vikir had a job to do here in Nouvelle Vague and he couldn't stay on the surface any longer. So Vikir had shared his plan with a few trusted people. For now I'll do what I can. Vikir shook off his thoughts and looked up. Before him lay a vast crater, a shaft of sulfurous gas and bubbling lava. It's hard to believe this is the inside of an extinct volcano. There's something down here I'm looking for. Vikir stared at the bottom of the pit, not knowing how much further he would have to dig. It was then that Decorabia, who had been silent in Vikir's chest, spoke. It's not long now, it is surely near. So it is, I thought so too. Vikir nodded, remembering the time before the regression. The level 10 work here in Nouvelle Vague is aimed at digging deeper into the volcano and expanding its interior space. And it was serving some of Vikir's purposes. Even if it wasn't for the level 10, Vikir had something else he was looking for, and he needed to dig down into this volcano. To do so, he turned himself in and traveled all the way down to Nouvelle Vague. It was as if the power of many prisoners was helping him. Then, Vikir's thoughts were interrupted. He heard a group of prisoners giggling and shouting from the workshop above him. Hey stupid Garm. Not enough bread, damn it, what if we screw this up? What the fuck are you asking us to starve to death? Give me your share of bread, you asshole. It was an amazing scene. The prisoners were shouting accusations and profanity at the guard. And he could see that the guard was rather shaken. Vikir recognized the guard's face at once. You're looking strangely familiar. The guard was Lieutenant Garm, who had given Vikir some guidance in the past. His bushy hair, his cap pressed down so deeply that it obscured his face, and the burn marks that covered his face made it easy to recognize him, but they made it hard to tell what he looked like. I am sorry, inmates, there's a problem with the bread ration and there aren't enough of them. Who cares if there's a problem? You probably stole our bread from the other guards. The prisoners' accusations were fierce, no wonder they were deprived of their once-a-day bread. The work system at Nouvelle Vague was a bit unusual, with one guard in charge of dozens of prisoners, each working in their own section. The guard in charge and the prisoners in charge change every month, and it's all recorded as a monthly performance, which benefits and penalizes both the prisoners and the guards. As a result, the guards do their best to improve the performance of the prisoners they are in charge of this month, often using whipping or solitary confinement as a weapon. But just begging doesn't work, so the guards try to encourage their prisoners by giving them better tools or extra bread. And naturally there were rivalries and nervousness among the guards, who would put well-behaved prisoners in their groups or sneak extra tools or bread for the prisoners. Of course, here in the Nouvelle Vague all goods are limited and scarce, and if someone gets one more bite, someone else has to go hungry. So the prisoners in Lieutenant Garm's group resented his timidity in bringing them extra bread or work tools, only to have them taken away by other guards or prisoners. Damn it, why should I be assigned to the stupid Garm group? I thought you said he was the lowest performer among the new lieutenants. Pathetic, I mean ignored by his fellow guards and even the prisoners. Did you hear those burn marks on his face were inflicted by a prisoner? That's not all. The asshole says he gets his meals taken away by prisoners too. Do you want to know something more surprising? I heard that the higher level prisoners even make him keep watch over them at night. As Vikir listened to the prisoners' descriptions, he suddenly realized why the guard's face looked so familiar. It was a lot of hard and difficult work. Going to the prisoners of level 9 to show them around would be something even most guards would be reluctant to do. You never know when you're going to get into trouble. Meanwhile, 10 minutes into the meal period, the prisoners in Garm's group were still stretching out their legs. Damn it, we haven't had any bread anyway. We're not working, just beat us. Beat us? I'm not working either. Well, since I'm in the stupid Garm group anyway, I'm not going to get any work done this month. They'll just get corporal punishment. Hey, take out that triple baton on your waist and kill me. Lieutenant Garm was at a loss, as the group of prisoners was in a state of despair. Clearly there was something a little off about him. Meanwhile Vikir thought to himself, now that I think about it, other prisoners are also sabotaging work. It's no wonder that the stronger and more violent prisoners are less likely to cooperate with construction. Prisoners held at higher levels and in deeper cells tended to neglect their work, and the guards couldn't easily intervene with them. They are dangerous people who are lucky if they don't go on a rampage. It would also look weird if I worked too hard on my own. Vikir is a prisoner at level 9. Most of the floors here at level 9 are empty. Most of the inmates are in and out of solitary confinement on a regular basis, either because they've been labeled as rebellious, a traitor, or a candidate for transfer to level 10. But for personal reasons Vikir had to work hard on the construction of the level 10, and if he did anything wrong he could be suspected of being too diligent in his labor for a prisoner of level 9. He'll need to have some sort of excuse for that, and there's something else I'd like to try out. After making his calculations, Vikir dropped the rock he was holding. Kerr. The boulder rolled down the slope at a tremendous speed. What the hell is that? Boulder rolling. Stop, no dodge. The guards scrambled out of the way. Quack pow. With a loud bang the boulder crashed into the lava pit, sending rocks and lava droplets flying in all directions. Soon all eyes turned upward. The area where the inmates of level 9 labor. There stood Vikir, the culprit, behind the boulder, looking nonchalant. I didn't do it. The idea was to see how the guards came out. Boom. Waves of rock fragments and lava spread in all directions, creating an earthquake and tsunami. All the prisoners and guards lifted their heads and looked at Vikir. I will not. Vikir expressed his unwillingness to speak in brief words, and it was a revolutionary statement that shook the very foundations of Nouvelle Vague. Prisoners work and guards supervise. This is because this was the system that
kept the Nouvelle Vague alive.
For a moment silence filled the whole place. Vikir thought to himself, it's almost time for the guards to start whipping. According to the Nouvelle Vague manual, if a prisoner refused to work, the guards could use whips, batons, or knives to punish them. But things turned out a little differently than Vikir expected. A riot on level 9. This is beyond our ability to handle. Backup, call for backup. Kaya, blow the horn. The guards screamed like girls, their faces drained of color, and turned to A4. Paper. Soon the red horn, the most serious warning sound, echoed heavily throughout the workshop. As soon as they heard it, even the most distant prisoners dropped to the floor. With their hands covering their eyes and ears, their mouths open and their waists raised. They braced themselves for a possible massive shockwave, a move that was apparently practiced often. Vikir closed his mouth, suddenly feeling sick. Now that I think about it, I heard that all of my comrades who escaped before regression were imprisoned at around level 3 or 4. A level 3 or level 4 prisoner rioting would certainly be treated differently than a level 9 prisoner rioting. But I didn't realize it would be this different. Vikir, who had simply refused to work, was being treated like a terrorist who had come to blow up Nouvelle Vague. The clatter of military boots broke the cheaply frozen atmosphere of the workshop. Guards of the highest rank. Fierce-looking men, each with a sword or two emblazoned on their shoulder. Epaulets gathered in scrums of dozens. Beside them were a circle of captain-ranked guards, each wearing a 3-diamond insignia. At the head of the line, a Bastille lieutenant colonel spoke. Knight Hound, resume your labor at once, or there will be only punishment. He was in charge of various events such as entrance ceremonies and execution ceremonies and management of labor camps, and was a high-ranking prison guard, ranked just below the 5th warden in the Nouvelle Vague. Upon hearing the stern warning, Vikir raised his right hand and slipped it into the pocket of his prison uniform. The moment he pulled his hand out of the pocket, all the guards tensed up. Sug. But what emerged from Vikir's pocket was a fist with only his middle finger extended straight out. Padug. A line of blood stood on Bastille's forehead. Suppress him, even if you kill him, I won't hold you guilty. At those words, the guards in front of him raised their weapons and rushed forward. Huge, unyielding swords, massive maces, murderously sharpened longswords, heavy axe blades and long gaunt daggers fell upon Vikir without warning. Vikir stroked his chin and pondered. I don't see the face I'm looking for, so why don't I just run around a bit until it comes out? At the moment Vikir's eyes saw the guards flying at him with mana, and their attacks were extremely slow. Although he couldn't use his mana due to the Basso handcuffs, it wasn't difficult for him to dodge their attacks thanks to the physical resistance, magic resistance and reflexes stats he gained in the Hell Tree. Vikir's psychic nerves, which had blossomed to the extreme, were complemented by his experienced combat senses. Puff puff puff. With a few swipes of his head from side to side, Vikir dodged all of the attacks and soon slipped around the back of the scrum organized by the consular guards. Then the high-ranking guards, who were building a siege network behind them, were startled and surprised. Haig, we can't get through. Don't be silly, he can't use mana anyway. Kill him. Each of the guards drew a baton or sword and swung it at Vikir. But bad judgment. Vikir swung the Basso chains around his wrists and ankles in the air, knocking them all away. Clangwish. The Basso chains meant to restrain the prisoner became a weapon. The snake-like chains snapped the guards' noses, cracking their bones. Vikir continued to pummel the three guards with his fists, feet, and elbows, then broke through the encirclement of the higher-ranking guards. Ugkyug, Kahag, whack. One by one the lower-ranking guards were knocked out by Vikir's blows. Ugh, what's wrong with him? He can't use mana. But it was only natural for the guards to react this way. Whoosh! Vikir thought to himself as he stomped on the face of a major-level guard who followed him the rest of the way. They say the guards at Nouvelle Vague are mostly evil, and they're right. No sane prison guard would come to work in such a dreadful place. Most of the guards here at Nouvelle Vague have been demoted for excessive harshness or corruption. Most of them are human beings who are no different from the prisoners except for the clothes they wear. Vikir knew this because he had seen and heard many testimonies of how the guards took out their perverse desires and stress on the prisoners. Then, other figures entered Vikir's vision. Older faces with less grime than the high-ranking guards. Guards of the so-called rank, the lowest class in the Nouvelle Vague, were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, pointing their swords at Vikir. Every single one of them was trembling. Stan, the seniors are down now, it's our turn. As a prison guard of the great Nouvelle Vague, I will never back down. Yo, be brave, let's fight. But no one stepped forward. They were still too young and weak to jump into something that would surely kill them. They must be about the same age as the students at the Colosio Academy. Vikir thought as he looked at the new recruits in front of him. Then, Vikir felt a streak of lightning pass across his cheek. Bam bam bam. A few strands of hair fell off his head from the sharp blow. Vikir turned his head in disbelief. A determined-looking female guard stood there, a knife tucked into her waistband. She looked to be in her late teens. She had a pretty face, but her stern expression made her look much more seasoned than her years. A diamond was pinned to her breastplate along with a nameplate that read Kirko Grim, a ranking badge indicating her so-called rank. Vikir stared in pure admiration. He could tell by the way Shed wielded the sword and the lead sword earlier that this girl's talents were not ordinary. A rare quality comparable to Tudor or Bianca or Sinclair or perhaps even Camus or Dolores. A girl with the potential to rival even the young heroes of the Colosio Academy. Why would someone with such wasted talent be in a place like this? Kirko, didn't any hero have a name like that before the regression? Even the guards of Nouvelle Vague, who had declared themselves uninvolved in worldly affairs during the first half of the Demon War, had come to the surface to fight demons during the second half of the Demon War. The situation was as bad as it was. However, none of the female heroes who rose to prominence during that time were named Kirko. With all her talent and skill, why wasn't she known? Vikir looked at Kirko with a bit of a question in his eyes. Hot. With no one else moving, Kirko alone bravely drew his sword. Another lightning-like slash, this one touching the peak of sword expert. Such a waste. Vikir dodged Kirko's sword with a paper-thin gap. Quang. He stretched out his snake-like grip, grabbed Kirko by the throat and slammed him to the ground. Thohog. Kirko hit the floor vomiting. Vikir had just lifted his foot to pass by Kirko's side. Oh no. There was another guard blocking his path. Garm, Lieutenant Garm Nord. A guard who was known as the asshole among the prisoners as well as the guards. This reckless junior guard stood in Kirko's way and started a confrontation with Vikir. Vikir lowered his gaze in a strange way. Kirko slumped to the floor moaning and Garm standing in front of him in desperation. Whatever the relationship between the two crybabies was, it wasn't a pleasant one for Vikir. Get out of the way. Oh no, Kirkomon. But Garm couldn't finish his sentence. Vikir raised his hand in annoyance and slapped Garm across the cheek. Quack quack quack. Garm was sent flying backwards in an instant, knocked out cold. Hugh. The gathered guards stamped their feet, helpless to do anything about Vikir. Vikir meanwhile could not outrun all these guards without expending mana, so he could only look for gaps in the encirclement. Just then, what's the commotion? A gravelly voice came from the top of a cliff far up the slope. A voice as heavy as boiling water. All the guards' faces lit up as if they'd seen a savior. A man stood on a cliff looking down at them. He had jet-black skin and eyes that burned yellow. His short hair, the scars that covered his face and body, his log-like biceps. His waist and the muscles that packed his body so tightly that his uniform was about to burst. Diorjum D. Diorkdile. One of the 5 pillars that support the Nouvelle Vague. One of the 5 warden, the most powerful of the 5. Vikir lifted his head and looked over the cliff. A large man with black skin and searing golden eyes.
Deordum des Deorkdil.
Colonel by rank, one of the 5 wardens of Nouvelle Vague, and with the exception of Warden Orca, there is virtually no one higher than him. A riot. Colonel Diordum's voice was like a slow boil from a low temperature. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille below him answered hastily. Yes, one of the inmates of level 9 refused to do his labor and injured the guards. We were just about to subdue him. Diordum's gaze shifted to Vikir. Suddenly Vikir felt as if countless axe blades hanging from chains were stabbing at his entire body. This is dangerous. His reflexes, maxed out in the Hell Tree, alerted him to the danger by making every hair on his body stand on end. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in quite some time. Vikir was willing to trust the warnings of his instincts, and he immediately stomped the ground and stepped back. Quack quack quack. The ground where Vikir had stood just moments before exploded with a loud crack. Diorjum had fallen there. A slight earthquake occurred when a large figure measuring 298 centimeters tall and weighing 220 kilograms fell. Diorjum landed with one hand on the ground and slowly pulled himself up to face Vikir. Diordum's yellow blazing eyes emitted a strange glow beyond the searing sulfur fire. He wore metal gauntlets and a bandana on his forearms from which sprouted axe blades in a swirling, twisting spiral pattern. With that, an aura appeared on Diordum's axe blade. It began to spin at high speed, following the swirling lines of the blade. It was as if he was wrapping a vortex of blades around the forearms of both hands. As expected, he uses an unusual weapon. Vikir nodded, remembering a time before the regression. Among the heroes who once roamed the battlefields of the frontier, there were 2 who were rumored to have unusual methods of attack: Mozgus, Archbishop of Quavadi's family, and Diorjum, a warden from Nouvelle Vague. Mozgus' attack consisted of wrapping an aura around a thick scripture, splitting it open at each page and sending it flying, while Diordum's used an attack method of extending his fist with aura loaded onto the strange arm straps and torsos wrapped around both forearms. He's quite intimidating in person. Aside from his massive size and immense aura, there was something about Diorjum that intimidated his opponents. A human zookeeper, a man who had spent his entire life imprisoning, torturing, enslaving, harassing, and killing others. Like a dog curling its tail around a dog catcher, a human being would naturally shrink in the presence of this man named Diorjum. But Vikir is a demon hunter, a man who can make even demons curl their tails. He is a veteran of the battlefield, having spent more time on the battlefield than Diorjum has lived in his entire life. The momentum that Vikir exuded was not only neutralizing Diorjum's momentum, it was overwhelming it. Diorjum flinched at the sharpness of Vikir's aura. Is it true that you can't use mana if the power of pure flesh is this great is amazing? Seeing the groaning bodies of the major and lieutenant colonel level guards lying around, Diorjum spoke up. I'm gonna have to uproot you from here. In this state, Diorjum had an overwhelming advantage as his opponent was still wearing Dissim handcuffs and shackles unless he had access to mana. Shrug. Diorjum raised the axe blade on his forearm and said, I warn you, this may be a summary execution because of an unsavory incident between a guard and a prisoner 19 years ago. The lower levels are strictly controlled and punished. There is no judgment. Farewell. With that, Diorjum clenched his thick square jaw tightly, and soon he ran forward with snake-like veins on his forearms as thick as logs. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if a giant water buffalo was charging at him. At the same time, Diorjum's two forearms crossed horizontally and vertically. Pyoyog. Vikir blocked Diorjum's two fists with his Dissim cuffs. But Diorjum's real attack came from behind his fists, from his forearms. Ting. Wind whipped along the sharp lines of the spiral axe blade on his forearm, spinning shards of sharp aura. Vikir felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel it in his gut. If he continued to struggle with Diorjum in this position, he would be pulverized like fish meat. Pow! Vikir quickly ducked his head and rolled to the side out of the wind's reach. And then, quajijijijijijai, a whirlwind of aura that must have been more than a dozen meters in diameter flew out like a snake and swept in front of him. Patter, 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 patter. It sucked in the surrounding rocks with a tremendous sucking force, crushing them into sand. It was obvious that if a person was sucked into such a place, they would be turned into a handful of blood in less than a second. Diorjum is unleashing his power. Everyone dodge, you'll get caught. Co-Colonel Diorjum, even the guards are getting affected. In front of Diorjum's power, which minced and crushed everything without distinction, everyone in the sweatshop began to flee in terror. Vikir, meanwhile, was slightly impressed. This is the power of one of the 5 wardens. Before the regression, the heroes from Nouvelle Vague had mostly fought on the front lines in terrain that even Vikir had never encountered, so he had never seen their skill and prowess with his own eyes. But now in front of him their power was truly untold, and the rumors had not been told in vain. Quadu-du-du-du-du-du-dug. Mountains are being chipped away before his eyes, and rocks are being turned into grains of sand and scattered in all directions. The swirling air currents mix with the sulfurous gas, creating a maelstrom of flames that soon explodes into a violent explosion. Boom, 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 boom. And the whirlwind of strikes created by Diorjum shredded even the explosions and flames rushing towards Vikir. Such a monster has been lurking in Nouvelle Vague, but I doubt he will fight the demons in the future. In the pre-regression world, Diorjum had also participated in the war against demons, but that was due to complicated circumstances, and his participation involved the sacrifice of many innocents. In this life, Vikir had already changed so many things on Earth that it was unlikely that things would go as predicted. True, many of my allies have been harmed by this man. Perhaps it's better to be safe than sorry. Vikir shook his head as he saw the screaming prisoners and guards caught in the maelstrom of fire in the distance. And when Diorjum saw this, veins like a viper rose up on Diorjum's forehead. How dare you slack off? Diorjum drew in a deep breath to summon his strength. Then he doubled the number of rotations per second of the aura spinning from his forearms. The boulders that had been sucked into the vortex of the attack were no longer grains of sand, but instead turned into numerical dust and began to whirl. This is going to be hard to dodge, isn't it? Vikir ducked his head out of the way of the swirling blades. Every nerve in his body was screaming like crazy from earlier. Vikir had to keep his wits about him, because if he reacted any slower, his entire body would be torn to shreds. No mana should be used at this time, so I must use my reflexes, which have blossomed to the extreme to completely control and maneuver my body above. All else I must focus on the original principle. Vikir utilized his spatial perception and reflexes to the fullest. To know the exact size and position of his own body so that he could pass through a shower of flying strikes. It was even harder than walking through raindrops falling from the sky without getting wet. The slightest miscalculation in the size and position of the body would tear flesh and shred bone. But on the other hand, if I calculate the size and position of my body perfectly, it means I won't get hurt at all. Vikir moved like a ghost in the opposite direction of the twitching hairs. Wajijijijig. One step and the place where he had just stepped is ripped apart. Tilting his head, a fine line of stitches burst through the shoulder of his prison uniform. Vikir continued to dig into Diordum's arms. And then, Pyoyog. A fist wrapped in Dism chains shattered Diordum's aura and drove deep into his abdomen. It went in. Vikir thought to himself, human danger back. He heard the tiny voice of Decarabia shouting in his chest. Almost at the same time, Vikir felt an uneasy sensation like never before. No matter how much humans trained their bodies, there was a limit to how strong muscles could be when they were basically made of bone, flesh, blood, and skin. But there was something different about Diordum. His fist doesn't feel quite right at the end. There's a hard, heavy semi-elasticity that comes back along the back of the hand after a clear hit to the abdomen. It wasn't the kind of thing that would be felt when hitting a human body. It's like dragon body. Vikir furrowed his brow. Whoosh! The thick sulfurous gas and the fragments of the aura caused by the vortex were cleared away, revealing Diordum's body. Bang! It was clearly not a human body as it ferociously stamped on Vikir's body. Ududug. Vikir was crushed under a huge palm that pressed down on his entire torso. It's not human power, that's for sure. Vikir was right, the palm of Diordum that was now crushing his entire body was not human. A palm as big as a bed, the back of the hand covered in rough thick scales, and nails like sharp claws, and what was visible beyond the thin webs spread between the 5 thick fingers were black scales and burning yellow pupils. Saltwater crocodile. Diordum was revealing a grotesque creature, half human, half crocodile. I don't like this look because my uniform is torn, Diordum muttered, baring his fearsome teeth. Meanwhile, Vikir looked at Diordum's beast form and thought, I wonder if the rumor was true that all 5 wardens of Nouvelle Vague are not human. Beastman humans with a mix of genes from various beasts. They are considered to be similar to orcs, dwarves, and elves and are capable of coexisting with humans due to their high intelligence and general appearance. However, when their emotions get the best of them, they transform into grotesque forms that look like a mix of animals, and because of this they have been discriminated against and their numbers have decreased to the point where they are almost non-existent. Being a member of the saltwater crocodile family, this is rare. Vikir burrowed into the soft dirt of the floor, slipping out of Diordum's palm in an instant. Diordum bared his teeth and chased after Vikir. A long, thick tail protruded from its black uniform and swung like a whip. Quack! The stone mountain behind him crumbled to pieces. Vikir darted inward, following the hollow where the tail had passed and swung his Dism chain at Diordum's side. However, Tong. The inside of Diordum's uniform was already filled with black thick scales and barbs. That's why Vikir's punch earlier hadn't done any damage. You don't stand a chance, Diordum said, the aura of spirals still spinning from his forearms slamming into the ground. Quack-quack-quack-quang. A pulsating storm of blows began to erupt from beneath the ground, threatening to tear the world apart. Rocks, dirt, sand, and lava all turned to fine-grained dust in this whirlwind. What's more, the surrounding atmosphere is boiling madly as sulfurous gases are being sucked into the center of the storm and ignited. Kulululululig quack-quack-wang. Explosions and crushing prisoners and guards alike shuddered in the distance at the sight, as if the god of destruction had descended. And Vikir also made his decision. This won't work. As long as he's wearing the Dism restraints, he can't win, even if he comes back from the dead. If it weren't for the stat's head built up in the hell tree, he would have been torn apart long ago. Then how about this? Vikir ducked out of the way of a flying blow. The destination was the slope where Vikir had been laboriously pushing boulders up just moments before. Diorjum had just reached the top of the slope when Vikir followed him. Tig! Vikir kicked out all the loose rocks he had been working on. And then a huge shower of boulders ignited and began to tumble down. Quackwang! The flaming boulders rolled down the slope at breakneck speed, crashing into Diorjum. Familiarizing yourself with the terrain is fundamental to combat. Vikir was always in the habit of studying the terrain around him in preparation for battle. It was true in the jungle of the Red and Black Mountains, it was true in the orphanage, and it was true here on level 9 in Nouvelle Vague. But you underestimate the warden of Nouvelle Vague, kid. Diorjum was unfazed by the house-sized boulder that rolled right up to his nose. Taking a deep breath, Diorjum raised his bulging forearms high in the air. And then, quabang! The blow shattered the rock. The powerful fist and the swirl of blades that followed didn't just shatter the rocks, they ground and crushed them into dust. Oh! The guards watching from afar cheered at Diorjum's incredible feat. However, it's nice to have some strength, please try more. Vikir stomped his foot over a few more trunks on the slope. Kululululululung. Boulders even larger than before began to roll down the slope. A bead of cold sweat formed on Diorjum's forehead. It would be disgraceful for him to back down while his men were watching. As Vikir had planned, Diorjum was forced to use his strength to break every falling rock. Quang quackwang quajijijig. Diorjum smashed 3 of the boulders in quick succession. However, the 4th boulder proved to be a little too much for him. Pyoyog. He was only able to break it in half. The remaining piece of rock sent Diorjum flying backwards, and he landed upside down on a lava pool at the bottom of the slope. Pungdiong Puziig. The lava pool, which was boiling at a temperature far beyond common sense, swallowed Diorjum whole. The guards who were cheering just a moment ago froze in place. A strange silence settled over the entire labor camp. Then, purr. The surface of the lava pool was shattered and something large and dark soared upward. Diorjum, he leaped up, his face a mess of anger. The uniforms issued to wardens are supposed to be fireproof, but judging by the fact that they were so ragged, the burns he had sustained were serious. Ka, you bastard, I'll kill you. Diorjum seemed to be blinded by his extreme rage. One only had to look at his muscles, which were more than twice as bulging as before he fell into the lava. Then, enough. Vikir held up his hand. While Diorjum paused, wondering what was going on, Vikir quickly explained. I have no intention of resisting any longer, let me live. Diorjum doubted his ears for a moment. Criminals vicious enough to be locked up in level 9 usually had huge egos. So once they start a riot, the only way to quell it is by execution. But I can't beat you unless I use mana, but I don't want to be killed anyway, so I'm done. I'll accept any punishment if you let me live from now on. I'll be a good servant. All the guards, including Diorjum, understood what Vikir was saying. Oh my god, a prisoner of level 9 is surrendering himself if he was going to do this. Why did he start a riot in the first place? You ridiculous. Diorjum was about to shout when Vikir nudged him to the side. Just so you know, I've been working on loosening up all the joints a little. While now, if you don't let me live, I'll zero out all the work you've done so far. Vikir has been working on a lot of nails, not just the ones he just removed. If all the boulders on the shaft up there were to roll off, the entirety of level 9 would be wiped out. Grrrtt. Diorjum gritted his teeth hard enough to break them. If the little bastard has his way, he'll be caught someday, but the damage is too great. With so many of his men watching and the other workshop's laborers stopped, he couldn't afford to keep the commotion going any longer. Very well, if you surrender, I'll spare you execution. Very well then. Vikir descended the slope only after receiving Diorjum's public promise. As Vikir descended, a number of guards who had been flanking Diorjum rushed to his side and placed double and triple dism cuffs on him. Thud, thud, thud. Diorjum walked over to the kneeling Vikir. And then, bam! With all his might he slammed his fist into Vikir's face. Tug-tug. Diorjum snorted as he looked down at Vikir's bloodied body. Take him to solitary confinement 3 months, no 100 days. Yes, 100 days in solitary is a de facto execution. Beside him, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille nodded. Next, a number of guards rushed over and pulled at Dissam's chains. Vikir fell to the ground, dragged, and disappeared into a deep pool of blood. The commotion is over. Resume your labor. Diorjum turned and shouted. Then, neither the guards nor the prisoners stirred, but no one moved from there. Seats. Then Diorjum shouted again. What are you doing? Resume your labor immediately. Just then Lieutenant Kirko next to him spoke up in a low voice. Excuse me, Colonel, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but don't have anything to do with labor. What? Diorjum frowned as if he didn't know what she was talking about. Then Kirko cautiously raised a finger and pointed behind him. Diorjum turned his head to see what was behind him. A collapsed mountain, shattered rocks, deeply dug up dirt. The construction was so far advanced that there was nothing for the prisoners to do but labor. The destruction was going on so fast and so much that it was overwhelming. While Diorjum ran around sweating, the veins on Diorjum's forehead, who had single-handedly fulfilled the prisoners' work quota for the day, seemed as if they were about to burst. Solitary confinement, corporal punishment for sharing a room alone. Solitary confinement is a common form of corporal punishment in prisons. One might wonder why solitary confinement is a form of corporal punishment. But it makes sense if the room is small enough to defy common sense. The popular concept of solitary confinement is that of a small space that's less than half a meter square, a complete claustrophobic space with nothing to see and nobody to talk to. However, this is the definition of solitary confinement in most prisons, and Nouvelle Vague is far more severe. I was told 3 months in solitary confinement for refusing to do labor and fighting the guards. Now Vikir will experience firsthand what it means to be sent to solitary confinement, the second harshest punishment in Nouvelle Vague after execution. Creak, 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 creak. One of the guards carried Vikir, who was stretched out and covered in blood from Diorjum's blows. As he dragged the cart, he spoke in a low voice. As of this hour you will be held in solitary confinement. You will be released after 100 days. Vikir raised his head, removed the blood scabs, and opened his eyes. He saw the familiar face of the guard. Garm Nord. The name on his name tag was a familiar one. Did you get caught again? Vikir asked, and Garm smiled bitterly. No, this time I volunteered. But to get you to your cell in relative safety. Garm said that there are vicious guards who often kill prisoners who have been found dead for fun. That was why he had volunteered, to make sure that Vikir would not suffer any further penalties beyond those prescribed by law. Vikir shook his head. What does it matter to you if I die or not? I just wanted to thank you. Thank you. Yes, because you didn't kill me. Vikir was silent for a moment at Garm's words. This was a calculated rampage in many ways, and there was no need to escalate things any further than necessary. So Vikir had been deliberately careful not to cause any deaths, and Garm seemed to have misunderstood something from that. Vikir was about to tell him the truth when Garm spoke up. And most of all, thank you for bringing Kirko back safely. Kirko. Vikir paused for a moment. Then he remembered the face of the imposing girl guard had fought so briefly before the fight with Diorjum. She was quite a character, too good to be rotting in a place like this. After his brief reminiscence, Vikir glanced away again. Garm's ears were slightly red from pulling the cart in front of him. All the other guards had their noses crushed, their teeth knocked out, and their limbs broken, but Kirko was unharmed, so I'm grateful for that. Why are you thanking her for being uninjured? Well, that's because... Garm faltered and started to say something, but then clamped his mouth shut. Seeing that Vikir understood why Garm was despised by his fellow guards and prisoners. He's too normal, the kind of personality that can only be considered shallow. In this bottom of hell, Garm was an ordinary boy in his late teens. So it was inevitable that people would be at a disadvantage in places that were out of the ordinary. As a result, he was bullied by his fellow guards in the dormitory and looked down upon by the prisoners in the workshop. He was even despised by a female coworker he had a crush on. In many ways he doesn't fit in at Nouvelle Vague. That was Vikir's assessment of Garm. He seems to have a good nature, but that is of no use in Nouvelle Vague. Then, Garm spoke up. You're going to be in solitary confinement from now on. I recommend that you bite your tongue before that because solitary confinement is really terrible. Such was the advice of the good-natured Garm, and he meant it. Naturally Vikir ignored the advice. That's the kind of advice I was given when I was being escorted to Nouvelle Vague. But solitary confinement is something else. It's nothing like a convoy or an entrance ceremony. It's horrible. But Garm could not finish his sentence. Suddenly a long shadow had begun casting in front of the cart. Ho ho ho, oh my, who is this? It's been a while since we had a guest. A woman's voice echoed through the black cave. The moment he heard it, Garm's body began to stiffen. Well, that's it for me then, good luck. Garm gave Vikir one last pat on the back. He turned to face the other side and gave a powerful salute before turning and running away. Vikir looked up. He saw a mountain peak jutting up like an awl. It was reminiscent of the Red All Castle in Morg's territory. A woman walked toward him, leaving the harsh background behind. She's tall, slender, and sexy, voluminous body, and even more colorful mustache. Beneath her sunglasses, the woman with the bushy mustache looked down at Vikir. Vikir knew who she was at a glance.
Kenel Soare.
A half-dwarf, half-elf, she was one of the 5 leading wardens of Nouvelle Vague, and along with Colonel Diorjum, the most likely next in line for the position. With dwarf blood in her veins, she grew a beard despite being a woman and had a natural talent for working with minerals. Let's see, you must be the new prisoner who fought Diorjum lively. 1. Swar looked down at Vikir and chuckled. Quajik. Swar stomped on the cart with the heel of her high heel, crushing it, and lifted Vikir by the throat with her hand. Let's see, which cell do you want me to put you in? Swar said in a seductive voice as she shook Vikir. Vikir frowned. There wasn't anything around that looked like a room, so what the hell was she going to do? But Vikir's doubts were quickly dispelled. Oh yeah, let's mix asphalt concrete and some dism powder and sculpt. Swar then rolled the floor with her foot. And then something amazing happened. Kulyong. The ground beneath Swar's foot melted away, then boiled over with a lava. Like red glow. It soon turned into a liquid as thick as molten metal and began to change its appearance at Swar's will. It'll make you a solitary cell just the right size for your body. Swar grinned, set Vikir on the floor, and popped a large pipe into his mouth. This is your breathing hole, don't lose it. Frighteningly, Swar's words were barely out of her mouth when the concrete and asphalt from above began to cover Vikir's body. Soon Vikir's body was swallowed by the concrete and asphalt and turned into a cocoon. Hot lava flows over him. Sure. The mold was solidifying. Vikir had to squeeze his eyes shut against the high internal temperature rose, to the point where it was unbearable and the feeling of emptiness rose. So this is the Nouvelle Vague's solitary confinement. Even for the mighty Vikir, solitary confinement was grim. No wonder prisoners feared solitary almost as much as the death penalty. Usually lasting a day or 2, sometimes even a week, Vikir was sentenced to 100 days in solitary confinement. Put him in solitary confinement 3 months, number 100 days. Yes, 100 days in solitary is a de facto execution. He could see now why Lieutenant Colonel Bastille had treated Vikir as if he were on death row after hearing Diordum's order. Still, am glad I got a pipe in my mouth. Water and food will come in through this, and hell, be able to breathe anyway. But without being able to do anything, it was a waste of time for the hard-working Vikir. I'll take this opportunity to let my body rest a bit and organize myself a bit. It's important to stop and take a look back after all the running you've been doing. However, he couldn't help but notice that the place was unpleasant. Whatever happened next, Vikir realized the last thing he needed was solitary confinement. 3 months and 10 days. Vikir would train his mind through meditation, and at the same time he would try to piece together the information from before the regression and plan his next move. He would have done just that if it weren't for a voice that came out of nowhere. Pushishishishi, a young fellow has joined this time, right? The voice of a man who looked quite old. It's good to have a solitary companion in my later years, young man, I hope. You live long, that way you will be my companion as well. The voice was quite unpleasant to listen to, like a nail scraping against a glass plate. Who are you? Vikir said briefly, pushing the hardening concrete with his lower jaw. He had to be careful not to let the pipe in his mouth fall. Then, there was no answer for a while, as the silence slowly hardened like concrete. Pushishishishi. The eerie laughter continued for a long time, and soon the person locked in the cell next to him revealed his identity. Just call me Engagement. The old man who gave his name as Engagement continued to talk to Vikir, apparently bored. It feels like it's been several years since I was locked in this solitary confinement. Let's see, I make a stroke in my mind every time I count 60 seconds, and that's already over 3 million strokes. Hearing Engagement's words, Vikir couldn't help but click his tongue. Even for Vikir, who had gone through many hardships, the 100 days in solitary confinement were difficult and daunting. And you've been locked up here for so many years, I can't believe it. These are the words of a man he has never met and will never see again, but they are also the words of a prisoner he met in solitary confinement, not anywhere else. How did you not starve to death after being locked up for so many years? Pushishishi, they put black bread crumbs into the bowl every 2 days. Right? The amount of water I can take in must be insufficient. No, you just have to suck in the dew in the air. Vikir was silent for a moment. Dew in this hot space. But old man Engagement was nonchalantly telling him how to survive here. Well, actually, you can live longer without eating breadcrumbs. You just have to slow down your metabolism extremely slowly and slowly break down the nutrients you've stored up. Pushishishi, young people these days tend to try to live too hard and too much passion is a poison. It's good to slow down and take a look at life once in a while instead of rushing through it all. Be like stone, be like water. It sounds like the ramblings of an old man in a back room, but the location is too important to ignore. The solitary confinement of the Nouvelle Vague. This is a man who claims to have been locked up for several years in a place worse than level 9. If he hasn't already gone insane from being locked up here, he must be a big-time criminal. Or maybe he was already insane. Engagement then said to Vikir, by the sound of your voice, you're still a young man. What has brought you to this place? Where can there be old and young in sin? Pushishishi, that's true. So what were you imprisoned for? Please answer the old man's question. Assassination of a political enemy. Vikir answered briefly. Then old man Engagement chuckled. Why were you imprisoned after doing such a good deed? Have you been rejected by your family? Well, you could look at it that way. Well, it was like a hunting dog when a rabbit falls in the mountains. It's only natural that the hunting dog is boiled and eaten. Old man Engagement naturally added an afterthought. For some reason I think I know where you're from. You're from Baskerville, right? Vikir was a bit stingy. The old man Engagement sensed Vikir's agitation like a ghost and let out his usual eerie laugh. Pushishishi, you're right. Few families are heartless enough to send a hound that has worked so hard for the family to a place like this. At best it would be an iron-blood swordman family or an extreme poisonous family. I take it you're familiar with the Baskervilles. I know our family was once called the Iron-Blood Swordsman. The old Engagement man's words caused Vikir to rack his brain for a moment. Nowadays the Baskerville family is considered the greatest sword family, but it wasn't like that in the past. Before the empire was united, there were at least 4 other swordsmen families across the continent that were more prestigious than the Baskerville.
Bahamutgis sade Nibelungen.
The Baskerville were somewhat of an inferior brand compared to these 4. In fact, until then they were just a family-type mercenary group that wandered around the continent without even a small territory. Anyway, there was a time when the Baskerville family was added to the 4 families above, and they were called the 5th Iron-Blood Swordman family. Old man Engagement chuckled nostalgically. At that time our family was also considered a prestigious swordsman family. However, since I gave up the sword at the time, the sword's legacy would have Been lost from then on. No, perhaps the family itself has ceased to exist. Are there no descendants? There was a granddaughter, but I don't know if she's dead or alive. If she's alive, she's probably older than you, not as far as your mom, more like your youngest aunt or oldest sister. You must have lived a long time, huh? Yes, I've lived a long time. I've spent a lifetime on the battlefield. The old man Engagement chuckled bitterly. To expect an old man like me to suddenly adapt to a peaceful world is unreasonable. Fighting and war have been my life. And you still live fiercely in your solitary confinement in Nouvelle Vague. It's a consistent life. Pushishishi fierce here. You're welcome. This place is like a resort. Right now I am taking a leisurely rest to relieve the fatigue I suffered in the past. I plan to go out as soon as I feel better. This was no ordinary old man who had the nerve to use Nouvelle Vague's cell as a resort. Vikir wondered a little bit how long the old man next to him had been alive. And what a hard life he had lived. Apparently old man Engagement was thinking the same thing. You seem to be able to talk to me. Do you know how to use a non-sword baimu? Non-sword baimu, just as accomplished Go players play verbally with their eyes closed. Accomplished swordsmen can duel verbally with their eyes closed. This is impossible unless they know each other's sword paths and moves. Vikir readily accepted the elder Engagement's request for a non-sword baimu. Do you know the swordsmanship of the Baskerville? I know the basics, so let's get started. Old man Engagement opened his mouth to begin his opening move. Vikir did the same, unleashing his powers as he went along, creating an imaginary duel. Baskerville first form, teeth that stab deeply into the opponent's body. Baskerville second form, another deep, immobilizing bite into the opponent's body. Baskerville third form, a tooth that bites into the opponent's body and weighs them down. Baskerville fourth form, slice through the opponent's body. Vikir warmed up and proceeded to perform Baskerville forms 1 through 4. To his surprise, old man Engagement saw through Vikir's mastery of the 4 forms. It's amazing a young man who hasn't even reached the age of majority has mastered the 4 forms. It's like watching a middle-aged man who has spent his entire life rolling on the battlefield. However, after he finished speaking, he added in a laughing tone, "Well, compared to this old man, you're still a greenhorn." With that, old man Engagement proceeded to make his first form. Vikir knew nothing of the old man's swordsmanship, but Engagement used Vikir's theories of swordsmanship to build upon his own. Although he did not know old man Engagement's swordsmanship but knew his own, could naturally see how old Engagement was destroying his own swordsmanship. It was a sight to behold. Vikir's first form was consumed by the gentle stroke of Engagement's sword, and the second one that followed was merely a reminder of where his main body was. The third and fourth forms, which hadn't even gotten off the ground yet, were quickly consumed by Engagement's attack, and soon Vikir's body was in danger of being torn to pieces. What's that? It's not a normal snake. Vikir had to stop himself from stealing a glance. At this point, the full extent of Vikir's power is revealed. Baskerville fifth form, teeth that tear the body apart. Baskerville sixth form, teeth that crush the opponent's body. Baskerville seventh form, teeth that mince the opponent's body. Baskerville eighth form, teeth that brings all the teeth together and holds them in place. The ultimate in swordsmanship, that Baskerville can reach the limit of the living. It struck back at old man Engagement with tremendous momentum. The Black Sun, the same ultimate that had cut off the life force of Fifth Corps Amdusias, had shaken the entire virtual world of non-sword baimu. However, Pushishishi, this really surprises me. I can't believe it. How is it possible for you to be at such a peak at such a young age? Old man Engagement was only surprised, not frightened or intimidated. Eventually the power of old man Engagement clashes with that of Vikir. There was a ferocity and aggression in the old man that one would never expect. From a dying old man, a youthful madness in his brash counterattack. A madman, a warmonger who has spent his entire life fighting and waging war. Even Vikir had no choice but to give in to his ferocity. I never knew such a madman existed in the world. Even Vikir had to admit that his duel with the old man Engagement had left him in a state of shock. A creature brought into the world solely to fight, kill, and conflict. The very definition of a war madman. Every breath he takes, every step he takes, every hand he stretches out is filled with nothing but the desire to kill and destroy. An aura that is eager to torment others. These misaligned dramatizations, this perverse virtue. He could see now why the old man had been kept away from humanity, locked away in solitary confinement here in Nouvelle Vague, in the deepest and most inhospitable of all places. He's a madman, the type that should never be mixed with, regardless of species, demon or human. Even the once demonic Decarabia had said this. At that moment old man Engagemang laughed bitterly and said, "Playing with you like this I feel a little motivated, I feel a little younger. I'm glad to hear it helps. A great help. I don't know how long it's been since I've felt this way. Not since Winston and Orca and before that of course when I was fighting the 7 Counts of Baskerville." The 7 Counts, you mean like the Boston Terriers and the Great Dane and Isabella? Who? I don't know about that, not the current 7 Counts but the 7 Counts of previous eras. Well, judging by old man Engagemang's age it would have to be at least 2 generations back. Old man Engagemang asked Vikir, "Who is the current patriarch of the Baskerville family?"
Hugo le Baskerville.
Hugo, who is that? Some unheard-of rascal is running the place, and why didn't that old King Corso inherit the position of patriarch? Do you know King Corso? I know he was a strict and picky man. When I was young I got into trouble a lot because I was fussy without knowing anything. The old man Engagemang murmured in a wistful tone as if recalling childhood games. I still shudder when I think of the devastation he inflicted. Pushishishi. Is he supposed to be dead now? Well, it's only natural that so much time has passed. Perhaps he was possessed by something and chased after a vision of that sword grave or something, like an idiot with lesser strength. Vikir fell silent. He didn't need to be told that the grave of swords existed or that King Corso had become a death knight and attained the 9th form. And apart from that, Vikir thought he knew the identity of the old man Engagemang. Before the regression, the guards of Nouvelle Vague had declared that they would not participate in the war between demons and humans. But that was only in the early days of the war. In the latter stages of the war, the guards of Nouvelle Vague began to fight demons on the surface and not just to defend humanity. The collapse of Nouvelle Vague. As Nouvelle Vague itself disappeared, the guards and prisoners were forced to come to the surface. It was Orca himself, the warden, who brought down the Nouvelle Vague. Why would he, the symbol of Nouvelle Vague, take such an action? There were many different theories on the subject. But one theory is quite compelling. It was the result of a prisoner trying to get to the surface and Orca taking extreme measures to stop him. It's hard to imagine how dangerous he must have been to bring down an entire Nouvelle Vague prison just to prevent one man from escaping. As for who that escapee was, the opinions of the experts were divided. Perhaps it was him. If so, Vikir knew exactly who old man Engagemang was and what his true name was, and given his knowledge of the long history of the Baskerville from non-sword Baimu from earlier, he was even more certain. Vikir was confident in his guess. He concluded, a person who should not be involved as much as possible. Here was a human being even more terrible and frightening than a demon right next to him. TLN Baimu is a power fight to see the ability and measure the depth of one's martial arts swordsmanship. 3 months later. Oh, how hats this, you're alive. The concrete of the cell shattered with Swear's exclamation. Pagyajag padudug ujijijig. The hardened concrete shattered and V. Akir opened his eyes. His body had been reduced to nothing but bone and skin, but his eyes were still bright with life. Swar stroked her mustache and said, "Well, if I'd known you were going to be like this, I should have taken you out a month or 2 ago. You're better off in my room than in solitary confinement, aren't you? I've been having some lonely nights lately." "No thanks." "Oh, you're a cheeky little thing, really. I like you and it'll be nice to you next time you're in solitary confinement. See ya." Vikir walked out, unsteadily, being waved goodbye by Swar. A quick glance behind him revealed a pile of concrete and asphalt covered in countless piles. It must be the solitary confinement cell of the old man Engagement. It was a terrible time. Next to him old man Engagement kept asking him to play non-sword Baimu. Vikir was returned to the stone chamber of level 9 where he was originally imprisoned. Bang! The door slams shut and darkness immediately descends. He would be taken to the labor camp at dawn in a few hours. Vikir decided to save some stamina for that time. Jiang Tuz. The ring of Andromalius was spat out from Decarabia's unknown mouth. He had stockpiled quite a bit of food in it, so Vikir took it out little by little and consumed it. I guess he'll live a little longer. Vikir looked down at Andromalius' ring. In the past, after creating a large barrier at the academy, the power has not been gathered well, so he could only use it to take out food like this. It was a shame. Human, what will you do from now on? I have to do labor now, I have an excuse to work hard. Human, the other humans must think you work hard because you're afraid of
Solitary confinement.
Right, I need to get to work on level 10 as soon as possible so I can find what I'm looking for. When Decarabia asked, Vikir responded indifferently. But today Decarabia had a lot of questions. What on earth are you looking for at such a deep seabed anyway? Is there some kind of treasure hidden beneath a dead, extinct volcano? Vikir was silent for a moment. What Vikir is looking for? It's a very important thing, especially now that there are only 4 of the 10 corpses left. If the 3 survivors of the 10 corpses join hands, something will happen. They would most likely try to hasten the age of destruction by force. If that happens, no matter how hard Vikir try to get out of the way, hell only have one body. A terrible war that would kill countless human beings. There will be a war of destruction. Now the battle against the 10 corpses has entered its final phase. Vikir too had something to lose and something to gain. Maybe I can end the fight once and for all. And so Vikir traveled to Nouvelle Vague to find a weapon that could counter the final weapon of the 10 corpses. The final weapon of the 10 corpses, which presumably means the rainy season. A fear. You know very well. I know, for I was once their ally. Decarabia narrows its eyes in agreement, then continues asking questions. Did the human side have any weapons to counter the rainy season of fear? As far as I know, no. The demons would know that. Vikir said, his eyes shining. But there is deep within the Nouvelle Vague volcano, beyond the reach of even
the eyes of the demons.
An ancient weapon, one that shakes the earth with a roar that no mortal knows even exists. Poseidon definitely exists. The rainy season of fear is the final weapon of the demons, and only Poseidon, the final weapon of humanity, can quell it. Vikir had traveled all the way down to Nouvelle Vague to find it. Even if it meant tearing up all the relationships he'd built with his friends. They're just schoolmates, people I knew for a year or so when I was a teenager. They'll quickly forget about me. Vikir briefly flashed back to the faces of Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, but quickly dismissed them. What matters now is life in Nouvelle Vague. He must push forward with the construction as quickly as possible so as not to be outdone by the demons. The ones who joined hands must have been Cimeres the 4th, Andrilphus the 3rd, and Floros the 4th, right? The speculation came from the mouths of those who had tortured him before he entered the Nouvelle Vague. Cimeres, who was apparently a Don Quixote, Andrilphus, who was apparently an usher, and Floros, who was apparently a Leviathan, is the last one still in the imperial family. It is suspicious that the emperor did not even show his nose until this division was born from the 7 great families. So Vikir planned to infiltrate the imperial family the day he escaped from
Nouvelle Vague.
If I have to slit the throats of the entire imperial family, then a voice interrupted Vikir's thoughts of casual treason. Everyone wake up, it's time to go to work. It was the wake-up call of Lieutenant Colonel Bastille. All prisoners in the Nouvelle Vague are required to perform labor at 4 a.m. There were no exceptions, even for prisoners returning from solitary confinement. Kang Pioyag Kwaseg. Vikir was pickaxing while wearing several layers of dism handcuffs and shackles. The guards chattered as Vikir continued to dig without pause. I've never seen a level 9 prisoner work so hard. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? Is there an ulterior motive? No ulterior motive, he's the one who refused to do his labor the other day, and was subdued by Warden Diorgium and sent to solitary confinement. Oh right, he was in solitary confinement for 3 months or so and he made it out alive. That's a badass. He made it back alive, but after that he keep his mouth shut and do nothing but labor. Indeed, solitary confinement is scary, isn't it? Even the monsters of level 9 have a human side. It's frightening. I've seen a man come out of solitary confinement after only half a day, his head white as a sheet, and another after a full day dead of a heart attack. No one, not the prisoners, not the guards, thought anything strange about Vikir's hard work. From then on, Vikir became known as the hardest working prisoner in level 9. Okay, it's mealtime, 10-minute break. The next thing he knew, it was lunchtime and the guards were calling for a break. Vikir sat down and ate his half-steamed sardines and stone-hard black bread. Waduk. The black bread, which was hard enough to break a tooth, did not crumble even when it was hit hard against a rock. The sardines, despite being heavily salted, gave off a sour stench. But the prisoners ate this trashy meal without a second thought. The work of completing the level 10 was hard labor. Someone called it an extinct volcano, and the slightest digging into the cooled strata unleashed a fearsome burst of heat. A scorching sun that dried everything to a crisp, and lava cascades that flowed everywhere. Being here is like being turned into jerky. A normal person wouldn't last more than a few seconds. Turning his head, he saw some of the prisoners staring down into the lava-filled pit. Presumably they've gotten tired of the stale, pickled sardines and rock-hard black bread and are looking for something else to eat. Are there any? Yes, I just saw a shadow. Let's go fishing. Pull the line and needle before it burns. With that, the prisoners reeled in something with a chain, fishing line, and hook and line needle made from work tools, which are a death penalty if lost. Chwak. It was a lava shark, a monster that lived in the lava 8 meters long and over a ton in weight. Gotcha. A prisoner shouted, and the surrounding prisoners rushed towards him. The lava shark, which had nothing to eat but bones and skin, was quickly torn to shreds by the hands and teeth of the countless prisoners. The prisoners searched for other food. But Nouvelle Vague is not a hospitable environment for hunting creatures in the first place, and the prisoners' hunger forced them to look elsewhere. Hioyog, Hioyog. Vikir looked at a prisoner sitting in the distance, gasping for air. His skin was pale and soft, and he was plump and overweight, making him unsuited to the harsh work environment. He could see the other prisoners making sure he didn't have to work. You don't have to work, well, do all the work for you. Don't even move, just lie down. Oh, don't move, you'll lose weight. Next thing he knows, the most powerful prisoner in the room walks up to the fat one with his mouth watering. Wajag. The prisoner tears off a piece of flesh and eats it. The prisoner screams in pain as his flesh is ripped off, but he can only swallow his tears in frustration. He get this bastard treated, he's going to be chewed up for a long time. I'm glad you put the ointment in check. Tomorrow it's me. This asshole's flesh needs to heal fast. The expression rip-off is often used to describe the exploitation of another person, and here in Nouvelle Vague it was happening in a very literal way. Of course, Vikir had no reason to engage in such a disastrous food war, as he had plenty of food stockpiled within Andromalius Ring. They lived so hard. Vikir marveled. At this point it was impossible to tell who was human and who was demon. Just then, Vikir's eye caught a third way the prisoners were getting food. It was neither hunting nor eating. Surprisingly, it was the most normal and common-sense way. A third way for prisoners to get food. It was called begging. Several guards were sitting on a rock eating lunch. While the prisoners were eating pickled sardines and black bread, the guards were eating better things. Guards receive a hunk of salted pork, a large hard-boiled fish raw fresh, seaweed, a bottle of manatee's milk, and on rare occasions carrot spinach, or potatoes as a special treat. More senior guards at the rank of major and above were sometimes given fruit, such as apples and oranges. It was nothing compared to the food on the ground, but at least in the eyes of the prisoners, the guards' meals were the most delicious food in the world. The guards would sometimes use this food as bait to lure the prisoners. Hey, sucker shark. One of the guards waved his hand playfully, and a prisoner who had been waiting in the distance ran over his feet sweating. "Get down." The prisoner immediately dropped to the ground and exposed his stomach. "Stand up. Sit down. Raise your legs. Open your mouth. Hands." The prisoner did as he was told, performing all the actions a pet dog would do. The guard finally chuckled and tossed the prisoner a piece of leftover pork. "Keep up the good work, boy, and don't get in trouble." "Yes, guard, my honor." The prisoner waits with his head on the ground, drooling, like a sucker shark picking up what the big fish has left to eat. Finally the guard gives him permission to eat. "That's enough, eat." With trembling hands the prisoner picked up the piece of pork and sniffed it for a long time. Then he licked his tongue excitedly across the fat that had hardened on the outside of the pork. He savored the salty, savory flavor for a long time, his eyes filled with tears. Little by little he tasted the flavor on the tip of his tongue, gnawing at it with the tips of his teeth like he was sharpening his nails. As he did so, the piece of pork melted in his mouth almost like candy. The other prisoners watching could only gulp down their saliva. "Now you guys, if you finish your quota of work this month, well, let you eat the leftovers. Work like hell and I'll let you have my fix, sucker shark. Work hard, I'll take care of the guy with the highest workload on the floor this month and let him eat ice cream." The guards said as they tossed leftover fish, rose scraps of meat and manatee milk onto the floor. No wonder the prisoners' eyes rolled when they saw the rotten sardines and stony bread they couldn't eat. "Ooh, let's get to work. Did you hear? It's ice cream. This mine'll work the most." The prisoners' morale soared. They were now confused as to whether they were human or not. Hunger is a terrifying thing, male or female. They had been so deeply tamed down to their bones. But not all prisoners dreamed of sucker sharks like this. Hey, in some cases the hierarchy between guards and prisoners was completely reversed. A prisoner at level 8, Aka plague leper. He was currently sitting on a rock picking at his pimples. The other prisoners dare not go near him for fear of catching the plague. "Hey, can't you hear me? Is your liver so swollen it's sticking out of your stomach?" And it was the guards, not the prisoners, who were calling out now. It was a lowly guard with bushy hair and a large burn scar on his face. It was Lieutenant Garm Nord. Saketh stretched out his palm toward him as if it were a matter of course. "Give me your meal." Garm glanced at the guards around him. Unfortunately or fortunately, his fellow guards had no idea that he was being insulted. This was not because Saketh's actions were covert, but because Garm was in a position to be unnoticed by his co-workers in the first place. Saketh smirked and snatched the meal from Garm's hand. "I knew you weren't looking at all the other guards, man, thanks. Be grateful that I'm letting you get away with offering this much food, do you understand?" The voice was low and threatening. "If I set my mind to it, you know that Kiriko, or whatever the hell she is, shall get the plague and shall die a very miserable death. You're in love with that bitch, aren't you, and you don't want to see the girl you're in love with shit all over you and then dry up like jerky, do you? Then take care of it and bring me lunch like this every day, Kurakuru." He muttered in a sullen voice and tried to shove bits of pork and fish roe into his mouth. Just then, "Hey!" A sharp shout echoed throughout the workshop. It was a shout so loud that it made him hiccup in surprise as he tried to swallow his food. Where Garm turned his wide-eyed gaze, a lone female guard stood. Ensign Kirko Grimm, an elite junior guard soon to be promoted to lieutenant. Her eyes narrowed and she glared back and forth between Saketh and Garm. "A guard gives food to a prisoner, are you crazy?" Garm doesn't dare to meet Kirko's demanding gaze. The prisoners clicked their tongues. That annoying couple again. A stupid woman and a stupid man. What a waste of a woman. Kigkigig, it's hard when you have the wrong motives. Judging by the prisoners' reactions, this was a fairly common occurrence. Kirko stalked over and snatched the food from Saketh's hand. Then, with a sharp glare, she said, "If you are a prisoner and covet food one more time, you will be beheaded on the spot. I will report you to my superiors immediately." "Kurakuru, why is our pretty female guard so cranky today, Yuji?" Saketh tried to deflect the situation with a sneer, but it was impossible due to Kirko's footsteps behind him. "Chakong." Kirko quickly drew his sword and cut off the tip of Saketh's beard. As Saketh's eyes widened in disbelief, Kirko snorted once and looked at Garm. Next to him. Don't embarrass your mate. No, don't embarrass the guard, you idiot.
I'm sorry.
Don't even say sorry. Are you really an asshole? There was a faint contempt in Kirko's gaze as she glared at Garm. If you can't do your job, you're an asshole. And with that, she walked away, her hair whipping in the cold wind. Garm hung his head, unable to argue further, and the prisoners laughed at him. Stupid Garm is just as stupid today. He's really pathetic. How can a guy like that be a guard? You said that if you join that bastard's group, you can steal that bastard's meals. He's a piece of shit. He doesn't make me work, but he gives me meals. I want to work under him next month because I don't have to work and I get to eat delicious food. The nicknames that followed him were varied. Stupid Garm, stupid dog, walking bread, idiot, hogwash, etc. All of them were negative. And to my surprise, the nicknames came not from the prisoners but from their fellow guards. Hey, did you lose your meal to the prisoner again? This guy is really stupid. It's good to prevent problems by giving a meal as a bribe if you do that. The other prisoners will also have bad habits, so don't do it to your co-workers. Are you okay, Kirko? Don't worry about him. Hell just stress you out and ruin your pretty face. Asshole, I'll see you later after dinner. His co-workers scowl at him. The more they talked, the deeper Garm's burn-scarred face sunk. Kirko glanced at it, and with a light sigh turned completely around and left. With her comrades. Kurakuru, I'm letting you off today because of that damned bitch, but not tomorrow. Don't forget, bring your entire lunch, otherwise, like I said, I'll turn that Kirko bitch into a second plague leper. He whispered in Garm's ear again, this time in a low voice, and walked away, even humming a song. Alone, Garm soaked up the scornful glances and sneers from the prisoners and guards around him. All the while his gaze remained fixed on Kirko, who stood in the center of their circle. And there are eyes that watch this whole sequence of events wordlessly. It was Vakir. After much thought, he formulated a plan. Maybe I could use this to my advantage. Garm and Kirko. Perhaps the relationship between these two young men could help. In the upcoming moment of escape. Vakir was now plotting his escape from Nouvelle Vague. A plan that would be put into action as soon as he found Poseidon, the hope of mankind. And that moment came much sooner than Vakir had expected. Buke. A sound like tough leather being torn. Suddenly the sky tore open. A rim of searing fire burned around the crack, and giant snakes of fire lurched toward the ground.
Pater 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 pater.
Searing raindrops fell from the sky above. The showers of fire left no place untouched. The grass and trees of the mountains burned, and the forests became a desert of ashes. The oceans and lakes boiled over and turned into wastelands, and all living and breathing things were burned or dried up. Skeletons cried out even in death, and those who hadn't yet died were afraid to take a single breath. A time had come when nothing could be promised and nothing could be assured. Protecting and preserving has become a crude joke, and the concept of yesterday and tomorrow has been lost. Showers of fire became floods of flame, flooding across the continent for 150 days. After 5 months of non-stop torrential rain, the world was set ablaze. Burned and dried corpses formed mountains, and flames leaped across the horizon, searing like a tongue licking the sky. Rainy season of evil fire. Endless rains of fire, winds of fire, thunderbolts of fire, floods of fire. It was the long rainy season that marked the end of humanity. It was the final weapon of the demons that inflicted the greatest and most devastating damage on the human alliance by wiping out 98 of all living humans. It's 3:30 in the morning. It's hot, 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 hot. Help me. Screams come out of nowhere in the quiet stone chamber. Burning people screaming at the top of their lungs. Vakir opened his eyes in a cold sweat. Head had a nightmare, a dream about those days for the first time in a long time. A shower of fire. Is this a nightmare I haven't had in a long time? Who said that the trauma caused by fire cannot be washed away even after a lifetime? The burn marks on the old hound's retina were still clearly visible. It had been several minutes since Head awakened from his dream, but his hair still stood on end. The goosebumps on his forearms were still there. Kiolpiog chwag. Vikir washed his face in the salt water that dripped down from the ceiling. The icy cold water dug into his hair and soaked it, shaking him out of his dream. The rainy season of fear, the terrible season that had cost humanity the most. In the age of destruction came back like a nightmare. A time when countless drops of fire fell from the sky, scorching the world. The day when most of the faces Vikir had met, known, and remembered had burned to blackness. I don't know if I did a good job of finishing what Cindy Wendy asked me to do, Vikir muttered as he flopped down on the ground. Anticipating this terrible rainy season, Vikir had warned Cindy Wendy once before. There will be a great flood soon, so have the ark ready. Vikir crouched in the corner of the stone chamber and contemplated what lay ahead. It had been about 2 years since he had been imprisoned here in Nouvelle Vague. It seems like just yesterday I was in solitary confinement for 100 days. A lot has happened in the Nouvelle Vague since then. First of all, the construction work on the level 10 has progressed a lot. The already deep crater had become even deeper and was now called the Great Crater. Old prisoners were dying and new ones were coming in. 2 years ago, the prisoners who had been in charge had grown weak from the hard labor and poor nutrition and had either died or resigned from power, leaving their places to be filled by younger, less imprisoned prisoners. A small number of new guards have also been appointed. Most of them did not last long and died on the job due to the extreme conditions of the prisoners, the territorial nature of the original guards, harsh working conditions, and unknown endemic diseases. In the meantime, Vikir has been able to get most of what he wants. The construction of the level 10 sector has progressed and he has earned the trust of the other prisoners and the guards by staying out of trouble and serving them faithfully. But there was one thing that even Vikir didn't have, and that was a newspaper, or more accurately news from the ground. What had happened on the ground during Vikir's nearly 2 years inside
Nouvelle Vague.
Vikir tried hard to find out, but it ended up being fruitless. Neither the other guards nor the prisoners knew what was going on outside, and, in the first place, only a few guards at the top knew. But once Vikir managed to catch a glimpse of news from above, and it wasn't all that reliable. Damn, why was this magazine shut down? It was good. A third-rate pornographic magazine, that Lieutenant Colonel Bastille grumbled and threw away. The magazine, which was popular among the guards due to its extreme sexuality and other sexual controversies, had stopped coming in at some point. A pornographic magazine that had always been a bestseller was suddenly discontinued. It could have been, but there was something suspicious about it. Maybe there's a problem with the supply of magazines, maybe the trees to make the paper are gone, or maybe the building where the magazine is housed has collapsed, or maybe there's no one on the planet who can afford to subscribe anymore. Vikir set his chin in thought. They may be making excessive assumptions based on the fact that a third-rate pornographic magazine unilaterally cancelled its subscription. But as with everything, it never hurts to be prepared, Vikir thought. With no way to get news from the ground, he couldn't be sure, but it was likely that the demons were preparing for the final war by now. No, they would have started the day he was imprisoned in Nouvelle Vague. It's time for me to start producing some tangible results. Vikir was feeling a rare feeling of impatience. At 4 a.m. the wake-up call cut through the air like a sword. Vikir, who is always up and ready half an hour before the wake-up call, was the first to hit the grate today. The Dism grate becomes as mushy as a blade of grass, and when he laid it on its side, an opening was created for him to exit the room. What a mysterious material. The labor begins scum. The prisoners crawl out of their cells to the workhouse today under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, who oversees the labor camp. The miserable meals, the poor rest, the prisoners growing increasingly angry. In the 2 years that Vikir has spent here, countless faces have come and gone. Almost all of the overwhelming majority of the prisoners were assembled in the labor yard, waiting on the floor, looking as if they might collapse and die at any moment. Every day was the same as yesterday, and tomorrow would be the same as today. Hot air, bursting steam, foul sulphurous fumes, roaring flames, scorched earth. Heavy loads, little sleep, sweat, and hungry bodies. In this daily race to the death, the prisoners were living the same life as the dead, with no past, present, or future. Their thoughts in the labor camp were always the same. Before entering labor, they thought, I want to die like this. After going into labor, please just live my life, and after the labor was over, I want to be safe today too. It was always the same pattern. But not Vakir. Not today. Every day was a new challenge, every moment a first exploration, every race a
Certaines destinations.
Unlike the other prisoners, Vakir had come down here of his own free will, and he knew what he wanted. So for the past 2 years, without a single day off, he has been chipping away at stones, scraping dirt, and digging deep into the crater. And today, this very moment, Vakir is faced with a day that is completely different from the 700 or so days he has spent in Nouvelle Vague so far. Bang! The sound of a mysterious explosion echoed through the center of the labor camp on level 9. Explosions were as common here in Nouvelle Vague as death and starvation, but something was different this time. A heavy, loud boom and an unusually long-lasting earthquake. Or run, here comes the tsunami of lava. Something's not right with this explosion. Everyone out of the area. Guards and prisoners alike scramble backward. The falling rocks and churning waves of lava were signs that something was about to happen, and rightly so. But there's one man who doesn't back down and instead steps forward. Vakir. While everyone else was running around in panic, Vakir was staring at a glowing blue light between the waves of lava and the collapsing bedrock. He sees the lava extremely hot and glowing blue. It was shaped like a rounded sphere. A being that shakes the earth with a roar. Vakir muttered in a low voice. Towards this blue lava sphere. I found it, Poseidon. The hope of humanity, the Allied forces' counterattack. It was a wonderful discovery after about 2 years of being trapped in
Nouvelle Vague.
What's going on? Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, who had primary jurisdiction over the entire labor camp, rushed over. A guard with the rank of captain pointed down into the depths of the pit. There's been a mysterious explosion in the center of the level 9 sector. It's different in scale from the previous incidents. It seems to be a sign of something bad. We are not yet able to investigate because of the lava and gas, which could cause further collapse. After receiving his subordinate's report, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille said coldly, send a few prisoners to investigate. But if we go down there now, there's room for us to get caught up in a further collapse. That's why I say send some prisoners if you promise to exempt them from a day's labor and throw in a few crusts of bread. They'll volunteer. The guards fell silent at Bastille's words. No prisoner would sell their lives for a day's rest and a few crusts of bread. But there was a surprising volunteer. He'll go. Vakir took a step forward.
Lieutenant-colonel Bastille flinched.
What do you have up your sleeve? Nothing much, I just want some bread. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille thought for a moment. But Vakir had been a model prisoner for the past 2 years with no incidents since he first arrived. Bastille finally nodded. Good, do you think you can make it down through that fire and gas? Only if you can get me out of my dism restraints. Don't play games with me. Just kidding. Bye. Vakir stepped into the pit with a dry joke. Gurgling. The gas storms, flames, and lava that erupted from within the surface were more than even Vakir could handle. It was at times like this that the physical and magical resistance stats he had maxed out in the Hell Tree came in handy. Hey Decarabia, can you put up a shield? I'm out of mana, so I can only do a little. That should be enough. At Vakir's words, Decarabia raised a small barrier covering a few meters around him. Vakir, hiding behind a curtain of fire and gas, moved forward, shaking off lava that was up to his knees. I can't hold out much longer. If he stayed in this place with no mana, his legs would burn without a trace. Vakir paced, eager to find the cause of the explosion as quickly as possible. Suddenly, beyond the thick cloud of sulfurous gas, the roaring flames, and the brilliant red aurora of lava, a giant shadow loomed. Vakir knew at once that this was what he had been searching for. This is the first time I've seen it with the naked eye. But there was no doubt nonetheless. In the heart of Nouvelle Vague, in the deepest reaches of level 9, Is this the only sphere of blue lava that exists here? Vikir quietly raised his head to take in the sight before him. An oval-shaped sphere about 5 meters in diameter covered in blue flames. And roiling it looked like the egg of something. I found it, Poseidon. Vikir reached out and stroked its surface once. Underneath, the sphere roots made of aura extended out from beneath the ground, and they resisted violently at the slightest impact. Kwakwang Kyululung Yulung. Because of that resistance, it seemed like explosions were occurring all around. Pete. Vikir stretched out his fist and punched Poseidon's outer surface. Then something amazing happened. Swoosh. Poseidon absorbed the impact from Vikir's fist. Wriggle. The blue flames that had been roaring grew ever so slightly larger. The surrounding light also seemed to grow a little brighter. I see it grows by absorbing external shocks. Vikir nodded. Finding this, Poseidon, is not the end of the story. In the future we need to provide numerous shocks to grow. They don't call it synchronized for nothing. Vikir stroked his chin. Just like discovering Poseidon, making this thing work was not a solo effort. But once you've discovered it, 90 of the work has been accomplished. The rest is just a matter of time. Vikir, of course, had a plan for the future. Kiolpiog, 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 Kiolpiog. Vikir turned and ran back through the lava swamp. Eventually, everyone who saw Vikir rising above the rocky area was frightened. Oh, you're not dead. How did you get all the way inside that hell? Didn't you just come back from the entrance? The others chattered, but Vikir didn't care. There's a strange mass of lava inside. It seems to absorb shock. Absorb shock? Lieutenant Colonel Bastille looked impressed. It might be better if it was something that exploded, but materials that absorb shock are not very pleasant. This is true from the perspective of having to dig down a tunnel. Then, as the gas and oil vapor cleared, the blue orb Vikir had spoken of became more clearly visible. Searing flames, roots of auras reaching beneath the ground, and a mysterious entity that explodes with a loud bang at the slightest touch. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille raised his greatsword and struck. Quack-quack-quack-quang. The blue sphere absorbed even the aura of a graduator superior without difficulty. It's true, it absorbed all of Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's attacks. Doesn't that lump seem to have gotten a little bigger than before? It looks like an egg or something. Even the guards were agitated. Now that the mysterious sphere was stuck in the middle of the labor camp, it was difficult to do their work. Even if they wanted to dig around it, they couldn't because it absorbed all the impacts from pickaxes, shovels, and other tools. Even worse, the veins of the aura, which were laid down like roots, would explode in a massive explosion if they were disturbed.
Elting Colonel Bastille grunted.
If an explosion of this magnitude can be caused by merely touching one of those twig-like veins, it's going to be a mess if the main body of that lump explodes. At best, the entire Nouvelle Vague fortress would be blown away. Worst of all, it could reawaken an extinct volcano that was thought to be dead and begin to erupt again. Damn it, Nouvelle Vague is not a fully extinct volcano. But the veins of aura around Bastille, the sulfurous gas, steam, and bubbling magma that were erupting in real time, were more than a glance away. Until now he had assumed that it was an eruption of old geothermal heat trapped in the ground, but he might have to revise his thinking. Call in the geologists. We need to do a full survey to see if Nouvelle Vague is really an extinct volcano. But Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's order was unfinished. What nonsense! From behind him, a large man in a dark uniform walked out. Colonel Diorgium. The moment he appeared, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille straightened up and saluted. Diorgium returned the salute with a wave of his hand and got straight to the point. Tell me again what you said earlier. You're going to do the whole survey again? Yes, it's none other than the unidentified object found in the labor camp on Level 9. Diorgium frowned at Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's words. Let me take a look. Diorgium followed Bastille's lead down to the blue sphere. If you hit it, it absorbs the impact, and if you touch the veins of the aura underneath, you get a loud explosion which is also absorbed by the sphere. If you mess with it too much, the sphere might release all the shock it's accumulated at once. If Nouvelle Vague is a dormant volcano, not an extinct one, then Nonsense Nouvelle Vague is definitely an extinct volcano. Diorgium dismissed Bastile's words. Then he spoke again. Don't prolong the construction period over something you're not even sure of. Do you have any idea how long it will take to conduct a full survey again? At least a decade. But what about the astronomical budget that will be incurred if the construction period is extended? Will you be responsible for that? When Bastile shut up, Diorgium drove a wedge. Labor will proceed as scheduled. You will meet the construction deadline at all costs. This is all for your own good. The sooner level 10 is finished, the sooner you'll be ahead of that Soir, that bitch, if I become the head of the prison. And the sooner you'll be promoted to warden. At Diorgium's words, Bastile nodded. You're right, Colonel. Yeah, if there's going to be an explosion, it's going to be a bunch of scumbag prisoners dying anyway. If you're really worried, tell the guards to stay away from that area if they can. As he spoke, Diorgium's eyes glowed. Personnel evaluation season is coming soon. Soir, that bitch, is keeping the old man Engagemang in solitary confinement. And she's always getting near-perfect personnel scores for that alone. Me, on the other hand, am the one who takes the initiative to put down the prisoners' riots. I go out and fetch food, and I always do my job as the warden's closest confidant. If I and that Soir bitch have similar quarterly personnel scores, why should I be a candidate for the next prison director along with that bitch? It was the first time Lieutenant Colonel Bastile had ever heard Diorgium talk this much. With a click and a grinding of teeth, he finished. So the level 10 project I've been entrusted with must be completed on time. No matter what, it's the only way we can stay ahead of Soir. And when the next warden director, you're the next warden. Do you understand what I mean? I only accept it. Diorgium nodded in satisfaction at Bastile's polite reply, then disappeared down the hallway. Behind him, Bastile sighed in unease. I have a bad feeling about this. Once that thing goes off, it won't just blow up the Nouvelle Vague, it might even affect the climate on the ground. Lieutenant Colonel Bastile thought to himself for a long time. But then he shook his head. I know worrying too much is my weakness. Lieutenant Colonel Bastile decided to resume his labor the next day. He had no time to worry about it now that he was involved in a political battle between Diorgium and Soir, the next in line for the head of the 5 wardens. And this is good for me in many ways. Standing behind a stone pillar listening to their conversation, Vikir quietly melted into the darkness. With a bag of bread in his hand as a reward. Nouvelle Vague, a place the world has abandoned. In this remote area 10,000 meters below the sea, there is only one day warm. It was Christmas Day at the end of the year, Lun's birthday. It's the only day of the year when prisoners are allowed a holiday. The meals were different. Instead of the usual pickled sardines and brick-hard black bread, they are served pork jerky and soft white bread. For the first time in a long time, the prisoners eat in a proper dining room. Not on the floor of the labor camp. Candles burn on leaden candlesticks, and meat and bread are served in a gloomy, shadowy stone room. For once the guards do not interfere, standing at a distance with their weapons slung behind their backs. The prisoners are happy with the chewy, savory pork jerky and half-dried white bread, as if they had everything in the world. I survived a year looking forward to this day. It's a good thing I'm alive. The most pitiful are those who died yesterday. Cough, cough. Then, Kurukuru, get the fuck out of here. A level 8 prisoner shouted. When he thrusted his huge body at them, the prisoners scrambled to their feet and out of the way. They were afraid of his poison, which hadn't been disinfected by the 3 sulfur showers they'd undergone during the entry. Did you hear? That bastard can't control his plague. That's right, anyone who comes in contact with his saliva, blood, or other bodily fluids gets the plague. Look at those spots on his skin. Whether it's poison or plague, it's really nasty. But their rant didn't go unnoticed by the other prisoner. Kurukuru, you stupid bastards, I walked in here on my own 2 feet and am going to get out one day. I am saying that my queen will take such action. He's been saying this for 2 years now. At first it was a sincere belittling of others, but as time went on there was a hint of madness in his words. Now it sounded like some sort of sinister incantation. Some of the prisoners frowned at his salivating rantings, others were horrified, but they all agreed that they didn't want to be around him. Soon there was an empty circle around him in the dining hall. With a satisfied smile on his face, he sat down and chewed on his pork jerky and white bread. But suddenly he felt someone behind him. Just one, only one prisoner hadn't moved from his seat. It was Vakir. Saketh asked in disbelief. "Kid, aren't you afraid of my plague?" Vakir didn't bother to answer. Saketh would probably faint if he knew that Madam's poison, far more terrifying than the plague, was coursing through the veins of Vakir's body. Daljulag Dawkeg. Vakir finished his meal in silence. It was a much different meal than the one he would have at the Colosio Academy. Then, at the table in front of him, he heard a group of prisoners talking amongst themselves. "Is this real?" "It's real, though the guards have seen it all and it's tattered." "Wow, you really got that." "Hee, you can pick up a lot of stuff when you're cleaning out the restroom. Septic tanks, more good stuff than you think." It turns out that the prisoner who was cleaning the septic tank had picked up something good. Assuming it was at best a cigarette, a watch, gambling paraphernalia, or cheap drugs, Vakir tried to ignore it. However, his ears perked up. "Holy shit, you picked up a newspaper." A newspaper, the only way to get news of the world here in Nouvelle Vague. Newspapers are incredibly valuable in Nouvelle Vague. Common sense dictates that these few pieces of paper must have traveled an incredibly long journey to reach the Nouvelle Vague, unless it is brought in by one of the guards on an extremely rare occasions. When they go out on the ground, receiving a newspaper on a regular basis is a luxury that can only be dreamed of. But apart from the guards, there are always prisoners who long for news from the outside world. Vakir was one of them. Drat. Pulling back his chair, Vakir walked over to the conversing prisoners. "Hey." Vakir's voice startled the prisoners, who were busy talking amongst themselves. Yes. They were level 1 prisoners, low-level prisoners who could get out of this hellish place 3 years later. However, they were so weak and frail that most of them lived for less than a year before dying. Worst of all, if Vakir, a level 9 prisoner, were to stir up a ruckus, they would die. But Vakir didn't raise his voice. "Newspapers and such will only cause trouble if you have them. Treasure you can't handle is a curse. Why don't you trade it for this?" Vakir held out a bag of black bread, a prize head won not long ago. The prisoner's eyes widened at the sight of it. Vakir teased in a low voice. "I'm sure you've all read the newspaper anyway." "Oh, I haven't seen it yet because I'm blind." "Then why don't you let me read it and then I'll tell you what it says." That was a deal not to be refused. The prisoner frowned and then pulled from his pocket a finely folded piece of yellow paper. "It's a little smelly because I picked it out of the shit, hee." Vakir handed over the bread and took the newspaper. At first glance, the newspaper was not in pristine condition. Most of it was torn, so the only intact parts were the first and second pages. And even then, only the headlines were recognizable due to smudged or torn text in the middle. Worst of all, it was dated 6 months earlier. "I used to look at newspapers before they were even published." Looking at the newspapers that he used to tirelessly create during his time at Colosio Academy's newspaper department Ryukian, and that he used to have access to even before they were published, it was refreshing to see them being treated with such respect, even 6 months old. Parak. Vakir scrutinized the paper. Inside Palace Guard rating. The Usher family, a mysterious attack, heavy damage. Authorities have identified one suspect, the victim Madeline, seriously injured but not life-threatening. The sole victim of a series of attacks on Don Quixote family, another mystery attack, Count Passamont, minor injuries. Authorities have identified one suspect believed to be the same. Exclusive suspected assassin arrested. Leviathan family attack on Patriarch Hobbs, blamed on the recent surge in demonic activity. Mysterious gates and strange dungeons popping up all over the Leviathan family estate. An empire-wide investigation has been launched. The Night Hounds, a suspicious organization, a citywide scare. It's a short list, but it gives you an idea. The first and second pages usually contain the biggest events in society, so race a glimpse of what's going on the ground. The Usher family, Don Quixote, and the Leviathan family have been attacked. One after the other. One attacker who, as Vakir scrolled through the article, his attention was drawn to one place. a series of unexplained gates and strange dungeons. There were other odd keywords like the night hounds, but the first one caught Vikir's attention. The 10 corpses have begun in earnest. The gates of destruction were already showing signs of opening. No, considering this was already 6 months old. We'd better hurry. The time of destruction would be hastened. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect of Vikir's elimination of the 10 corpse. So far, and the messages had left to Cindy, Wendy, Isabella, and others before. His imprisonment in Nouvelle Vague. I have always seen you during my time at the academy. You are not a villain, that much is certain. Seeing the reality of the demons that were under my nose just a moment ago, I now know everything for sure. You must live. Why have I only realized this now? As soon as I get back, I'll show them the evidence and ask for a retrial. I have orders from my lord to break you out of prison, Vikir, even if it means sinking the ship. The strict banshee professor, the single-minded Archbishop Mozgus Lovebad, whom he had never met, and even the Baskerville Hound Countess Isabella. Given the attitudes of the Morgue Quavades bourgeois and Baskerville escorts, at the end it was easy to imagine what must have happened between the 7 families after Vikir's trip to Nouvelle Vague. I can see why they would be so rash to open the gates of destruction. It's probably a political and strategic decision. They operate with demonic common sense, not human common sense. Thud. Vikir closed the newspaper and washed his hands in the falling water from the ceiling. I need more information from the outside world. There's no point in searching for a newspaper when you don't know when you'll get one. There is only one surefire way to get information from the outside world. You have to go out there yourself. He's already found his core purpose of coming to Nouvelle Vague Poseidon. That alone is more than 90 of the way there. Vikir was starting to get tired of the heavy restraints on his wrists and ankles. There's no need to wear this prison uniform anymore. The dawn of the prison break was dawning in earnest. The dreamlike Christmas was over in the blink of an eye. And then they were back to the same old hellish labor. Tang kong tang. Everywhere prisoners were breaking stones and digging up soil. The sounds of sulfurous gas, steam, and lava were erupting. Since the discovery of the mysterious explosives in the labor camp on level 9, the work had changed a bit. Where the guards had previously formed a panopticon-like formation to keep an eye on the prisoners, this time the guards have moved to the perimeter instead of the center. This was due to Colonel Diordum's orders to keep the guards as far away from the explosives as possible. It was also a strategic move to take advantage of the temporary chaos to make it easier to subdue rioting prisoners with concentrated firepower. However, it is inevitable that there would be errors large and small in the process of changing the original system. The response of the guards, who would normally be able to intervene immediately in the event of laziness or disputes among the inmates, was slowed down even slightly as they adjusted to the change. Vikir, who had noticed the change, had his eye on a figure since earlier. Fuck. Sacketh had been acting a little out of sorts since they'd met at the diner on Christmas Day yesterday. His gaze, which usually darts from top to bottom in a condescending manner, is now directed from bottom to top. His bloodshot eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching the profanity he recited like a mantra, and his obsession with him made him look like a definite maniac. And before anyone knew it, it was lunchtime. While all the prisoners were enjoying their 10-minute break, Sacketh walked into a canyon between the Red Rock Mountains and pulled at his hair. What happened? How did this happen? He was biting down his fingers beyond his nails. Queen Boss Master, what's going on? You said you'd get me out. Why haven't I heard from you for 2 years? You told me to go into Nouvelle Vague and serve him. You said you'd make sure I go out. Of course I didn't make it into level 9 because I wasn't good enough, but that doesn't mean you're going to leave me like this. Why aren't you coming to rescue me? When am I going to get out of here from this hellish servitude, please? The mumbling didn't stop despite the fact that the first word was nearly torn from his fingers and covered in blood. Vikir, meanwhile, was listening to the mutterings from a distance. Tastes good. He was always a bit of a weirdo, but not that weird. Apparently, like Vikir, he had infiltrated this place with a purpose. But there was a crucial difference between Vikir and Sacketh. Vikir doesn't count on others to help him achieve his goals. He does everything by himself and in silence. Saketh, on the other hand, is desperately waiting for someone else to help him achieve his goals. This created a huge difference between the two. This is what separates the predator from the prey. Vikir leaned against the wall and watched Saketh in silence. Meanwhile, Saketh was becoming increasingly unstable. If it's been a while and I haven't heard from you, that means you've abandoned me. You've abandoned me. No news from the outside world, that's it. It's because I didn't make it to level 9, that's why the boss, the queen, abandoned me. Just then, too. A horn blared, signaling the resumption of labor. He could hear the guards shouting, "Here we go. Hurry up and get to work, scum. Do you want to get fucked? Get moving." The shouts further stirred up the already unsteady state of Saketh. With his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes were bloodshot. One of the guards, a lieutenant, walked by and said, "Hey, what are you doing there? Get to work." And the words hit the nail on the head. A sudden screaming seizure. He turned his head, rolling his bulging eyeballs, and bared his teeth at the terrified guard. He bit down on the tip of his own tongue, and a huge fountain of blood began to spew from his mouth. A stench that stung the nose, a reddish mist filled with plague aura scattered around. The first guard to shout at Saketh shocked and took a step back, not knowing what was going on. Only then did Vikir take his back off the rock wall. It has begun. It was time for the first step of the Nouvelle Vague prison break. A riot by an inmate on the 8th floor of level 8 was a big enough deal. It would be hard enough to deal with the guards, let alone the lower ranking guards, the so-called lieutenants. But the guards were not in a good position right now. Colonel Diordum's orders had reversed the guard ranks in the Panopticon structure, and the guards hadn't yet fully adjusted to the new system. As a result, most of the guards stationed around Saketh were junior officers. At most there was a captain, a dozen or so lieutenants, and all the rest were ensigns. It's level 8 Saketh. He started a riot. We're way out of our league. Damn it, we should at least have Lieutenant Colonel Bastille here. Saketh's strength was one thing, but the fountain of plague blood he spewed was another. Moreover, his beastly roar, glowing madly in the red mist, was perfect for creating an atmosphere of fear. What do we do? Naked shakily, one of the guards who had just earned the rank of captain. But there was not a single guard here with a higher rank than him. For the first time he had to realize that a higher rank wasn't always better. Right then. We need to buy time. Someone bravely stepped forward. Kirko, Lieutenant Kirko Grimm. Promoted from ensign to lieutenant due to her dazzling performance, she glared at those who outranked her. While someone stays behind to deal with that prisoner, let's all disperse and call for the higher-ranking guards. That's the only way. But who's gonna stay here to deal with that monster? He looks like he's gonna go crazy right now. No matter how much he's wearing some handcuffs and shackles, the plague aura he emits is still intimidating. No one would rush to fight him, not knowing what kind of plague he might catch. Then, he'll stay, Kirko said firmly. She drew a long sword from her belt and slung it over her shoulder. I'll buy as much time as I can, and you seniors bring in someone capable of resolving this situation as soon as possible. At Kirko's words, the other guards began to look at each other. Yeah, if it's Kirko, then she's only a lieutenant, but she's better than most of the captains. That's right, she's as good as a senior officer. Good Kirko, I want you to stay behind. Well, go get some reinforcements. Your brave sacrifice will not be forgotten. It will be reflected in your performance review at the end of the month. With that, everyone runs off, not sure who's first. Kirko, alone with no juniors or subordinates, stood watching his seniors and comrades leave. And then, hug. The sound of ragged, anxious breathing came from behind her. Swallowing hard, Kirko slowly turned her head. Behind her stood a plague monster, probably crazy. And for Kirko, with her skills, it would be impossible to fully subdue him. But it must be done. It's better for one of us to venture out than for all of us to die. She would rather perish violently here than engage in collusion among those who care about each other's interests. Having her mind made up, Kirko looked back with a fierce glare. Then through the red mist she saw a blurry shadow approaching. At the same time Kirkos' eyes widened. Yes. Shaky legs, anxious breathing. It was Garm Nord aka Stupid Garm who remained behind Kirko. Why didn't you go? How can I give up my courage and go on? The words themselves weren't bad, but his voice was as shaky as his legs, which didn't make him sound very cool. Kirko let out a heavy sigh. Kururururu. A twisted, maniacal laugh came from somewhere. Kirko and Garm turned in surprise, and there stood Saketh, tears streaming from his eyes. His eyes were so wide that they were torn open. His mouth was torn open to the base of both ears, and dirty drool was dripping from it. That's it, just kill them all and get out of here, Kururu. He looked like head gone completely insane. Kururu. There was no focus in Saketh's pupils. His face was turned to the side like an owl's, and froth and drool were dripping from the corners of his mouth. I don't need any of this. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to level 9 so the boss will have to look at me again. The targets of his insane gaze were Kirko and Garm. Thwack. Kirko held her long sword horizontally, prepared to jump out at a moment's notice, but Garm was still shaking and sulking. Kirko, don't you think we should run away now? Then the damage will also affect the guards in other districts. I don't know if it's other prisoners, but if it's him, he might spread a plague throughout the region. Well, but if you're scared, you go alone, idiot. I'll fight. Kirko glanced at Garm in a pathetic way, then fixed her gaze back on the scene before her eyes. The gaseous aura of the expert was at the tip of her sword. It was so dense that it looked like it could turn into liquid at any moment. Seeing it, Saketh laughed with his mouth open. Kururu, not bad for a bitch born and bred in Nouvelle Vague. Instantly Kirkos' expression changed. A tiny crack appeared in her eyes, which had been tense but now radiated nothing but cold, merciless energy. And Saketh didn't miss it. About 20 years ago, I believe there was an incident where a prisoner forcefully degraded a guard, which is why the guards at Nouvelle Vague are so sensitive to the lower pole. Kurukuru, I heard that a child was born and was like a byproduct of that unpleasant process. The voice was touching a trauma hidden deep within Kirkos' mind. It backfired, and Kirkos' anger exploded. Don't talk nonsense about prisoners. With that, Kirkos' longsword shot out like an arrow. The aura, which has the properties of a gas, spreads widely in front and cuts and stabs as wide an area as possible. It was an effective method for a large prisoner like Saketh. However, it was merely a form of corporal punishment that used wide shallow cuts to create fear by drawing bleeding and cuts over as wide an area as possible, and that was not a good way to quell the riot of a prisoner prepared. 2D. Kurururu. Saketh leaned forward, unperturbed by the multitude of strikes that dug into his entire body. You're like a frog born and raised in a well. You've never seen the outside world. Right, after all, what right does a bitch born of rape have to walk on this earth? You're useless to everyone, so you're stuck in this deep sea. Saketh chuckled and reached out a thick arm to grab Kirko by the scruff of the neck. Kirko tried to pull back, but Saketh grabbed her by the collar. His teeth sharp as nails turned toward Kirko. Kirko closed her eyes tightly for a moment. At that time, take back that statement. A baton was shot from the other side. Pug. It snapped, breaking Saketh's teeth with a loud crack. Saketh staggered backward, clutching his mouth with both hands. On the floor, Kirko looked up, dazed. There unexpectedly was the back of Garm's head. In a moment of confusion, Garm bravely stepped forward and swung his triple baton as if to protect Kirko. It would have been more impressive if his arms and legs hadn't been shaking like aspens. But Garm's voice was not trembling. Kirko is a worthy and honorable fellow, not someone a scumbag like you would dare to insult. What? For a moment Kirkos' earlobes turned red. However, Garm didn't notice, as he was too focused on Saketh, who was standing up in front of him. Kururu. Saketh spat out his broken teeth and laughed. Then he glared at Garm through his chapped lips. Stupid Garm, you're feeling especially brave today for a stupid dog, is it? Because I messed with your crush. No, that's not it. You've got a lot of nerve on the subject of stupid guards buying prisoners. Lunch, don't you? Does your crush know that you're a weak, cowardly Unqualified piece of shit of guard. No. Kurkurukuru nope, you and that bitch have a lot in common when it comes to giving something to a prisoner, be it bread or a body. Kururu. Ig. Garm raised his triple baton and infused it with mana. The mana, overheated by his anger, was shaking unsteadily. Then, stop. There was a hand on Garm's shoulder. It was Kirko, standing beside him with a calm demeanor. Don't get caught up in the mind games, he can't use mana, he's just trying to shake our composure. Ugh, is that what he's doing? Yeah, let's do something about it, just the two of us. Garm's face instantly brightened at Kirko's calm tone. Yes, I will, you're amazing, Kirko. Ugh, you idiot. However, looking at the rare smile on Kirko's usually grumbling lips, she didn't seem to be in a very bad mood. However, this wasn't the kind of frenzied battle that usually happens in heroic novels or shonen comics. Hyoyog. With a loud sweep of his arm, Saketh sent the Dism chain flying. It cracked like a whip. Kirko's face, which had been showing a slight smile just a moment ago, turned sideways. Quack. Unable to even scream on the spot, Kirko fell out of the way, hitting her head on a rock, her neck twisting in a strange direction. Chiig. Red blood spurted out of her head, pressed against the hot ground. Garm looked dumbfounded, as if he hadn't yet understood what had just happened. Saketh walked in front of her, giggling brightly. Oh, what is it? She's alive, what a great woman. He pursed his lips as he watched Kirko squirm intermittently. It's a quality with a promising future. If she survives, that blow shall be quite the hero when she's older. At this point, a sinister and unholy glow of lust emanated from Saketh's. It would be a good idea to trample on such a hero-level bud in advance. It seems that you've got a pretty good face and body too. But Saketh didn't go any further. Chong. Garm, he was standing in front of the fallen Kirko with a baton. You will never lay a hand on Kirko. Karuru. I will defend her with my life, for she is someone I admire and respect. But Garm was cut off mid-sentence. This is because Saketh threw his fist and blew away the man as if he was annoyed. Splat. Garm crashed into the rocks and laid there like a marionette with a broken string. Saketh chuckled loudly. You talk a lot for a scum who hasn't even become a lieutenant yet. I've already risked my life. I need to get to level 9 and get my boss to trust me. Again. He stalked toward Kirko, his eyes bloodshot. But an unexpected triple baton hit Saketh's shoulder from behind. It was a blow that was clearly wielded by Garm. Saketh turned his head to look at Garm in disbelief. A cracking sound escaped Garm's throat. Kirko, don't touch her. Viper-like veins sprouted on Saketh's forehead. You troublesome bastard. Saketh raised his elbow and smashed it into Garm's jaw. Thud. All the bones in the jaw shattered, teeth popping out. Droplets of blood scattered in all directions. But, thud. Garm collapsed, still clinging to Saketh's ankles. Kirkadont. Ah, you're so persistent. I was just trying to have some fun with a girl for a change. Garm squirmed on the floor, but Saketh looked down at the man that was spewing killing intent to him as if it were insignificant. He bared his bloodied teeth and smirked. Sweetheart, when you spew out killing intent towards someone, you really have to have a strong, focused intention to kill them and stab them in one place. That way at least my skin will feel itchy. You can't do anything with that kind of dirty dog mentality, do you understand? With those words, Saketh turned away, shrugging off Garm's hand. It wasn't even worth stomping on. Karuru now. Saketh stretched out his hands toward Kirko, who had fallen to the ground. No, he tried to stretch. If only it hadn't been for the explosion from behind him and for the killing intent that looked like it was going to rip his throat out at any moment. Without realizing it, he covered his throat with his hand. The killing intent that had just been blasted from his back was beyond his imagination. It was something that would not only shred his throat and heart, but would pierce his entire body dozens or hundreds of times. He turned his sweaty face to stare at the place where it had come from. Stupid dog, stupid Garm. Behind the fallen lowly guard stood another prisoner of similar size. Is this really a way to radiate killing intent? A terrifying burst of killing intent was emanating from him. Bakir, the night hound. He was watching everything from behind. Saketh froze in the presence of the killing intent, a killing intent that could not even begin to compare to the killing intent that Garm had exuded just moments before. It was so thick that it was almost visualized in the target's eyes. It was the shape of a black dog with bulging eyes, gaping maw and razor sharp teeth. It was like a blazing fire ready to bite and tear the world apart. And then slowly the one who exudes such deep killing intent revealed himself. The dog that emerged from behind the gutted dog was no ordinary dog. It was a hound. It was also a hellish dog that specializes in biting and killing demons. Vikir's red pupils reflected the shrinking of the dog. Stop right there. The words were spoken in a calm tone, but there was a frighteningly understated violence in his voice. Saketh recognized it and took a step back. 2 years earlier Saketh had been beaten to a pulp once while arguing with Vikir. You should know whether you're the predator or the prey. He still gritted his teeth when he remembered the days he spent trying to get the nails out of his mouth. However, he couldn't just bend over and take it, because if he were to be imprisoned in level 9, he would have to face it. Saketh opened his mouth to growl. What if I don't want to? I'm already in trouble. It can't get any worse. There's a basement under the floor. If anything, I can show it to you now. Vikir spoke so nonchalantly, but knowing how much raw madness and violence lurked beneath that calm expression and soft-spoken tone, Saketh couldn't say more. Vikir does not bluff. If he says he's going to show you the floor, he's going to show you the floor. And if he says he's going to show you the basement, he's going to show you the basement. Saketh had seen Vikir for the past 2 years, and he knew it well. Crazy asshole, what kind of child's eyes are those? Vikir's face is a typical nobleman's handsome face, but his eyes are filled with hatred and the killing intent that has been brewing for centuries. How many fierce and deadly firing lines does one have to cross to have eyes like that? Even Saketh, who had been conducting illegal human experiments and genocide on countless human beings, could not have dared to imagine. Saketh glared at Vikir with bloodshot eyes. Then through clenched teeth he spoke. I will not forget what happened today. I will retaliate. If you can do it, but you'll have to do it fast. Vikir brought up a topic of interest. In getting out of here today. What? Saketh's mouth opened halfway in disbelief. Then he started giggling. Now I know you're crazy. You're gonna break out of Nouvelle Vague. What he could not do in the end is escape from prison. What kind of guy are you? At this point Vikir was getting impatient. What makes you think jailbreaking is impossible? What? Is that all you can think about? He frowned at Vikir's blunt question, not quite sure what he meant. Then Vikir smirked at him. You think you've been abandoned, but you haven't. That's because I think well of you. Vikir's piercing gaze swept over Saketh's entire body. I've been watching you for the past 2 years. You're weak and you don't have much muscle, but I like your brashness and your ability to take action. Your loyalty is strong. What the hell are you talking about? You'll find out soon enough after I break you out of here. He clicked his tongue in disbelief, then turned away. It's a move that's not worth dealing with. Don't talk nonsense like jailbreak, because one day I will definitely kill you with my own hands. But even as he spoke, there was a glint of agitation in Saketh's eyes. Vikir caught the slightest shaking of his pupils with the unique sense of an experienced hound. Tateg. Saketh quickly jumped out of the rocky canyon and ran beyond the wasteland. He spewed out a blood mist filled with plague aura. You have the perfect personality to take advantage of. That was Vikir's assessment of the vanishing figure. With that, Vikir turned his head to look at the 2 guards on the ground. Lieutenant Kirko. She was unconscious with a large wound on her forehead. Large eyes, a sharp nose, a stubborn-looking mouth, a face so pale it hadn't seen the sun because of the depths of the ocean, and long hair down to her waist. This is a typical imperial beauty. If it weren't for the uniform and the sword, she could have been mistaken for courtesan. Is she dead? Vikir cupped the back of Kirko's head and traced the veins in her neck. Kirko's brow furrowed and an involuntary groan escaped her. The blood had stopped, at least, though she was still breaking out in a cold sweat and her body temperature was dropping. A faint heartbeat told him that she was alive and well. She's a lucky woman. With proper hemostasis and prolonged rest, she should be able to recover. Without too much trouble. The problem was Garm. Is bad. At first glance Garm's condition was disastrous. His body had already been damaged beyond repair by his continuous clinging to Saketh. His bones had been crushed to powder and the fragments had pierced through his intestines and burrowed deeply into them. Apart from that, the pressure inside his body had exploded, rupturing all of his vital organs that controlled his metabolism, and his body temperature was rising to an abnormal level, which seemed to be the result of being contaminated by the poisonous aura. Of course, if he were taken to the temple immediately and given intensive treatment by the high priests, he might be able to survive, but that was unlikely to happen here in Nouvelle Vague. Death inevitable. It seemed clear that if left like this, Garm would be dead within minutes. In excruciating pain, like every nerve in his body was on fire. Then, Iki. Garm opened his mouth to say to Vikir, "Are you there?" Both of his eyeballs exploded and he couldn't see. He spoke bravely through his broken teeth and severed tongue. Vikir stood by his side and listened to his last words. His hand flailed weakly, grasping at thin air. It was like holding the hand of a loved one. "I wanted to show that girl the outside world but..." The last words didn't flow into a nice complete sentence like they do in comics and novels. Instead, his voice broke off mid-sentence haltingly and hollowly, and his body sagged completely. Vikir stood for a moment beside Garm's limp body. Then he knelt down on one knee and closed his empty eyes. "That's too bad. I didn't mean for it to turn out this way." Vikir had only been aiming for the epaulettes, insignia, rank, and military boots pinned to Garm's clothing. But things took a turn for the worse, and this is what he ended up with. It wasn't of his own making, but he couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. "Still, she's alive because of your efforts. Rest in peace and go to a good place." Vikir activated the power of starvation drought on Garm's body. The blood daylilies' inherent power drained the blood and moisture from Garm's body. The blood dries up and turns to dust. The flesh, bones, and organs shriveled up and slowly collapsed. Tsutsits. Soon Garm's body crumbled to a fine powder, was blown away by the wind. The dreams and soul of a young man from a faraway land the earth came to wander here in the distant deep sea. It was the similar fate of prisoners and guards unable to leave this prison. Even in death. Jalgulang. Badges, epaulettes, and rank insignia clattered to the floor. One by one Vikir gathered up the uniform, boots, and insignia that Garm had left behind. Then, Vikir looked up. The sound of military footsteps was coming from beyond the steaming canyon. Thud, 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 thud. Perhaps reinforcements were on their way. Vikir glanced up. Garm's body warmth, which he thought had been blown away by the wind, was hovering around the fallen Kirko. After circling for a while, the wind swept through Kirko's hair, wiping the sweat from her brow, and then disappeared beyond the flames. Vikir made a short bow to where the wind had come from. Then he slipped out the other side of the canyon with Garm's clothes at his side. Now that he had the materials he needed, there was no need to delay. Jailbreak the Hounds are out today. It was going to be done tonight. The night had been noisy all day due to a prisoner riot on level 8. Numerous guards were injured and taken to the infirmary, while others were stranded in the rugged terrain of the labor camp and had to be searched. Even uninjured guards were hospitalized in large numbers, complaining of itching and fever after inhaling a thick mist of blood. The night shift was also put on emergency alert. The guards continued to be on watch duty, skipping the evening and early morning rounds of the day. There were too many vacancies. What a shame that this happened just as we were reassigning the guards. I think Colonel Diorgium has shown poor judgment. He shouldn't have pushed the construction so hard. I'm sure it has something to do with the blue lava that was found in the level 10 sector. By the way, is Nouvelle Vague really an extinct volcano? What if it turns out to be active? Well, it could blow up the whole of Nouvelle Vague, but that's probably not going to happen. The two guards yawned and switched shifts. Neither of them was normally in charge of this section, but they had been forced to fill in when there was an opening in the schedule. and Vikir took advantage of the gap. He dipped the green vodka head stolen from the guards into a puddle of seawater on the floor of the stone chamber. The dark ink smeared into the water, turning the entire pool green. Vikir dipped his prisoner uniform in it. Chelpug, chelpug, chelpug. After several dyes, the prisoner's uniform was completely green. The black stripes that characterized the prisoner's uniform were faintly visible, but it was hard to tell in the dim light of the Nouvelle Vague. Vikir glanced over the bars and saw that the guards were preoccupied with something else, so he clapped his hands together. Zing. The Dissim's handcuffs broke very easily. Vikir felt his mana return to his body and nodded. But what are these restraints made of to break so easily? The exact material that makes up the Dissim is unknown. However, it was clear that it was influenced by Vikir's title of Daylily, lumberjack from the Hell Tree. Eventually Vikir completely destroyed the Dissim restraints attached to his body, broke the iron bars, and came out. He began to walk slowly down the hallway. Jiubyug, 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 jiubyug. At that moment, one of the guards on duty in front of him noticed Vikir and his eyes widened. Why is a doctor here? He must have seen Vikir's green top and bottom and mistakenly assumed he was a doctor. After all, at this hour of the night, no one would think of a man wearing green and walking around outside without cuffs or chains on his body as a prisoner. Vikir replied nonchalantly, "I'm the doctor in charge of quarantine for the level 9 area, and I was just doing a final check because a level 8 plague leper sprayed blood and saliva everywhere." "Oh really?" The guard gave him a slightly suspicious glance, but he couldn't imagine that the other man was a prisoner. "Well, I looked at your last shift sheet and there's no record of you coming in or out." "Is that so? It's been a while since I've been in. I guess I lost track of time with all the quarantine. Did everyone else leave first?" "Haha, you have a sense of duty. I checked the previous shift log and there was a quarantine, but it says you all left then. I've been busy lately, so I must have missed one." The guard smiled, surprisingly pleased with what Vikir had said. Apparently he was relieved to hear that the area where he was on duty had been thoroughly sanitized. "Yes, you may go. Please take care not to spread the plague to us. Would it be possible?" Vikir gave the guard a curt nod and headed down the hall. "Good, I've made it through Phase 1 without incident." Poseidon found at the blast point Colonel Diordum's reassignment of the guards and a loud commotion. It was an exquisite combination of these three results. Jiubyug, 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 jiubyug. Walking through the corridors of the Nouvelle Vague at night was refreshing. The sense of freedom and liberation seemed to add a few centimeters to his height and limbs. But it was short-lived as Vikir quietly made his way to a corner of the hallway. It was the supply room. It was an armory where the guards' uniforms, epaulets, boots, and weapons were stored. The prisoners' supplies are managed like a knife, but the guards' supplies are surprisingly poor. Items such as sardines, bread, and work tools issued to prisoners are meticulously inventoried and counted. But the supplies for the guards were surprisingly neglected. The military officer on guard duty in front of the warehouse sits lazily, reading a novel whose pages are tattered from hundreds of readings. The worn and torn newbie: "I must have read this one 200 times already. I can't wait to see the movie." Just then someone caught the military officer's eye. His bushy hair and burn marks covered his face. It was Vikir, dressed in a guard's uniform, torn and bloody in places. What a vile creature, scarring his face with burn marks. Well, with the basilisk's super regenerative powers, it can always heal. Vikir could hear Decarabia whimpering in his chest. Vikir slammed his fist down on the chest plate in frustration, silencing Decarabia. Then he pressed the brim of his hat against his mouth. "Greetings, sir. I was wondering if you had any spare uniforms." "Oh, what, did you get ripped off in the riots too? I'm seeing a lot of ripped uniforms today." "Yeah, I was just getting back from being stranded under a crevasse in the canyon. I tried to repair the uniform, but it seemed like there was no way I could sew it." "Yeah, well, in that case you might as well just get issued a new one. Hold on, I'll find one in a minute." The military officer closed the book he was reading and went into the storage room, rummaging around. He emerged with a guard's uniform that fit Vikir perfectly, along with a full set of accessories, boots, epaulettes, rank, and badges. What do you want me to write your name? Vikir asked, and the military officer answered immediately.
Second lieutenant Garmenor.
Garm Nord. A name tag and a single diamond. Vikir pinned his rank on his chest and shoulders. He had watched the guards so closely that he could mimic their actions and words. Except, it's not time to wear it yet. Vikir stuck the name tag labeled Garm Nord into his mouth. A lowly guard with no name and no affiliation to the Nouvelle Vague.
Geobiog.
Once he put on his uniform and ranking badge, it was all one and the same. He was able to walk through doors and corridors that would have been off limits to anyone but a guard without raising suspicion. Then a guard called out to Vikir as he walked down the hallway late at night. Hey, second lieutenant over there. A guard with the rank of captain stopped Vikir. Vikir paused for a moment. Had he aroused suspicion by not wearing a name tag? But no. Don't you see the trash on the ground there? Pick it up. The captain made Vikir pick up the trash that was closer to him and went on his way. Good thing we're a society that looks at rank before name. Humans are like that everywhere. We decide whether to be interested in someone or not, whether to remember their name or not based on their title or rank. In that sense, the second lieutenant was the perfect disguise to avoid suspicion. No one was interested in the name of the low-level guard Nouvelle Vague, so there was no question about whether he wore a name tag or not, what his face looked like, whether he was tall or short, or what he was wearing. Vikir walked smoothly up the central staircase on the 9th floor and made his way to the 8th, 7th, and 6th floors. His final destination was the 5th floor. Vikir had just left the 6th floor and was about to open the door to the 5th floor. Vikir heard a voice behind him stopping him in his tracks. For the first time, someone recognized Vikir's face and body type, not his rank. Vikir slowly turned to see a familiar face standing there. A female prison guard standing on crutches with her legs and arms bandaged. Lieutenant Kirko Grimm stood there, cocking her head in question. You're Garm, right? Why are you here at this time of night? I didn't see you when we were on watch earlier, and where have you been all this time? Suddenly Vikir was met with undue attention. Vikir thought for a moment. Should I remove it? But he didn't want to. Normally he would have been relentless, but after lending his name and identity to and considering Garm's last wishes, he felt he could let it slide. It's nothing compared to what's going to happen on the 5th floor anyway. Vikir's long-planned escape is perfect. And if she didn't know it now, she was definitely someone who would be helpful. In the future. Vikir didn't respond to Kirko's call, simply stepping through the door. Hey Garm. Kirko's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. This was uncharacteristic of Garm, who usually smiled like an idiot whenever he saw her. What are you going to be on guard in another area? Kirko didn't have time to stand there for long, as Shed just gotten off duty. She shook her head and turned to go. What the hell, I just wanted to say thank you for the level 8 riot incident. But the other side is different, that stupid Garm. Kirko soon lost her attention to Garm. The timid little guy isn't going to get into trouble, so wherever he goes at this ambitious hour will be no big deal. Maybe I'll thank him the next time I see him and we can talk properly. Geobiog. Like Vikir, Kirko melted into the dark hallway. Vikir going up and Kirko going down. They went in opposite directions. Vikir, a low-ranking guard with no name or affiliation. No one knew the identity or intentions of this hound that melted into the darkness of Nouvelle Vague. Did I give the picaresque mask to Camus for no reason? Maybe I should have kept it a little longer. Vikir thought as he moved forward, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. It's easier to be a little smaller to avoid the prying eyes of the guards. Vikir briefly wondered if turning into a puppy would make it easier to hide. But Vikir soon had to change his mind. There wasn't a single dog or cat in the Nouvelle Vague. If he were to change into a dog, he would be very noticeable. The guards occasionally had pets, but they were usually crayfish, crabs, and octopuses, and occasionally there were seals, fish, and water buffalo. If you're going to have pets, you're going to need an aquarium. This is the deep ocean after all. Vikir dropped to the floor, realizing that all the people around him were gone. Fifth floor Vikir's primary destination for his escape. In front of him was a vast sea. The vast plaza had large circular pools in each section with narrow steep passageways between them. An aquarium or fish farm. This was the only aquarium in Nouvelle Vague. Let's see what they're keeping. Vikir pulled up a bundle of ropes stacked in the corner of the aquarium. Then he threaded the pickled sea bass onto a hook as big as the anchor of a decent ship attached to the end and threw it into the pool. Pungdiong. The bait sank into the salt water of the pool. Then there was a reaction. Swoosh. It was visible above the surface, a long gigantic shadow approaching the bait. Snap. The rope pulled taut. Vikir clenched his hands together and yanked on the rope. Chwag. A huge peak of water rose above the surface, and what was beneath the water was soon impaled on the hook. It was a giant eel. So this is a gulper eel. The appearance of the gulper eel was indeed bizarre. Its head and belly were enormous with a skinny tiny tail. Meanwhile its mouth, which takes up more than 90 of its head, is as large and wide as the main entrance to a great temple. Despite its grotesque appearance, it was surprisingly not a monster from the demon world but an endemic species that originally lived in the deep sea. It is also known by nicknames such as one-bite eel, gulping eel, elevator eel, etc. This giant deep-sea creature was immediately irritated when it was dragged to the surface. When the huge mouth opens wide, one can see gums protruding from the teeth, each one shaped like a fish hook. Behind each tooth was a row of razor-sharp barbs, as if to say, once bitten, never let go. Of course, the spoiled eel posed no threat to Vikir. Bam! With a single slap, Vikir broke most of the eel's teeth and dragged the limp, dripping eel all the way back to the surface. That's a lot of them. Is this the biggest? Vikir looked over at the countless eels swimming in circles in the aquarium's pool. The one he had just caught happened to be the largest. This gulper eel is a species of eel that is bred in captivity at Nouvelle Vague. It's characterized by having a body that's too large and fins and tail that are too small to swim well, but its bulk and light weight allow it to float in the currents and roam the depths of the ocean. Most of their bodies are made up of water and the rest are bones and skin, so there's no meat to be had. What's more, they're so fishy and foul-smelling that they're hardly edible. As you can see, they're not even cute enough to keep as pets. So why is this seemingly useless species being farmed in Nouvelle Vague? Because this is the only elevator to the surface. Vikir stared at the gulper eel gasping in front of him. Getting down to the Nouvelle Vague from the surface is simple. It's a long, long way to sail through the harsh waters. At 12 midnight, the vortex that serves as the primary gateway opens and a prisoner is placed inside an orthoharcon alloy coffin and allowed to sink. The coffin slowly sinks with the current and eventually arrives at Nouvelle Vague 10,000 meters below the surface. But how do you get from the Nouvelle Vague to the surface? You can use a gulper eel. It has a big mouth and an even bigger stomach. It can hold any number of people. Its flesh is soft and its skin is tough, allowing it to survive the crushing pressure of the deep sea. Gulper eels with these biological characteristics are bred to an appropriate size according to the body size of the occupants. In the rare event that it is necessary to go to the surface, a gulper eel of the right size is selected and the rider opens its mouth and enters its stomach. Gulper eels are built to withstand water pressure, but they have little ability to swim on their own, so they ride a specific current to the surface and are slowly swept up to the surface. Hence the nickname elevator eel. I just need to break through that one bubble and I'll be out of here. At the end of the tanks, the passageways look out onto the vast depths of the ocean. However, there is actually a transparent mucus barrier separating the two spaces. This sticky transparent wall of mucus, which looks like a soap bubble, is called flubber by the Nouvelle Vague guards. Disum and flubber are the two key substances that keep Nouvelle Vague alive. Disum creates order by binding the prisoner's mana and strength, while flubber keeps water from flowing into the castle from the outside, allowing the prison itself to be maintained. Both have one thing in common: they are mysterious substances whose identities have yet to be determined. Sticky. Vikir frowned at the mysterious mucus that covered the windows and indeed the entire castle of Nouvelle Vague. Flubber was a substance that was responsible for Nouvelle Vague's security. Alongside the bdism, but it was nowhere near as strong as the bdism. Now that he was free of his restraints, there was no reason why Vikir with his mana shouldn't be able to penetrate this flubber. Squirm. Vikir tugged on the eel's tail and approached the window. The eel didn't want to move from its spot, but it didn't matter. Their bodies are too slimy to fit through the narrow window, and they don't have the ability to swim, so they just follow the current. Is this for the purpose of restraining a giant? Why is it so big? Vikir looked at the eel head just caught. It was a large eel, so large that it could be considered a restraining weapon. For the giants. There were only a few of these in the aquarium, while other aquariums were full of smaller ones. Kugugug. Vikir attached the reins to the eel's tongue, and soon the line was stretched across its stomach. Even if the eel didn't have the ability to swim, he'd at least be able to control the direction of its fins. And then, poof, Vikir kicked the eel out of the water. Splash. The flubber mucus ripped away and the eel slipped into the darkness of the deep. The eel's stomach was empty. Since then Vikir has reeled in several more eels using rope hooks and a pile of perch in the corner as bait. 3 small ones just big enough for him and 2 bigger than the last one. Vikir did the same to them, tying a halter to their tongues and fins, and shoved them out the window. The flubber window, once torn, healed quickly, so he didn't have to worry about the seawater continuing to rush in. Then, as Vikir was pushing the 6th eel out of the water, Decarabia asked, "Human, why do you keep throwing these eels into the sea? I'm not even going to ride it. To distract them, it would take a lot of manpower to chase them all down, and it would take a long time." "Ah, that's a good idea. It's always a good idea to have a distraction when you can afford one, especially if you're going to break out. So now we're on our 7th eel, but why did we only catch 6 eels? Don't we have to catch one more?" Decarabia questioned Vikir, who threw all the eels out the window. Vikir's answer was short. "I'm not going out." "What?" Decarabia asked in disbelief. "No, if you're not going to, why did you untie the eel in the first place?" "I told you, distraction." Vikir smiled thinly. "Riding the eel is a little later. The jailbreak is not yet finalized. If we go out now, we'll be caught no matter how many eels we untie. The currents are too slow. Also, since there was no drinking water or food stored up, it was impossible to go on a voyage without knowing how long it would take. There was also the risk that the eels would be eaten by larger deep-sea creatures along the way, or that they would run aground on reefs or rough currents. So Vikir wanted to go into the escape prepared. This is because it is right to exclude uncertain factors as much as possible. Just then, "What is it, an escaped prisoner?" An unfamiliar voice came from behind. Vikir instinctively sensed danger and wiped the burn marks from his face, returning to his bare skin. Slowly turning around, Vikir hears footsteps approaching. "I thought you were a guard because of your uniform, but I guess not." The voice turns to face Vikir, an admiring note of interest in its voice. "Humph, this is what you look like, the face of the man who broke my handcuffs." The being was admiring Vikir's face, not Garm's. A young girl with green hair, lazy eyes, and a pale face that still looks to be in her early teens. But the layers of restraints on her wrists and ankles were unmistakably
familiar.
Despite wearing the uniform of a guard, the mysterious girl in the restraints wore a shiny rank on her chest patch. 1 star, the mark of a brigadier general, the rank above a colonel. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he recognized her identity. "I see you made that." One of Vikir's oldest questions was finally answered. "Bdism, a mysterious substance that binds the mana and power of the prisoners in
Nouvelle Vague.
Vikir had once vaguely speculated that it was made of plants. Title: Daylily Lumberjack. Inflicts massive additional damage against creatures in plant form. Taunt, confuse, blind, bleed, burn, poison, and other status ailments last slightly longer. Vikir's suspicions were confirmed as he realized that the restraints which he could not break, no matter what, could be destroyed by the power of the Daylily Lumberjack, a title he had earned in the Hell Tree. and Vikir realized that his guess was correct. The girl before him was higher in rank than any of the guards he had ever met. A brigadier general even higher than the colonel's rank on Swar and Diorjum, where the warden was a colonel. Brigadier General Dissum. Although she looked like a young girl, her true self was completely different. A being with the power and cunning of an old tree. Her race was called the Ents or Dryads. If the beings between animals and humans are called the Beastman, then the beings between plants and humans are the Ent. So it makes perfect sense that all 5 wardens are non-human beings. Vikir was right. Diorjum was a sea crocodile. Swar was an elf-dwarf hybrid, and the one in front of him, Dissum, was an Ent. Meanwhile, Dissum stared at Vikir in wonder. "I'm here to find out who broke my handcuffs. It was you, wasn't it?" Apparently Dissum can feel when the handcuffs she made are destroyed. Shhhhhhh. The 5 fingers on the end of Dissum's arm elongated like vines, then turned black and turned into chains. "How did you break it? Do it again." As soon as Dissum finished speaking, a chain of vines erupted from her body and rushed towards Vikir like a snake. Chakong, chakong, chakong. At the end of the chains, handcuffs and shackles were interlocked like the jaws of a snake. One bite from that thing would instantly cause the bindings to be filled and the mana and power to be sealed. Of course Vikir had the power to destroy it. But the thought of having his mana flow interrupted even for a fraction of a second was disturbing, so he simply stepped back and dodged all of her attacks. Dissum pulled out more vines as enthusiastic. "Fight me properly, you're letting me off the hook." She was quite angry for some reason. She seemed to misunderstand why Vikir was only dodging and not fighting head on. Grrrttt. The sound of tree bark rubbing came out of Dissum's mouth. The vines, hard and resilient like extremely concentrated rubber, flew out like whips aimed at Vikir. The blow was a blow, but what followed was even more annoying. This is all because of Warden Orca. That old man is making everyone overprotective and treating me like a child. Why am I being treated so differently from Flubber? Although Vikir didn't know what she was talking about, he had a vague idea of what had caused all the complaining. Vikir had plenty of opportunities to fight back, but he kept backing away from Dissum's attacks. He gently scratched her nerves. "Go get a guardian, you're too young to fight." "What, am 100 years older than you?" "I do not fight with the opposite sex, back off. I have both male and female genders. So why the hell is this girl overprotected?" Vikir thought for a moment and then spoke. "You are a valuable resource to the Nouvelle Vague, so take care of yourself. I don't want any disruption to the production and maintenance of the Dissum restraints. What if you die and the rest of the restraints lose their power?" Judging by the look of surprise on Dissum's face with each of Vikir's words, that was the answer. Then her expression turned to one of uncontrollable irritation. "So what? Stop telling me to save my body. I'm sick of it. I have freedom." Apparently Dissum was living a life of confinement in an alley because of
The production and maintenance of restreint.
and she seems to be under a lot of stress because of it. "Well, I know it because I lived as a prisoner the frustration of Nouvelle Vague." Vikir dodged a whip and did a backflip, landing on the other side of the aquarium. Suddenly curious, Vikir turned to Dissum and asked, "So if you're so overprotected, how did you get here?" That's because Orca the old man was away." Orca, the warden of Nouvelle Vague. Come to think of it, Vikir hadn't seen his face since entering Nouvelle Vague. "I heard the ground has been devastated these days. There were so many felons to send to the Nouvelle Vague that the old man was sent on a long-term mission. To the ground, we have to face some kind of huge event or something. We don't know what that means." Dissum was quite a talkative individual, perhaps because she spent so much time alone. Even against the less talkative Vikir, it was obvious by the way she kept talking to herself. "I hear there's been a lot of talk about demons and gates lately. Things are complicated on the surface." Vikir, who has a quiet personality, gained a lot of information from Dissum's chatter, which spouted things without being asked. Vikir barely suppressed the slight impatience in his heart. Demons and gates, the age of destruction is upon us. He saw it coming, and he can't save them all anyway. Only those who cannot be left to die can be saved. The rising of the great demons. Gates of destruction. The rainy season of fear. Poseidon.
End the nouvelle vague.
Vikir strung together the keywords in his mind. Then he began to act. First, the immediate enemy. When things are overwhelming, it's best to tackle them head-on. Flash. Vikir awoke and summoned Beelzebub, the magic sword. Having not breathed fresh air for so long, Beelzebub's strength was surging. And he was radiating a crimson aura. There was no need to use the solid aura of the swordmaster. A gaseous aura that only an expert could produce. Vikir converted all of his aura into a gaseous form and scattered it. Hey, what is it? Are you an expert with just an attack like this, huh? Dissim, who had been looking down on the gaseous aura that was spreading like a whirlwind, swallowed the wind in vain. Gases were just gases, flickering and weak. But its scale was a problem. The gaseous aura that Vikir unleashed began to envelop an enormous area as watery fog envelop an entire mountain. An ordinary expert-level swordsman couldn't even dream of it. Geogeojong. The sound of anchors and ropes breaking or snapping could be heard throughout the aquarium. Each molecule of Vikir's fog of strikes was a sharp, lethal weapon. The swordmaster's solid aura is good for unknown combat, but the expert's gaseous aura is more effective for wiping out large areas. Vikir had no intention of killing Dissim. Now that he knew who she was and what she was capable of, there were endless ways to use her. They'll keep her alive for now. Had seen her power firsthand, and it was more than enough for him to handle. So Vikir enveloped the area in a fog of strikes to subdue, not kill Dissim. It was the foundation of the Hound, the art of slowly cornering a prey. Dissim was left with no room to move back, as the entire space around her was covered in Vikir's strikes and aura. There was only one path she could take now. The aquarium, into that pool of salt water where the balloon eels were being bred. And finally, pung pung. Dissim dived deep into the pool. Vikir realized that the plan had worked. Plants don't like salt. Normally plants exposed to too much salt would burn the tips off their leaves and eventually die. The Ent, or Dryads, as beings who owe their life to plants, were no different. What's more, the water here is ultra-deep, 10,000 meters below the surface. It was extremely salty and concentrated, making the water feel sticky. Pung. Vikir dove into the saltwater pool to capture the weakened Dissim alive. Several balloon eels approached, assuming they had run out of food, but were quickly cut to pieces by Vikir's charge. Where are you? Vikir looked around, searching for Dissim, who must be sinking and weakening somewhere. Just then, "Ho ho ho, are you looking for me?" A seductive female voice called out from somewhere. Vikir's head whipped around. Dissim vines, much thicker and tougher than before, flew out and enveloped Vikir's entire body. It was a speed that couldn't even be compared to fighting on land. Vikir's eyes widened at the unexpectedness of the situation, and Dissim peered before him. With her hair flying in the extremely salty brine, she looked quite different than before. Her body had matured, and her face was no longer that of a child. Seeing the vast increase in Dissim's power, Vikir had to admit that he had made a mistake. Was it a seaweed entity? He hadn't realized that the thing head dragged into the water was actually a bad hand. Dissim, she revealed her true form in the thick salt water.
Oh, surprise.
She winked at Vikir with a smirk, her rosy cheeks gone from the corners of her mouth. What took her place was a flower in full bloom.
Vikir exclaimed in pure amazement.
A seaweed-based Ent, I didn't realize such a thing existed. He has heard many tales of forest-dwelling Ents during his time living in the jungle of the Red and Black Mountains. So naturally he had the preconceived notion that they only lived in forests. However, they also live in seaweed forests deep beneath the ocean floor. Just as the beastman descended from various animal families, the Ent descended from various plant families, and in the case of Dissim, she was descended from the seaweed family of kelp and wakame. This isn't going as well as I thought. Dragging Dissim into the water was proved to be a deadly move, as it grabbed Vikir's ankle. Ordinary plants would have their leaves burned to a crisp by the salt, but Seaweed actually revitalizes itself. Pow! Vikir kicked out the flying chains of seaweed. The rounded hard spikes on the seaweed felt like they were kicked by a bowling ball full force. This is troublesome. Vikir brushed off the leaves that clung to his arms and tried to rise to the surface. But Dissim wouldn't let him escape the water. Ho ho, where do you think you're going? You've only just come in, why don't you play some more? Chewy stalks of seaweed swooped in like sea serpents. Kariririk. The black seaweed that sprouted from the bottom of the Gulper eel farm moved like Dissim's limbs and grabbed Vikir's ankles. Sharararik quack. Above it, the long giant leaves of the seaweed grew diagonally and horizontally, forming a grid-like encirclement.
Snake net fishing net soare net gill net drift net cast net drag net.
Trawl net, all kinds of nets were spread out targeting just one Vikir. They were terrifying restraints designed not only to trap but to imprison. Spears of dried seaweed with pointed tips pierced the immobilized Vikir's body. Bind him with nets, impale him with spears, and drain his mana and strength. Once they're in contact, it was a must-win pattern that turned Dissim into an invincible monster. Puff puff puck. Blood, flesh, and guts exploded like firecrackers. The water instantly turned black. But Dissim narrowed her eyes, not liking the situation. Countless spears of seaweed failed to reach Vikir in the end. At a crucial moment, Vikir yanked the tail of a passing gulper eel and used it as a shield. Pipiog pig pioiog. The seaweed spears that followed were also blocked by the gulper eels that Vikir was pulling, causing a series of misfires. Ugh, it takes me years to grow one of these gulper eels. If Diorjum and Swar find out, there will be an uproar. Bubbles began to boil from the angry Dissim's entire body. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. True to its form, the plant was pumping out tons of oxygen from its body. Seeing this, Vikir nodded. I see why everyone was so overprotective of her. In addition to crafting the Dissim restraints that bind prisoners' mana and power, Dissim has a very important role. She provides oxygen to the prison. In addition to her ability to block mana and physical force, she has the uncanny ability to eat things like sulfur and toxic vapors and turn them into oxygen. So without Dissim, there is no Nouvelle Vague. There's nowhere else to get oxygen from inside the fluffy dome of mucus. I like you even more now. You'll be useful in many ways. Vikir dropped the gulper eel he was using as a shield and climbed onto the next one. Boom! A spear of seaweed swooped down from below, piercing both the upper and lower jaws of gulper eel. Thud! Vikir threw off the gulper eel and landed on the bottom of the tank. Ho ho ho, you're going deeper. That is suicidal. Dissim had spread out long strands of seaweed like a net, blocking his path to the surface. Now Vikir was trapped at the bottom of the pool, unable to move. Getting out was one thing, but breathing was the immediate problem. But even at an overwhelmingly vantage point, Dissim could not help but cringe at the strange phenomenon taking place in Vikir's right hand. A stream of water flowing in a strange direction. It was slowly being sucked towards Vikir's right hand. What is it? Is there a hole over there? Unless there was a leak, there was no reason for the water to be flowing that way. Suddenly Dissim realized that something was wrong. The strength of the current suddenly increased. It's as if there was a leak somewhere and the water was being sucked in at a tremendous speed. Not only the seaweed around him, but also Dissim was almost dragged away by the current. What? An ominous foreboding flashed through her mind. She realized she shouldn't be caught in Vikir's outstretched right hand. Her instinct screamed a desperate warning. Starvation, drought. A trait possessed by the blood tree daylily, the power to dry out anything with moisture. Vikir was going to dry up all the moisture in the pool. And as the water dried up and disappeared, the empty space was filled with new water, which dried up and disappeared again, creating a turbulent current. Vikir emitted aura through Beelzebub. Like a flame that travels forward through pouring oil, Vikir's aura shot forward through the swirling water currents. The target was, of course, Dissim. Dissim was stunned by the 8 flying teeth that split the water-filled space. Black sun, a small but dense and heavy black sun, was rising at the bottom of the sea. Kerr. The black sun grew in size with an incredible speed, sucking in everything around it. This black sheep, which was essentially Vikir's special move, was destructive. But it didn't have the power to pull in anything around it. However, the fact that it was underwater and that Vikir knew how to use the power of the blood daylilies starvation drought made it work. That guy, he was aiming for this in the first place, trying to get underwater. Dissim realized that she was completely caught up in Vikir's plan. The black orb was a collection of countless teeth, and she knew what would happen to her if she was dragged into its center. Her entire body would be disintegrated, leaving not even a scrap of flesh behind. Kayaf. Dissim struggled to break free of the current somehow. She pulled up all the available seaweed and shot it out, but all of it was sucked into the center of the black sun and turned into fuel for the fire. The seaweed was torn to shreds and pulverized, and not even a leaf could be salvaged. Strangely enough, the aura emitted by that monster-like thing did not fade, even when it touched Dissim's seaweed. If the people of Nouvelle Vague saw Dissim's seaweed, which nullifies all mana and physical power, being torn apart so helplessly like a cheap piece of paper, they would probably be horrified. But it wasn't all for nothing. Kulululig, kulug, kululug. As a large amount of water plants were hit by the black sun, the water flow became a little looser. Dissim managed to break free from the current and rise to the surface. Poha. After breaking the surface, Dissim looked back with a white face. Okay, I need to get out of here quickly. I have to tell Diorjum and Swar about this. But she hadn't taken more than 7 steps before she felt her body shake. Her vision spun. Thought she'd taken a straight path, but somehow her foot had twisted. Thud. Dissim fell to the ground. Why am I like this? Why won't my body listen to me? What's gonna happen to me now? What's going on? Quick, I need to get away now. Unanswered questions only filled her head. And then, twag. Vikir broke the surface of the water and climbed out. You drink a lot of water for a seaweed. Vikir spoke in a dry voice to Dissim, his fingertips dripping with black blood. Madam's poison. Vikir had sneakily released his own blood into the water once when Dissim had slaughtered the gulper eels, creating a spray of blood. Afterwards, as a vortex was formed due to the water current, Dissim unknowingly inhaled a large amount of poison throughout its body. The poison was diluted by the water, so the impact was delayed, but once the symptoms appeared, the outcome was obvious. Hig hioyog kiog. Dissim crawled on the ground with one hand on her throat and the other on her chest. Suwug. Her body temperature rose rapidly due to the poison, and water evaporated from her body. Dark spots, the marks of death, began to appear all over her body. Dissim, who had changed from a girl to an adult woman, was now turning into a shriveled-up old woman. Oh no, 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 if I die, the restraints and cages of the prisoners will all lose their strength, that. And her forward in agony. Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. Night Hound, or rather of the Nouvelle Vague Hound, began to take steps. Even in the deep sea, where not a single light shines, the shadow of death seemed to be cast. Early the next morning, there was an unprecedented uproar in Nouvelle Vague. What the hell? A thunderous shout shook Level 9. Colonel Diorjum D. Diorkdile, one of the leading candidates to become the next head of the prison. He turned his head, his expression filled with rage. A group of mid-level officers, including Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, stood behind him, heads bowed. It was because of the escape of Night Hound in the middle of the night. Colonel Diorjum had frantically scoured his men after reports of Vikir's disappearance. But nothing had been reported except that a mysterious doctor had slipped out of the prisoners' quarters under the guise of quarantine. Colonel Diorjum was barely able to contain his anger as he realized that the reason why the siege was so weak in the first place was due to the mysterious explosives found in the Level 10 sector and Colonel Diorjum's unreasonable orders to reassign the guards in order to force the construction work around them. There was nothing unusual about the night before. How couldn't anyone notice? Until it came to this. At Colonel Diorjum's accusation, the guards all lowered their heads and remained speechless. Then a dispatch came in. Sir Colonel, I think you should go to the 5th floor. Diordum's thick eyebrows arched at the report from his out-of-breath subordinate. The next thing he knew, he was running up the stairs to the 5th floor. What the hell? The first thing he sees is a giant hole in the wall of the gulper eel tank. The next thing he saw was a large number of dead gulper eels floating in the water. He couldn't even begin to estimate how many eels had been swept out of the water. Luckily, the flubber mucus filled in the holes, so the flooding wasn't too bad, but the loss of so many gulper eels was devastating. It is very difficult to raise gulper eels, and even in the process of becoming an adult, sudden or mysterious deaths occur frequently. Their growth rate is also extremely fast. An adult gulper eel could cost as much as a ship, and the loss of such a creature was unspeakable. However, Colonel Diordum's focus was elsewhere. Gulper eels were nowhere in sight. The problem was the little girl squatting in the corner of the tank, shivering. Wrapped in a towel from the guards drinking warm sea cow, she was Dissum. What's going on? Diordum asked in disbelief. Dissum snorted and answered. I was trying to catch an escaped prisoner last night and lost him. No, I don't know why you're here in the first place, huh? Diordum sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. Just then a figure approached him. What are you doing here? You have been slow. Colonel Swar, she eyed him with a sneer. Is that how you're going to become head of the warden? Shut up, Swar, I was off duty last night, a once-in-a-year occurrence. Aha, so you were out of the loop while I dealt with the flood damage, the gulper eel deaths, and Dissum's security. Diordum didn't answer. He merely grinded his teeth with such force that they seemed to wear down. Swar looked around. Thank goodness Brigadier General Flubber took care of that hole in the wall. There's some flooding damage, but it's nothing that can't be repaired with the labor of level 1 prisoners. The loss of the gulper eels is a pity, but so be it. We'll just have to be satisfied that Dissum is safe. We could have had a major accident of epic proportions. Where are the prisoner? Why are you asking me that? It's not even my jurisdiction. I'm just cleaning up the damage. He's right. It was Diordum's job to capture the prisoner and Swear's job to torture them and keep them in solitary confinement. Diordum couldn't help but ask the trembling Dissum, where are the prisoner? Then Dissum jumped, more startled than necessary, and cried out, he's dead. Dead. Diordum was silent for a moment. There was no way anyone could have escaped from Nouvelle Vague. With no mana, limited strength, and a body weakened by poor diet and harsh labor, it would be impossible to escape from this harsh environment while wearing the Dissum restraints. On top of that, this is 10,000 meters below the surface of the sea. But the job had to be done. Then where is the body? Diordum asked in a hard tone, and Dissum quickly averted her gaze. He went out to sea on a gulper eel. Then he's not dead. Of course he's dead. Dissum had a point. In fact, there was no way to get to the surface on a gulper eel. It was a military secret that only the wardens knew, a secret that the prisoners would never know. The 5th floor of the Nouvelle Vague, where the gulper eels are kept, is surrounded by more than 3,000 circulating currents, of which only one leads to the surface. This means that it's all about which point you push the eels to, and without knowing the exact path, there's only a 0.00033101622 chance of reaching the surface if you choose a random path. The rest of the time, the gulper eel is left to wander in circles in the depths of the sea, at the mercy of the currents, returning to where it came from, a journey that can take as long as 100 years, and by the time the gulper returns, the person in its stomach is reduced to a skeleton. He doesn't seem to have any idea what the circulation currents are that lead to the surface, so he's bound to get caught in a trap current and hell be stuck in the deep for the rest of his life. Maybe it sounds like you didn't see it. Yes, I saw it, I saw it, and I saw him ride a gulper eel out of that hole in the wall before I passed out. Dissum desperately answered. Diordum crossed his arms and was silent for a long moment. You did indeed witness his last act, didn't you? Oh, that's right. What are you looking at me for? And no matter what, I'm the one who cares. Don't look at me like that. Dissum broke out in a cold sweat. Because she was lying now. I can't tell you that I passed out and then woke up and he was gone. If she did, it wouldn't be just another day in captivity. When Warden Orca returned, she might be locked up as a prisoner for life. Yeah, there was a hole in the wall. He tried to drag an eel out. He probably took the eel with him, and he's probably wandering around somewhere in a daze. Right now, fucking asshole. Dissum rationalized herself. She said it was something that could not be helped. And Swar's testimony coincidentally backed up Dissum's words. Come to think of it, the guy who came into the cell this time said something strange. The one on level 8, the guy Saketh or something, he said that the night hound was about to break out. Saketh, the plague leper. Yep, he said some guy named Vikir tipped him off about the escape. I thought it was bullshit and ignored it, but he was right. The testimony of Saketh the Leviathan, who is currently in solitary confinement for his role in a recent riot, was pretty conclusive. Dissum was eventually cleared of the charge of missing an inmate. Hey, that's it, him going back to my room. Fearful of being reprimanded by the warden and belittled by subordinates, Dissum decided not to dwell on the matter and kept her mouth shut. Diorjum felt suspicious in many ways but decided he could not pursue the investigation further. A hole in the wall, the missing gulper, yielded Dissum's unwavering testimony. In the end, Diorjum could only nod. Nighthound died trying to break out of Nouvelle Vague. I suppose we can treat it that way. Well, I agree, it's a shame. He was quite charming. Even Swar nodded in agreement. Diorjum found Vikir's name in the list he was carrying and scribbled it down. Nighthound Vikir van Baskerville. With that, Nighthound was officially declared dead in Nouvelle Vague. Send a mana transmission to the surface and have it recorded. Diorjum roughly tossed the register with Vikir's name crossed out to one of the junior guards beside him. Yes, Sir Colonel. The junior guard bowed his head deeply and took the list with both hands. He turned and walked away to fulfill Diorjum's orders. Swar caught a glimpse of the junior guard's sideways glance as he walked past her. He wore a tattered guard's cap, unkempt bushy hair, and a large burn scar across his face, and a crisp uniform that looked brand new. The name tag on his chest patch, which looked like it had been freshly inlaid. Red Garm Nord. The atmosphere is strange. Was there a guy like that among your subordinates? Swar shook off the thought. What the hell? She was a colonel and the next head of the prison. There was no way she could remember the names and faces of such a lowlife. Right now, it was more important to Swar to make up for the mistake Static Diorjum had made and put on as much color as she could. Anyway, let's wrap this up. I'll take a look upstairs. Diorjum merely puffed away at his cigar. The Nouvelle Vague prison break, which could have been an unprecedented event in history, ended somewhat in vain like this. Name Garm Nord, rank 2nd Lieutenant, a junior officer in the suppression squad in Nouvelle Vague. A 21-year-old man characterized by a timid stance, a dark expression, bushy, uncut hair, and large burn marks on his face. This was the new identity Vikir had been observing for the past 2 years. Vikir did not escape. Or more accurately, he made a pretense of escaping and then returned to Nouvelle Vague when Dissum was unconscious. After all, stealing a gulper eel wasn't going to get him away, and he still had work to do in prison. I need to activate Poseidon. There was nothing else to do. Once he fulfilled certain conditions and activated the Poseidon, his work here in Nouvelle Vague would be done. Honestly, I wouldn't mind dying here if I could get this done. Simply stopping the rainy season of fear will save more than half of humanity. The rest was up to the survivors. But Vikir wanted to do the job perfectly. It would be a good business if he could do it with his own life. Then, too, the sound of a horn announced the guards' wake-up call. 3:30 a.m. The guards wake up half an hour before the prisoners, who wake up at 4. Garm, or rather Vikir, pushed himself up from his room, which was just over 3 square meters. The shower room is a stone cubicle barely big enough for 2 people. Vikir turned on the rusty tap and washed his face and body under the dripping cold water. Unsurprisingly, the water is seawater, so even when he scrubbed soap into it, almost no foam came out. When he got out, his skin still felt sticky. When he looked in the mirror, he could see nasty burn marks under his wet hair. With the strength of the basilisk, Vikir could erase the scars, reshape them, and so on. His voice, too, could be modified by swallowing hot charcoal and burning his vocal cords. Decarabia on Vikir's chest spoke wearily. Human, doesn't it even hurt? How awful. That's what it takes to enter the Iron Maiden and be thrown 10,000 meters under the sea, walk across bladed bridges, fight leeches, endure sulphurous showers and mine under a volcano so hot that it burns the flesh. In any case, the initial jailbreak was a success. The Night Hound was declared dead, and he was turned into a guard. This was a good thing, as it would be much easier to keep an eye on Poseidon's movements as a guard. Vikir glanced away as he prepared for roll call. His desk and bed were piled high with palm-sized notes. They were the journals that Garm had kept every day of his life. Hundreds of these journals piled up in a room that was already cramped. But Vikir didn't throw them away. Instead, he treated them like treasures, reading and memorizing every word on the damp, smudged pages. It's good to know the daily routine of the lower guards. Garm's diary reveals the lives and struggles of the lowly guards living in a single flat room. Vikir finished reading the diaries as there was still some time before the horns sounded and the morning watch began. He had spent the entirety of last night's dawn reading, and there was still quite a bit left. Vikir decided to cut through the nonsense to get to the essentials, the structure and systems of the Nouvelle Vague, information about the people in Garm's life and other things to keep in mind. Other than that, the overwhelming majority of the information was personal, revealing the thoughts, beliefs, and humanity of Garm. Vikir had decided that he didn't need to see the personal records of Garm, but he couldn't help but read through the voluminous pages and read every single line. And in the process, he came to understand his humanity to some extent. It's a good thing he doesn't have many close people around him. Garm had an extremely narrow circle of friends. However, he was able to observe others neutrally and objectively, and these views are reflected in his diary. Nouvelle Vague seen through the eyes of a prisoner and Nouvelle Vague seen through the eyes of a guard are surprisingly similar. For example, in most of Garm's diaries, the last sentence was, "I want to get out of here." It was like reading a prisoner's diary. Now that I think about it, the places where guards and prisoners live are similar. Vikir looked inside the cramped stone room. There were no windows, and it was practically a coffin. It wasn't much different from a prisoner's cell except for the handcuffs and bars. No, the guards had handcuffs and bars too. Morning call, everybody out. It was an insanely dense rotation and shift schedule. It was like an invisible bar that trapped and manipulated the guards. The guards who control and manipulate the prisoners were controlled and manipulated by the system. Vikir stood up and closed Garm's diary. No, he tried to cover it. Vikir turned to the next page. From there, the diary began to reveal things it hadn't before. Until then, Garm had been writing in his diary in a calm and dry handwriting, even including himself. But now, bordering this page and every page thereafter, there is something different. It was about Kirko, about how spirited, how strong, how determined, how great, how admirable, and how pretty the girl across the room named Kirko Grim was. From one page to the next, Garm's diary was full of talk about Kirko. There was even a pretty good sketch of her. The story of how she came in first in the end-of-month evaluation. How she briefly quelled a prisoner riot. How she was promoted first among her colleagues. How she won first place in a swordsmanship competition. And the last entry in the diary, which had always been the same, was slightly altered. After the line, "I want to get out of here," the line with her began to appear. "I want to show her the outside world. If only I could show her the blue skies, salt-free lakes, and wild animals running through the fields where I was born." Vikir closed his diary at this point. Suddenly, Vikir remembered something that came to him out loud. About 20 years ago, I think there was an incident where a prisoner forcibly insulted a guard, which is why the guards at Nouvelle Vague are so sensitive to the lower levels. Kururu, I heard that a child was born as a byproduct of that unpleasant process. You're a frog born and raised in a well, and you've never seen the outside world, have you? After all, what right does a bitch born of rape have to walk this earth? You're worthless, and you're stuck in these deep seas. Garm's records said so. Kirko was born and raised in Nouvelle Vague, a girl who knew nothing of the earth. Unrequited love or longing. I'm not sure about the emotions of kids this age. Vikir muttered quietly to himself. Even though he had spent quite a bit of time at the Colosio Academy, he still found it difficult to understand the teenage emotions of young people. However, he did know this. Both Garm, who wrote this diary, and the girl in it, Kirko, were blossoming 21 years old. What if they had attended the Colosio Academy on Earth instead of here in
Nouvelle vague.
Kirko is a very talented girl, so maybe she would have been the head of the cold weapon department. No, she might have gone beyond that and become student council president. Because from the glimpses Vikir had seen of her, her talent, her potential, her will to improve was more than Tudor or Bianca or Sinclair or Dolores. But reality is harsh. Not everyone can be a flower and live beautifully. Where there is a top, there is a bottom. You didn't have to come through the age of destruction to know that. Vikir closed the diary and turned away. He left the cramped stone chamber and closed the soundproof door behind him. Kiki-geek tongue. A narrow, smelly corridor opened up. Everywhere he looked there was damp, slimy moss. The musty smell of sea moss, the salty dampness that clings to the skin. Cheap cigarette smoke hung from the salty, dripping ceiling. A constant smell of decay emanated from the crumbling plaster in the corner of the corridor. Through a side door that was slightly open he could see his fellow guard, lying on his bunk looking at a tattered pornographic magazine. The magazine was over 60 years old, so the models in its pages were probably already dead. Soon it was time for roll call. The junior guards all came out with wide eyes and lined up in 2 rows facing each other in the corridor. There was no distinction between men and women as they shared a room. Due to the Nouvelle Vague's directive that there are 3 genders, men, women and guards, everyone here is considered to be of the same sex. Then, Vikir took note of the one person in the group of junior guards with rotten fish eyes. She was Kirko. Kirko lived in a cell diagonally across the room from Garm's. It's strange to see her in person after having seen her on paper. Vikir was looking at Kirko in awe. Snap. Someone slapped Vikir hard on the back of the head. Vikir turns his head to look at something and sees the next room and the guards across from him giggling. Hey stupid Garm, spying on Kirko again today, you sullen pervert. You should know your place. Tidy up your clothes, straighten up your angles, and don't show off your shitty uniform. Don't you want to be seen as a jerk by the prisoners? In the meantime, why did you put an old name tag on it? Who took it off? As expected, he is like a rotten dog from morning. Aka stupid Garm, or rotten dog, that was the nickname that always followed him. Vikir, who had read his diary, was of course well aware of this. Humans are like that everywhere. In the army before the regression, in the Colosio Academy afterwards. Humans will always bully those weaker than themselves, and when that bullying becomes a systemic phenomenon within an organization, it actually serves to solidify it. So when Garm was bullied by his colleagues, his seniors and superiors turned a blind eye. If the other guards could build solidarity at the expense of Garm, it was a win-win situation. This was because it was a profitable business if one guard could be sacrificed to increase solidarity among the other guards. You must be a bit lazy today after your crazy shift yesterday. Since you're free, why don't you go out and bully stupid Garim? Hey you stupid bastard, why didn't you show up for the night watch last night? You weren't even on duty. Were you really in distress? You do understand that failing to show up for inspection is a military offense and you could end up with a black tongue, you know. Then Kirko's eyes met those of one of the bullies who had been harassing Vikir. Seeing the mixture of pity and patheticness in her eyes, the bully chuckled and called out, Hey Kirko, why don't you come to your boyfriend's rescue? You two are in a relationship. All eyes then turned to Kirko and Garm. Kirko's frown widens. Crazy assholes. Kirko jerked her head away. Only the snickering mockery echoed behind her. Just then, too, the horn sounded once more. Everyone wiped the smiles off their faces at this sudden alarm, which sounded completely unrelated to the roll call. Suddenly, from the other side of the corridor, an off-duty guard burst into the room shouting, Riot, there's a riot, there's a riot, there's a riot in the level 1 area. Emergency deployment of suppression squad. You bastards, you want me to eat this? Are you crazy? How can anyone work in a place like this? At least give us a break. When are we going to see our families? Prisoners are people, they have human rights. A group of prisoners on the first floor of level 1 was making a ruckus. They were Nouvelle Vague's newest arrival overnight pups who hadn't yet adjusted to the ecosystem in the midst of the chaos. By the way, did you hear there was an escape yesterday? Nouvelle Vague is surprisingly not that special. The guards are showing up for duty and it looks like it's full of holes. They must be weak, maybe I should try to break out. They were low-level prisoners that the guards were too busy to pay attention to, so they were lucky to be located in the blind spot of the military discipline, so they hadn't yet grasped the atmosphere. Then, Giabiog, 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 Giabiog. The sound of military footsteps was loud and clear. Prisoners at level 1 could be organized by the hands of lower-ranked guards. The guards, so-called lieutenants, lined up against the level 1 prisoners. Each had a club, sword, whip, or axe in their hands. What are these deadly weapons? Are you trying to kill us? Are you crazy? You're going to swing those things at us in handcuffs? You guys are out of your mind. The prisoners seemed to cower at the mere sight of the guards' weapons. That's what you get for being a bunch of little chicks. The major-ranked guard at the front spoke to the second lieutenant and lieutenant-ranked guards at the back. Listen carefully, the most riotous floor in the Nouvelle Vague is, surprisingly, level 1 or level 2. You know what you see, it's an eternal truth. In Nouvelle Vague, lower-level prisoners tend to riot more and higher-level prisoners tend to riot less. This is because the higher-level prisoners feel the horrors of the place more deeply and live to tell the tale, while the lower-level prisoners think that they can be more fearless because they have no eyes to see. Especially those on level 1, they don't know what to expect, especially the ones who are newer and less socialized. They will start riots saying it's a human right, an organized protest, or profanity. The lower-ranking guards listened calmly as their boss spoke. The major smirked and continued. And we secretly condone, even encourage riots on the lower levels like level 1 and level 2. Sometimes it is created artificially using planted insider. Although today was a spontaneous riot, it's all for your practical experience. The major's words had a strange nuance to them. It was a tone that simultaneously instilled confidence in the junior guards and intimidated the prisoners. The prisoners stopped shouting and looked at each other, wondering if what they had done was actually the guards' evil plan. By the time they realized that there is an insider hiding inside there, cohesion had already broken down. In the midst of it all, the major drives a wedge. These are level 1 prisoners, but they're criminals who made a name for themselves on the ground, strong men who survived the transport to Nouvelle Vague and the entry process. They may be wearing some handcuffs, but don't let your guard down. Do you understand? Yes. The junior guards shouted in unison. And with that, the bloody suppression began. It was a common thing in Nouvelle Vague. Blood and gore sprayed into the air. The guards trampled and beat the prisoners senselessly with maces and clubs. Even if they were low-level guards, they could easily surpass the level of the prisoners on level 1 wearing the DSM restraints. This is human rights abuse. Human rights? Why are you looking for them 10,000 meters below the surface? One of the guards crushed the wailing prisoner's face with a military boot. Lieutenant Kirko, she raised her head without even wiping the blood splattered on her face. Her cold, piercing gaze swept over the criminals. There is no such thing as human rights for you, you unredeemable scum. No human rights for you dark-haired beasts parasiticing on the social system that ordinary citizens have worked so hard to build and threatening their very safety. Under Kirkos' gaze, the prisoners shrank like squid tossed over a flame. Just then, Pyoyog, a chain slammed into Kirkos' back from behind. A level 1 prisoner in DSM handcuffs and restraints glared at Kirko with bloodshot eyes. A man with an impressive cross-shaped scar on his forehead. "Oh ho, you know who I am, don't you?" he said confidently. But Kirko only frowned as she touched her throbbing back. "No, I have no idea. What, you don't know me?" He gritted his teeth together and then exclaimed, "Im attendance number 8, no, im Pal Uspir, the monster of the crossroads." He was Pal Uspir, a prisoner who had been recently brought to level 1. If there was one thing that set him apart from the other prisoners, it's that he used to be a prestigious academy student. He was a student at the Colosio Academy, one of the best institutions in the empire, but at some point he fell into a life of crime and had been imprisoned here in Nouvelle Vague ever since. Damn it, I messed with two high-ranking nobles inside the Hell Tree and got punished outside of it. Who knew the Hell Tree would disappear so suddenly? He had been trapped inside the Hell Tree that had suddenly appeared in the Colosio Academy. Had gotten off to a lucky start, as all the old powers and hierarchies were reorganized, and with the stats and items had gained had been able to take on the high-ranking children had never dared to look at before. Especially Dolores Uspear, who had been targeting her, had been building his notoriety by harming countless classmates until suddenly the Hell Tree was gone and he was back in his original world. Damn it, I thought the Hell Tree would last forever. Naturally, the many people who had been victimized by him in the tower never forgot that debt and repaid it. After being expelled from school, Uspear fell into a life of crime and eventually ended up imprisoned here in Nouvelle Vague. However, he had a decent amount of stats from his time in the Hell Tree, so he didn't suffer too much of a loss in combat while wearing the Bdissum restraints. Die bitch. Uspear wrapped the chain around Kirko's neck, slipping it between the cuffs on each wrist. Kirko momentarily lost her grip on the long sword in her hand. Kirko hadn't expected a prisoner with this much strength on level 1. This guy should have been at least level 2 and at most level 3. He must have been hiding his power all this time. Kirko gritted her teeth and spun around. But Uspear was determined, locking onto her and holding her down. Rolling on the floor like that in the chaos of so many prisoners and guards, she would be out of sight in an instant. Even now there wasn't a single guard around to help Kirko. Were there women like this in Nouvelle Vague? I'd like to unpack some of the things that have accumulated for the first time in a while. Uspear looked down at Kirko and licked his lips. Kirko squeezed her eyes shut. In all of her years as a guard at Nouvelle Vague, she'd always been prepared for the day when she'd have to face the harsh things. It had always been sharpened in her mind as she lay in bed, as she stood watch alone in the silence of her post, as she showered, as she ate her meals. Today is the day. The consequences of letting her guard down for a moment are frightening. Such is the life of a guard at Nouvelle Vague. Whatever the future holds for her, Kirko is determined to accept and take it all in stride. At that very moment, Pioyog Hudug. Something hot splattered over Kirko's face. Kirko narrowed her eyes, not knowing what the sticky liquid that covered her face was. It was bright red blood. Blood that had spurted from the Uspear's mouth as it rode over her body. Ugubug. Uspear was struggling with his head raised, looking very embarrassed. That's because there was a thick, hard, and long stick that forced his mouth open and stuck deep into his throat. A 3-tiered baton. It tore off Uspear's upper and lower lips, knocked out all of his front teeth behind them, and burrowed into his esophagus. No wonder all the flesh and uvula in his mouth was crushed in the process. Uspear struggled to spit out the baton that had been forced into his mouth. But it was impossible. The hand holding the baton had a tremendous amount of force and weight behind. Are you okay? The man with the 3-tiered baton asked Kirko in a bland voice. He was a man she knew well.
Garm Nord.
Age 21, rank 2nd Lieutenant, a junior guard in the Nouvelle Vague. And Kirko's ally. Garm was looking at Kirko with an expressionless face. Sug. A 3-tiered baton slipped out of Uspear's mouth. Ugui Kuhuk. As the 3-tiered baton, which had been almost all the way into his stomach, was pulled out, Uspear vomited blood, tears, snot, and sweat. Pioyog Geog. He was immediately knocked out by the stomp of a military boot on the back of his head. Kirko stuttered and opened her mouth. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd get help from Garm, who used to be called Stupid Garm and Rotten Dog. No, isn't this the second time? Kirko had unwittingly accepted help from him before during a previous riot. But it felt a little different back then. Kirko realized that now was not the time to be lost in thought. She was in the middle of a battle, a prisoner riot in full swing. So Kirko shouted in panic. This is no time for this, Garm. What happened to your sector and why did you come here? You need to subdue the prisoners in your sector before you help me. But she couldn't finish her sentence. For Garm opened his mouth to answer her briefly. Does not exist anymore. What? For a moment Kirko doubted her ears. But it soon turned out that her performing ears had done their job well. Garm's three-tiered baton bent into an L shape and dripping blood. Behind him more than a dozen prisoners were laying dead and writhing in a pool of blood. No more prisoners to suppress. The short, echoing words of Garm were enough to stun not only Kirko but also the others who had just rushed up behind him. Kirko looked up, a puzzled expression on her face. Normally Garm would have been embarrassed and averted his gaze, but somehow he didn't care that Kirko was looking up at him. But that was to be expected. Garm was Vikir in disguise. An escaped prisoner who became a guard overnight. Vikir was now standing here, in the shoes of the dead Garm. Stay back, it's dangerous. Vikir's words were not spoken for Kirko's sake, but to honor what he had learned from the diary. I want to show her the outside world. If I could just once show her the blue skies and salt-free lakes and wild animals running through the fields where I was born. His wishes were now forever unfulfilled. Vikir knew the wishes that Garm had left behind in his Pomsai's diary, pressed tightly against the old damp note so as not to smudge it. And at the same time he knew it was impossible. Garm was already dead and gone. However, I can help this woman you wanted so badly to protect to the end. To get out of this place. As far as Vikir could see, Kirko had immense talent and potential and could make a great contribution to the human race when she grew up. So Vikir decided to protect Kirko as much as possible. To raise her as a secret weapon of the Alliance, a sword that could be used against demons in the future. In my previous life she probably died namelessly somewhere, but that will not be the case in this life. That would be the way to honor Garm's will. It was a win-win situation. With that, Vikir picked up his three-tiered baton, which had bent from being swung too hard, and began beating the prisoners in front of him with it. The skulls and eyeballs of the prisoners who charged at Kirko exploded. Many had their teeth knocked out and their tongues cut out. Suddenly Vikir's attention was drawn to the face of a prisoner sprawled on the floor. Seeing it, Vikir nodded. It's been a while since I've seen him. There was no way he could not remember the mark he had once carved. Was your name Pal Uspir? They had crossed paths a few times during their time at the Colosio Academy. Vikir remembered the face and the name, having fought with him when he was in his dog form, starting with the time head scolded him for bullying Piggy when he was a new student. I heard you were punished for causing a ruckus in the Hell Tree. Although he was struggling outside the tower, inside the tower he was acting viciously against his cool classmates and seems to have suffered harsh political retaliation. Vikir knew that he had character problems, but he didn't expect to see him
again at Nouvelle Vague.
Well, at least it's nice to see a fellow classmate. Vikir kicked Uspir one more time in the stomach in a gesture of goodwill. He could feel his intestines rupture under his toes, but he didn't care. From then on, Vikir continued to swing the three-tiered baton. At first he didn't have time to control his strength, but now he's got the hang of it and was able to subdue his opponent in moderation. A moderate suppression that would only break a few teeth and fingers or dislocate a limb. Prisoners who fought back would have their toes crushed by the heels of military boots, rendering them unable to stand at all. All of this was done as naturally as water. Vikir moved like a shadow between the fiercely fighting guards and prisoners, swinging his three-tiered baton with ease. Already more than a dozen prisoners were bleeding to death as Vikir's three-tiered baton slithered soundlessly between their sides and crotches. The thing was neither the fallen prisoners nor the guards who had knocked them down and were blinded by excitement, see who had subdued so many prisoners. But just one person, there was one person who watched Vikir's actions from start to finish. Kirko. She was watching Vikir's every move with a mesmerized gaze. What is that? Was Garm always that strong? She had never seen Garm seriously engaged in suppression before. He was born so gentle and kind that he was incapable of causing harm to others. Every time Kirko saw him, she thought to herself, he doesn't seem to be fit to be a guard. If that's the case, then why did he come all the way here and suffer such hardships? She couldn't understand or empathize with him. Kirko even felt a little pathetic. But the Garm she saw with her naked eyes was completely different from the image she had of him before. Had he awakened after Saketh's riot? The way he was beating the prisoners with his expressionless face, it was like he was a veteran among veterans. It was like watching a mad dog who had spent his life harming others. The stealthy movements, the outbursts of violence, the swirling strength, the outstanding combat prowess, but nevertheless the emotionless demeanor. All these things made Kirko feel a shiver run down her spine. If there was such a thing as a perfect prison guard in the world, wouldn't it probably look like that? Kook. Kirko scrambled to her feet and gripped the handle of her sword tightly. Her back and legs throbbed, but she couldn't afford to rest like this. As long as she was an ace, she couldn't afford to lose to the stupid Garm.
Nouvelle vague Rotendog.
Way up. She joined the fray, shouting in triumph, and followed closely behind Garm. Once again the bloodbath was raging. About 20 minutes later, the situation was completely under control. The organizers of the riot were shackled in ever larger and heavier handcuffs and led off to their cells, while the rest of the prisoners were thrown back into their cells in rags. No medical treatment or meals, of course. Tomorrow at 4 a.m. the same labor will be imposed. If they cannot endure it, they will die. The major in charge of the suppression at the rear nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a perfect suppression. We were a little overwhelmed by the madness of the prisoners in the beginning, but the second half was a game changer. Well done, boys. The major was particularly salivating over the left wing of the suppression squad. The left wing group B did a great job, and that's why we were able to make the early breakthrough so quickly. Who's in Group B? The major pushed his way through the bloodied and gasping junior guards to the area where the first prize of the day, Group B, was located. And there in Group B stood Kirko. The moment the major saw Kirko, he exclaimed, "I knew it was you. You're even better than before. You cleared the prisoners on the left wing with such speed that the reinforcements were able to spread evenly to the right wing in time. Well done." At the major's praise, all the lower-ranking guards around Kirko looked at her with envious eyes. But Kirko shook her head, denying the fact. "There's someone else who did over there." Kirko, who was about to look back at Garm, paused for a moment. Garm was not where he was supposed to be standing. Behind them with the cleaning team, he was cleaning up blood and stone debris. This was something that was usually done by guards whose achievements were so minimal that they were excluded from public affairs. No, why is he in there? Kirko was about to open her mouth in disbelief. Such humility! To give credit to your colleagues, what an example to follow. The major nodded his head, clearly convinced that Kirko was the hero of the day. Meanwhile, the other junior guards behind Kirko had their say. "You, Kirko, you always do well in every riot." "Well, this one was a bit of a riot, but you've beaten your own record." "Kirko, she's a genius. She's not in our league. She'll be a captain in 3 years. At least." "That's true. Oh, and by the way, where the fuck did this asshole go?" They soon started looking for an easy target for bullying. Garm, once again the one behind the scenes. The junior guards gave him a stern look. "Hey, you didn't do anything this time, did you? Didn't you catch another prisoner? Anyway, I heard you were holding onto Kirko's ankles." "Wow, Kirko must be really good to be able to take on such an idiot." They began to giggle and throw punches at Garm, hitting him on the back, arms and back of the head with their fists, stroking his hair and so on. However, Garm's reaction was a little different than before. After so many blows and so many swings, the three-tiered baton was bent. The blood of the prisoners hadn't even dried yet, and it sliced through the lower abdomen of the junior guards in the blink of an eye. Pug, pug, pug. The sound of a hammer hitting a snail. Huck, quack, kuhuck, he-huck. The 4 junior guards froze, clutching their stomachs. "Hey, what is it?" The major turned his head to see Garm holding his stomach and supporting his fallen comrades. "It seems to be an acute stomach ache. I'm guessing it's from straining, so they'll take them to the infirmary." TSK, I can't believe you're that nervous about this little riot, fools." The major quickly turned his attention away from the junior guards. Garm turned to his comrades who were laughing at him and stalked off. Now my friends, let's forget about the past and discuss the future. His eyes were the same as they had been when he had subdued the prisoners. Earlier, there was no hiding his power, no room for mercy. And as she watched Garm's back, Kirko could only mutter quietly to himself. As expected, something is strange. Another page has been torn from the Nouvelle Vague calendar. At the end of each month, the guards are evaluated at the end of the month. The Nouvelle Vague labor system is somewhat unusual, with one guard leading 12 prisoners to work. At this point, the guard is like a god to the 12 prisoners in charge. Whether he uses corporal punishment, how much there is to do, how much he makes them work, and how much he lets them rest are all at his discretion. This group is changed once a month. At the end of the month, both the prisoners and the guards are divided. So the guards have a month to work with the prisoners in their group, and they can decide whether to punish them, reward them, make the work harder, or make it easier. However, this did not mean that the guards were always able to accommodate the prisoners. The guards at Nouvelle Vague were also subject to evaluations at the end of the month, as mentioned above. They receive a score based on how much work they complete with the 12 prisoners they are responsible for during the month, which is then factored into their performance review for promotion. The guards had to get the maximum amount of labor out of the prisoners for their own score. It was up to the guards to use any method to achieve this. Some guards would beat the prisoners with knives or whips, restrict their food, sleep, rest, or solitary confinement, while others would appease them by giving them a little more bread or work tools. Prisoners also had to work hard to ensure that the guards in charge of them did not receive poor scores. Otherwise, the guards who had the power of life and death over them could do anything to them. Well, whatever. At the end of the month, an announcement was made in Nouvelle Vague. It was a ranked list of the best performing guards. It's a competition between the guards to get a good ranking on the list. There was a constant battle of nerves, with guards cheating in the ratings to get a good, well-behaved prisoner into their group, bribing them with riches to get them transferred, or sneaking bread or tools for the other group. Of course, goods in the Nouvelle Vague are limited, and if someone gets an extra meal, someone else has to go without. One of the more talkative members of the group was the junior guard second,
Lieutenant Garmenor.
Garm's life was always miserable. No motivation, no grades, no future. Living up to his name, Stupid Garm or Rotten Dog Garm, was always given only the rudest prisoners to work with. Bread and work tools were always stolen by other guards, and Garm had to give up his own meals to encourage the prisoners to work. Of course, the prisoners in Garm's group were not at all eager to do their labor. Once they were in Garm's group, they had no intention to perform well, and Garm's timid nature meant that he rarely used corporal punishment. As a result, he was always ignored, even by his fellow guards. Needless to say, he was bullied by his own colleagues. In terms of grades calculated by adding up the progress of construction in the area in charge, the number of prisoners sent to solitary confinement, and the number of riots suppressed, Garm has never been outside of last place. However, an unusual and unprecedented turn of events has occurred. List of report cards. Name, rank, task completion rate. Garm Nord 108. Kirko Grim 96. 89. Garm has always been in last place. This time he scored first in the monthly evaluation. He even exceeded the workload guidelines set by his superiors. Instead of achieving 100, he exceeded it by 108. This was unusual among junior guards. So whenever the junior guards got together these days, they always talked about the report card. Wow, did you see the report card this time? It was crazy. I found out for the first time today that the task completion rate can exceed 100. You know, they always set the achievement rate a little too high just to make sure you don't hit it. Exactly, that's why even Kirko only gets around 95 to 96 every time. That's huge. Did you see the gap with third place 7? But the gap between first and second is 12. How is that possible? Did Garm ever do that well in the first place? Of course not. It's Stupid Garm. He was always in the bottom 40. What he's been hiding his power and acting like a nerd all this time, that's pretty damning development. Then the atmosphere in the dining hall where the junior guards were gathered suddenly became quiet. It was because Kirko, who had always been in charge of the first place and who was ranked second in the monthly evaluation, appeared. Tak. Kirko set her plate down on the table and sat down to eat. Grilled waterfowl, fermented sea catfish, boiled peas, and a cup of sea cow's milk were on the menu. As Kirko ate in silence, she heard the chatter of the other junior guards. Kirko, does she look like she's in a bad mood today? Of course she is. She just lost first place to that stupid Garm. If this continues, isn't Garm going to get promoted first? Kirko stopped chewing her peas. Then she turned her head in displeasure. Then both Kirko and the junior guards who were talking behind her back stopped in unison. Garm, the subject of the conversation, had entered the dining hall. Garm no Vikir was chewing on a boiled pea, thinking over his plan. To activate Poseidon, I need to apply as much mana or physical impact as possible to the detonation point. To do that, it was much easier to act as a guard than a prisoner. He could keep an eye on Poseidon's behavior at all times. However, access to Poseidon in the depths of level 9's labor camps was not possible with a lower ranking guard. It would be beneficial for me to be promoted at least to the rank of captain, and safely to major. A captain wears the insignia of 3 diamonds. A major wears a single leaf. This should be enough so that there is no hindrance to activities. Mid-level guards of the rank of captain and above are allowed to roam the labor camp without reporting. It will be possible to activate Poseidon secretly at night. To do so, he had to earn his merits diligently. Luckily, unlike the regular army where promotion could take months or even years, in the Nouvelle Vague the rewards for performance were quick and certain. This was especially true since so many guards were killed or crippled during their service. Vikir was thinking about this and that. Thud. Something was placed on the table in front of him. It was a powder in a paper bag. Garm Nord, you have a birthday today, right? Congratulations. The cook tapped Vikir on the shoulder. Only then did Vikir realize that Garm's birthday was today. The paper bag was filled with a white powder. He dipped his finger in and tasted it, and it tasted sweet. Is that sugar? It was the same one in Garm's diary. At Nouvelle Vague, a bag of sugar is given to each guard on their birthday as a gift. However, the sugar in the bag had a somewhat unpleasant taste. It was the same white powder, so it was hard to see, but there seemed to be a significant amount of salt mixed in. What is it? Vikir shook the envelope and scratched his head. Then, are you a real idiot or what? A sarcastic voice came from beside him. Vikir turned to see Kirko standing, their arms crossed. Same reaction every year on your birthday, that's why the others call you stupid Garm. Kirko peered into the bag of sugar in Vikir's hand and shook her head. Colonel Diorjum must have done it. From what I've heard, he has a sneaky sweet tooth. I'm sure he's embarrassed for himself, so he filled it with common salt. I see. Blindfolded. Don't you know why Colonel Diorjum was demoted to Nouvelle Vague in the first place? He was caught mixing sand and rice bran into the rice he gave his subordinates when he was serving on the ground. He claims he was discriminated against because he's a beastman, but in fact it was because of embezzlement of military supplies. Kirko grumbled, saying, I can't spoil a dog. She must not have a normal personality because she was swearing at her boss as well. Anyway, well, happy birthday. Kirko hesitated for a moment before continuing. And thank you for helping me last time. The words that followed were so muffled that even Vikir, whose hearing reached a superhuman level, had a hard time understanding them. Birthday. Vikir thought about the day he was born. A date he didn't remember or attach much significance to. It was a common thread in all of his lives, the 3 lives he had lived. Before his regression, the years of old age he had spent in the Hell Tree, and now this one. In the Nouvelle Vague, a birthday was merely a low point in the gloomy, languid passage of time. It was always the same in the Age of Destruction, in the Abyss Tower, and in Baskerville. The sugar quickly became sticky due to the sticky moisture. The tangy, fishy smell of the peas was stifling. Tak. Vikir picked up his empty plate and headed for the exit. Kirko looked back at Vikir with a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. Is weird too, muttering quietly to herself. Proofreader, what another one, it's the fifth Camus Ian Dolores. Sinclair, now Kirko ha man, I'm so jealous of you tt. For the next few days Kirko kept a close eye on Vikir. Garm, is he always like that? She had watched him occasionally since they were children. The Garm shed scene had always been pathetic and stupid, but not to the point of disrespect, unlike the others. Just someone who didn't fit in here in Nouvelle Vague, that's all. Kirko hated Garm for some reason, though she wondered if it was because he had lived on the surface as a child. For her, born in Nouvelle Vague and never having seen the surface was represented by Garm's image. Idle, wimpy, not very fast, and somewhat timid, a boy who had never shown any signs of struggle or competition. But recently his behavior has changed. He's been leading prisoners to achieve workloads that were thought impossible. And he's been scoring big on physical fitness tests and written papers. Gradually the way his fellow guards looked at him began to change. The usual indifference or even disrespect gradually gave way to a friendly attitude. But for some reason Kirko didn't want to admit it. Inferiority complex. Maybe it was because she didn't want to acknowledge the surface world, represented by Garm. Maybe it was a manifestation of the complex of being a frog in a well, no matter how good she was here. Could it be that Kirko was stirring up an emotion in Garm that she had never felt before, or with anyone for that matter? Competition. How the hell do they make you work? What do I have to do to achieve that amount of work? Kirko had secretly followed Garm and the 12 prisoners in his group as they went down to do their labor. Kirko wondered how the hell he could get the prisoners to achieve the ridiculous feat of 108. Then, Kirko watched as Garm led the prisoners to the labor area. Kirko was stunned. Something she could never have imagined was happening. Proofreader, I'm sure Vikir is working with the prisoners. Another few months have passed since then. The anomaly in the monthly evaluation was not a single occurrence anymore, but had become the norm. First place task completion rate 114. First place task completion rate 121. First place task completion rate 136. First place task completion rate 142. First place task completion rate 155. First place task completion rate 161. First place task completion rate 178. First place task completion rate 185. The other junior guards could only gape at his ever-increasing record of overachievement. By then nobody among the junior guards looked down on him. It was natural to be treated as a colleague by them, and it was crowded with people who approached first because they wanted to hang out with him. Hey Garm, you were first place this month too. It seems like all of the prisoners in your charge are very disciplined. What's your secret? Let's play poker after dinner. The first ones to pretend to be friendly were surprisingly the first to be beaten by Garm. After that, one by one, the number of guys who pretended to be friends increased. But there were some who had always kept a certain distance. Kirko was one of them. She was always number one, but suddenly she was number two. Ever since then Kirko had been watching Garm. As she ate her meal in silence, she thought back to the shed scene of Garm at work a few months earlier. I can't believe he was doing that. It turns out that Garm's method of overachieving was actually quite simple. Nothing much at first. He beat the prisoners' vital parts with a triple baton, telling them not to be lazy. Garm knew. Like Santa Claus who knew who was a good child and who was a bad child, Garm knew all too well which parts of the prisoners' bodies to hit to maximize the pain but not interfere with their ability to perform their labor. The three-tiered baton did not rest as if it was pounding meat for pork cutlet. With each swing of the three-tiered baton, the prisoners who had defied him turned 180 degrees and acted as if they would jump into the fire at his command. These prisoners, all of them known for their temper and strong will on level 1 or level 2, were transformed into perfectly obedient workers after a month of working with Vikir aka Garm. Even the intelligent prisoners who used to tease the guards not with strength, but with brains, psychological warfare and a sharp tongue trembled at the sight of Garm. But up to that point it was something I could think about. Up until this point Kirko hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. Garm's method, or as it was sometimes called the rotten dog, was incredibly efficient and straightforward, but it's not all that different from Kirko's method. If that's the case, Kirko was already doing a good enough job. However, there was something special about the way Garm worked. Pioyag Pesag. Garm himself began to join in the labor with a shovel and pickaxe. As an onlooker, Kirko couldn't help but raise a question mark over his head. A guard doing labor, how is this any different from a real prisoner? No, why would a guard be in between the prisoners in the first place? But regardless of that thought, Garm was very good at his labor. It was as if he had been doing it his whole life. Garm nagged the prisoners one by one as if he had experience doing labor himself and as if he had decades of experience building up his skills. If a prisoner tried even the slightest trick or worked inefficiency, the nagging came back. The prisoners were completely deprived of the leisure they had gained little by little while avoiding the eyes of the guards. But that didn't stop him from scouring the prisoners. The rumors were true. Garm shared his entire meal with the prisoners. She didn't know what they were eating, but they didn't show any signs of malnutrition. But it seems to be a little different than the rumors. From what Kirko had heard, Garm was a pathetic man who was deprived of his meal by the prisoners. But what about the reality? The prisoners looked at Garm like he was a monster doing more labor all morning and afternoon than all 12 of them combined while never eating lunch. Strong, overwhelming, all-knowing, charismatic. Whether they were giant thugs, cunning manipulators, intelligent criminals, or naturally lazy slackers, the prisoners were all lambs before Garm. Even if she knew how to do it, she wouldn't dare to follow. Kirko finished her recollections with a shake of her head. What kind of a guard would do that to a prisoner if he did the work himself? But Vikir had a different idea. It would be much faster for me to do the labor myself than for the prisoners to do it for me. The goal was performance and then promotion. Sooner or later he'd have to earn the right to command high-level prisoners and activate the Poseidon in the level 10 area. Of course, right now there were a lot of prisoners digging, and the impact was probably being absorbed by the roots of the Poseidon. But there's nothing like a direct impact on the surface of the shell. So Vikir couldn't wait to get promoted and move up the ranks to deal with bigger, stronger, more ferocious prisoners. If they didn't listen to him, he would starve them and beat them. A little bit of the torture he'd learnt in the Age of Destruction coupled with the ability to sneakily trigger the starvation drought could bring a prisoner down to their very soul. One of these days surely Diorgium will give me instructions, get rid of those pesky explosives. That would be the big opportunity. That would be the time when the prelude to a full-scale jailbreak would take place, so he had to time it right on time. Attention everyone. A guard burst into the dining hall. It was a mid-level guard of the rank of Major, the rank that Vikir was currently aiming for, with a single leaf insignia attached. There's a riot, all guards on duty and those on standby are to assemble. Tell those off duty to do so immediately. The atmosphere in the dining hall was tense. As if that weren't enough, the Major blurted out a shocking statement. Riot level 8. A riot by the prisoners of level 8. It was a lot different from the riots of the low-level prisoners on level 1 or level 2. The complexions of the lower-level guards turned white, and the middle-level guards also stiffened their expressions. The Major broke out in a cold sweat. The reason we're gathering all the low-level guards is because of the tactics. The senior guards are currently absent. Diorgium and Soar made a rare trip to the ground. It was a call from the prison warden, Lieutenant General Orca, who said that the convoy was understaffed. Colonel Diorgium and Soar, they are on the ground escorting new prisoners. Brigadier General Dissum and Brigadier General Flubber are off. Commander Black Tongue is too dangerous, as you all know, and if he makes a move, his navel could be bigger than his stomach. We'll have to make do on our own. The riot of the level 8 prisoners was so terrifying that even the major level guards were terrified. Naturally, the lower-ranking guards, the so-called lieutenants, looked on, not daring to step forward. Then, drrrr, the sound of a chair being dragged across the floor could be heard. Everyone's eyes turned to see Garm walking out with a nonchalant expression. There was no worry, no hesitation, just an immediate reaction. Then, thud, someone grabbed him by the wrist. It was Kirko sitting at a table diagonally across from him, observing him. "Hey, are you crazy?" she said in a small voice. "This level 8, we're dead if we go. Then what are we going to do? They tell us to come." At Garm's words, Kirko fell silent. After all, you can't just not go when you're ordered to a place where there was a 98% chance of being killed. "Let's go see what the situation is." Vikir walked away with a nonchalant expression. His demeanor was so calm that it was almost as if he was going somewhere good. And doing something good. Eventually the other junior guards also rose from their seats, their bodies. And minds heavy. Wasn't Nouvelle Vague a place where a command is a command and a protest is impossible? Everyone walked down the corridor anxious and nervous. And it was Vikir who stood at the head of the group. Unlike the rest of the group, Vikir's eyes were calm and bright. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Is there anything more helpful in personnel evaluation than a riot by high-level prisoners? Boom! The rocks shattered, sending aftershocks through the area. At the center of the encirclement of guards, a large man roared. Saketh the Leviathan, he was the one who started the riot on level 8 this day. The guards shouted. "Hey, come on, asshole, for how long have you been out of solitary confinement? Shit, this is the second time you want to go to solitary confinement again. If you don't behave yourself, I can really make your life suck." But even in the face of a siege of swords, axes, and maces, Saketh's insane roar did not subside at all. "The queen has abandoned me. I failed to fulfill her orders to come out after him, and that's why she's abandoned me. The fact that she hasn't given me a single word about my escape in all this time means she's abandoned me. It's as plain as day. Let me out of here or kill me." He was insane even at first glance. Sticky saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. The blood vessels in his extremely bloodshot eyes wriggled like intestinal worms threatening to burst through the surface of his eyeballs. Saketh struggled, flailing at the dism chains on his wrists, and each time he did, droplets of black blood splattered from the wounds across his body. Hututuk, 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 hututuk. The guards were extremely vigilant to keep the spit and blood from touching them. It's the blood of the plague leper. Careful, if you touch that you'll get the plague right away, Red Death or something. I heard it was the worst plague that almost wiped out the natives of jungle. Red Black Mountain. An unidentified plague that hasn't been sanitized by the sulfur shower at entrance. Avoid it at all costs. Well, then why do we keep confronting me like this? Then why don't you come over and get him? I hear he's from an extremely poisonous family. They'll tell you what the Leviathan family threw him out of the family because they couldn't control him. As if that wasn't enough, Saketh bit his tongue and spat out a fountain of blood from his mouth. Pooh! The fog of blood spewed from his mouth rose in a frenzy, causing the guards to scramble like sliced squid. A pandemic, an infectious disease of the highest order in a limited and closed space like Nouvelle Vague, it is a phenomenon to be most wary of. Proofreader, the return of COVID-19. This wasn't just a matter of losing strength or mana. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, standing at the head of the siege, wrinkled his brow in frustration. Damn, he's nothing in terms of strength, but his plague poison is the problem. The adjutant next to him spoke up. Shall we bring in the 5 wardens? How am I supposed to get them if they're not here? Colonels Diorgium and Swar are on ground duty with the convoy. They'll try sending someone to Brigadier General Flubber one more time. Arthur, we've already sent men twice, and the fact that they're still not back must mean they've been eaten. Don't waste any more lives against a creature that doesn't even have intelligence. So even Brigadier General Dissom. She's the heart of Nouvelle Vague security, and she shouldn't be allowed to come to a scene like this. If Warden Orca knew, he'd be furious. 4 of the 5 wardens were a definite no-go. That left only one man left. The adjutant spoke the last name with the most cautious demeanor he had ever displayed. What about Colonel Blacktongue? Bastille's face stiffened at the question. He answered without the slightest hesitation. Not that asshole. Ha, but aside from Brigadier Flubber, isn't he the only one who can subdue That monster right now. Bringing in a psychotic lunatic like Colonel Blacktongue to capture a mere level 8 prisoner is ridiculous. It would make his navel bigger than his stomach. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille was a well-balanced man in all areas of his career with moderate strength, moderate personality, and moderate work ethic. It's been a long time since he's looked this frustrated. Damn it, we have a record number of residents this time. This is the first time Colonel Diorjum and Colonel Soar have been on the ground at the same time. What the hell has been happening on the ground lately? Colonel Diorjum and Colonel Soar, as well as Warden Orca. The simultaneous absence of these three, the core power of the Nouvelle Vague, had been causing a lot of commotion lately. Just then, wake. Saketh quickly broke through the siege and rushed forward. Spraying blood everywhere, he quickly grabbed a lowly guard by the scruff of the neck who hadn't managed to dodge. Sizzle.
The unfortunate junior guard was Kirko Grimm.
Don't interfere with me or I'll snap this bitch's head right off. Saketh growled, one hand clutching at Kirko's throat. Kirko shuddered twice, once from the unimaginable strength of Saketh's grip, and again from the sickening stench of blood that emanated from his body. If she made a mistake, she would die with her neck snapped, or she would die covered in blood mixed with a terrible plague poison. A hostage situation. What are you going to do? What do you want, you madman? The guards laughed harshly. What do I want? Nothing. I just want to enjoy my ruined life and watch you guys mess around. Oh, and you're going to have to stop working on level 10 for a few months because I'm going to spill a lot of blood. After he finished speaking, Saketh spat on the floor of the labor camp, pussisising. The dirt near where Saketh's spit had fallen was dissolving with an unpleasant sound and smell. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille narrowed his eyes on Saketh. Hostage, Kirko. A hostage situation, and now you're doing all kinds of things. Kururu, in an atmosphere like this there should be at least one hostage. If you inflict even the slightest harm on that friend, you will not die. Well, go ahead, Kururu, I was abandoned anyway. When the confrontation between Lieutenant Colonel Bastille and Saketh continues, Lieutenant Colonel, I'm fine. Kirko struggled to speak. There can be no negotiations with a prisoner. I don't care about me, so please proceed with the suppression, cuck. Kirko couldn't finish her sentence, because Saketh slammed her to the ground and then lifted her back up. Ugh, you bastard. Kirko spat out blood from her nose and mouth and looked up. Saketh then stomped on Kirko's face with his foot, crushing it. Kururu, I guess you're mistaken, but the reason they can't attack me is because they're afraid of my plague, not because they're protecting some low-level guards. Kirko tried to reach for the long sword at her waist, but there was no way he would just leave it behind. Saketh used the chains on his wrists to wrap around Kirko's sword and brought it down against her throat. You do-do-dug. Kirko raised her mana, but even so she couldn't completely shake off Saketh's strength. Furthermore, oh, keep quiet or I'll spit blood all over your bitch's face. It was impossible to resist Saketh, who was threatening with a plague as a weapon. As Kirko bit her lip in frustration, Saketh chuckled. For a scumbag born from a guard who was raped by a prisoner, you're quick on the subject, Kururu. Kirko gritted her teeth even as her stomach turned. There's not much she can do about it, however, due to Saketh's strength and the plague factor he possesses. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille muttered bitterly when he saw that his subordinate, though a junior, was being thoroughly manipulated. In the end, there is nothing we can do. The sacrifice of the little ones for the greater cause is inevitable. It is necessary for the survival of the group. The situation had to be contained as quickly as possible before the damage was done. The sacrifice of a lowly guard is a cheap one. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille took advantage of the moment when Saketh's attention was focused on Kirko to send a hand signal. He ordered all the senior guards to raise their weapons. Prepare to attack, everyone. We need to behead him as quickly as possible. But Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's order to charge was cut off in mid-sentence. Giobiog. A single footstep stepped out from among the guards and headed towards Saketh's direction. A look of utter calm, a look of nonchalance, as if he were taking a stroll. It was Garm, or rather Vikir. Vikir spoke in his usual bland voice. Construction must not be stopped because of your contaminated blood. Vikir's words caused a collective gasp and a shake of the heads of the assembled guards. Oh wait, that's not it. Vikir realized he'd been a little too honest at the moment, so he softened his tone. Release my precious motivation, let's resolve it through dialogue. Name Garm Nord, age 21, rank 2nd lieutenant. It was the appearance of a low-ranking guard whose liver was so swollen that it was sticking out of his stomach. TLN liver comes out from the stomach. Someone is brave and maybe even reckless. Let's resolve it through dialogue. Vikir said. Everyone's mouths dropped open at those words. Even the guards who were building the siege, and even Saketh, who was leading the hostage situation, and Kirko, who was being held hostage. Silence settled over the labor camp where the hostage situation had just taken place. Saketh was the first to speak. What the hell, you're that idiot, right? Are you insane? Vikir was an old warrior who had lived through the age of destruction, and he knew better than to hide his mana and presence. Even Hugo, patriarch of Baskerville family, hadn't noticed. Not surprisingly, Saketh did not recognize Garm's identity. Vikir shrugged at Garm's appearance. I have a clean, sober mind. No, you weren't dead to me in the first place. I almost was once. When a person comes out of a near-death experience, there is often a great deal of internal growth. Saketh narrowed his eyes at Garm Atzmafir, who had changed into a different person. You still look the same, but it's like you've become a different person. Your eyes have become a little more useful. If you do, then release my motivation so we can continue working on the construction. Kurur, fuck you kid, I'm glad you've changed and you're trying to make up for it with some words. Saketh snorted as if he didn't need to talk to him. But Garm didn't back down and continued to stand there. Behind him he heard some guards shouting. Hey lowly guard, where do you think you're going? Can you get back now? You're only increasing the number of hostages. TSK, you're going to die, you should know the subject. As they said, Saketh cleared his throat and then pulled phlegm into his mouth. Tveish. A foul-smelling spit of phlegm flew like a quack to Garm's face. It was an attack that was sure to infect him with plague. What? With a simple flick of his head to the side, Garm dodged the attack. Even though it was not possible for a low-ranking guard to react quickly, Saketh's expression changed. Seizing the opportunity, Garm spoke in a voice barely audible to the other guards. I've got something to talk about, don't you think? Kururu, how ridiculous. Saketh laughed in disbelief. What the hell are you trying to talk about, you and me? It worked. The words spoken by high-ranking guards are not to be trusted in the first place. That was a fact that the hostage-taker knew best. However, in the midst of all these high-ranking guards, a low-level guard who walked out alone with guts. What kind of dialogue would he try to have with him? Saketh was mildly curious about that. However, the spontaneous curiosity disappeared as easily as it had arisen. Oh, forget it, there's no way this body is on the same level as yours, so how can we have a dialogue? Queen, it's about the one who sent you here. But Saketh's expression quickly hardened. The keyword had just scratched his sensitivities to the bone. The reason for his rampage was that he had been abandoned by the queen. At this point, a terrifying malice radiated from his entire body. It was the kind of killing intent that made you feel suffocated just by being next to it, and your whole body was weighed down. You've got some balls, kid, you've suddenly got my attention. Saketh was starting to show some enthusiasm for the conversation. His eagerness was so intense that all the guards who were forming a siege line in the distance took half a step back. But Garm remained nonchalant. The old Garm would never have dared to think such a thing. Saketh held Kirko's neck tightly and spoke as if chewing it and spitting it. So you had a crush on this bitch, right? Okay, let's have a conversation. That catches my interest. If it were fishing, I would break this bitch's neck. Kill her and eat all her internal organs. Wait a minute, there's something I need to do before we can talk. Far from being intimidated by Saketh's killing intent, Garm even raised his palm to cut off his words. This conversation contains a lot of important information. It is classified. What kind of top secret is this from you who is only a low-ranking guard? You'll see when you listen. My class is not the problem. Karuru, you were so confident earlier, so what do you have to do before we talk? The initiative in the conversation had shifted ever so slightly. Garm spoke nonchalantly. Give Kirko over here. Are you insane? You come to the guy who's taking hostages, giving up the hostage, and talk to him. He'll let you keep the hostage. What the fuck are you talking about? Who's going to be the hostage instead of this bitch? Me. Garm was trying to get Saketh to let Kirko go instead of taking himself hostage. Either this or we can't talk. Do you even realize what you're getting yourself into? I am a weak lowly guard in making unreasonable demands on you who's holding a hostage. I could take you hostage as well. Then we won't be able to talk. Too bad. I'm sure you'd love to hear it. Saketh was becoming increasingly confused by Garm's nonchalant demeanor as he spoke without changing his face. Seriously, what the hell kind of balls do you have? You see, I've never been the gutsy type. I don't even have the guts to bluff with my life. For someone like me to speak so confidently, it makes you wonder what I believe in, doesn't it? Garm continued, and Saketh seemed to agree with him on some level. But then, very well, then show me proof that you are worthy of being my hostage before we exchange. Does being a hostage require proof? Of course. He grabbed the shivering Kirko by the throat and lifted her up. This woman is not begging for her life, even though she is about to be cut to pieces. She has courage and she has balls. But you're a rotten dog, a piece of shit, and the moment you're taken hostage by me, you're going to shit yourself and have a heart attack, and that makes you worthless as a hostage. You're being unreasonable. Neither are you. Then how do you expect me to prove it? Garm asked, and Saketh tilted his head to the side. He turned to the nearest guard, a major, and extended his hand. Hey, you give me a cigarette. The major happened to have a cigarette in his mouth. He pulled it out of his pocket and tossed it to Saketh. Hug. Saketh took the cigarette in his mouth and took a long drag. At the same time, the red blood from his torn mouth and lips soaked into the cigarette. Blood that smelled disgusting and fishy, and a cigarette soaked in it. Saketh took the cigarette from his mouth and held it out to Garm. Smoke this and I will recognize your guts. At that, all the guards fell silent. Even Kirko narrowed her eyes in thought. There's no way he's putting that in his mouth. The blood was a Class 1 hazardous material. A single drop on the ground is a terrible poison that requires a radius of tens of meters to be disinfected with alcohol, fire, and gunpowder. Who in their right mind would touch a cigarette that could infect someone with
A terrible plague.
let alone put it in his mouth? Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, at the head of the siege, gritted his teeth. For a lowly guard, he was good at taking time booties. This where it ends. He had planned to advance his men in the rear little by little, extremely slowly, and attack Saketh from behind. But there wasn't enough time for that. Saketh hadn't let his guard down in the slightest. Then, something happened that shocked everyone. Garm casually accepted the cigarette offered to him. Without warning, he popped the cigarette into his mouth. Fire. And even calmly asking for a fire. Saketh stood still, somewhat dazed. He didn't think he'd actually light it. But Garm shook his head nonchalantly. You'll have to provide fire. At that, he turned his head toward the guards with a blank expression on his face. And then, Chiog, a guard of the rank of major, hurriedly rummaged through his chest and threw a match into Saketh's hands. Crick swoosh. Unable to hide his disbelief, Saketh struck the match and lit the cigarette. In Garm's mouth, the sight of a giant poisonous snake imprisoned on the level 8 bending down. To light a cigarette for a junior guard less than half his height was a strange one. Who, taking a deep drag on the cigarette, Garm immediately blew out a long stream of smoke, while everyone watching was with their mouths open with blank expressions. How did you know? Saketh asked with a straight face. That I don't actually have plague poison in my blood. It was a shocking revelation. All the guards watching realized that they had been deceived for the past 2 years. In fact, there was no plague in Saketh's body. He had mimicked the plague by creating a skin disease that was only apparently serious, using powders of several types of fungi and mushrooms readily available in the Nouvelle Vague, as well as the antidotes and antiseptics. injected and applied by doctors, and he had used that to his advantage. Being a native of Leviathan, an extremely poisonous place, and the founder of the plague, the Red Death, supported his bluff. But it was all just a bluff with a twist. The question then becomes how Garm, a lowly guard, could have known this beforehand. That guy also had something to believe in. But how did he know it was a bluff? The doctors couldn't figure it out. Really, is there any way to tell? Saketh, who holding Kirko by the throat, and all the other guards took note of how Garm had seen through Saketh's bluff. And Garm opened his mouth and answered everyone's question in a slow and dry tone. I didn't know. He didn't know. Everyone in the hostage situation was stunned. Even the hostage Kirko and the hostage-taker himself Saketh couldn't hide their disbelief. Level 8 prisoner Saketh de Leviathan. It's also a bastard from poisonous Leviathan. A vicious criminal who nearly caused a terrible pandemic across the empire. He was a mastermind whose viciousness was completely uncontrollable even when he wore the Dissim cuffs that bound his mana and physical power. It's the plague and poison he spreads through sweat, saliva, blood, and even breath. He was assessed to be as a level 9 prisoner comparable to other high-risk prisoners such as Magidio, Lord Griffin, Aurora, Snow White, and Cinderella. So much so that some senior guards have even recently suggested that he should have been placed in level 9. As a result, he is a burden to the guards, and unwanted, and at times a prisoner who is even avoided to the point of fear. But to accept a cigarette offered by such a monster and smoke it without question, is that just a low-level prison guard? This is exactly what the guards are surprised about. This is something that would never be possible with ordinary guts. He has already passed the point of no return unless you're desperate to die. Saketh also asked in disbelief. Didn't you know about it?
No, he didn't.
Vikir replied, puffing on his cigarette. It was true that he didn't know, but it certainly wasn't a gamble with his life. After all, Vikir's body is infused with the poison of Madame Eightlegs, which is capable of consuming all poisons and plagues. Madame devours many poisons and then concentrates them in her poison pouches. It doesn't matter what plague you have in your possession. No matter how vile, no matter how poisonous, no matter how terrifying, the moment it enters Vikir's body, it becomes mere prey for the Madame. Knowing this, Vikir nonchalantly puts the cigarette in his mouth. But to the unknowing Saketh, he could not fathom the intentions of the lowly guard in front of him. I don't know what I'm looking at. Saketh shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. Then he threw Kirko, who was clutching her throat, into the distance. Thud. Kirko spewed blood and sprawled on the floor. Cuff. But the moment she hit the ground, she immediately got up, straightened up, and drew her sword. Any other junior guard would have been stretched out. It's a talent that will serve her well in the future if she doesn't die in some nameless battle. Vikir glanced at Kirko behind her and realized once more that his judgment had been correct. Then, you like her that much? A voice broke Vikir's from his thoughts. Vikir turned his head to see what was going on, and Saketh was looking down at him in disbelief. A man risks his life for a mere slut. Don't you know what it means to be held hostage by me? He seemed to understand that Vikir, or more accurately the character he was playing, was gambling with his life because of his love for Kirko. The other guards seemed to take a similar view. Did Garm like Kirko? You couldn't tell. He was always staring at Kirko whenever he was on duty. But even so, isn't that a little reckless? He's a real man risking his life for the girl he's in love with. What a jerk. He's an idiot. He's just an idiot. Look, the look on the high-ranking guards' faces has already changed it. Looks like they will push ahead with the suppression. Hearing the guards chatter, Saketh snorted in response. You're a sacrificial lamb, a pawn, a throwaway card. Do you really think those bastards that surround me care about the life of one of the low-ranking guards? I'm sure he's probably smoking a cigarette with my blood on it because he's too obsessed with that bitch crazy bastard. Vikir thought for a moment. I suppose if it was Garm, maybe it really was. The words in Garm's diary, the love he had for Kirko, the way he'd written about her, would have been enough for him to give his life for Kirko. But not Vikir. The reason he came forward was to pursue thorough practical purposes. Now then let us begin our conversation and keep your voice down. Was there really something to talk about, not just put on a show for your girl? Shut up and listen. Vikir was just about to open his mouth. Garm, came a voice from behind. Vikir and Saketh turned around startled to see Kirko with her sword half drawn. Get down. At the same time a slashing blow. Flash. Surprisingly the aura became denser and more concentrated, almost to the point of being liquid. Was it an enlightenment in a life-or-death situation? At the same time Kirko, whose level had risen to the next level, performed a
Swartora.
"Ugh, you stupid bitch." Saketh was stunned. Vikir was also quite taken aback by the unexpected turn. Fortunately Kirko's surprise attack was stopped by his fellow guards. The female guards with whom Kirko had always been friendly rushed over and grabbed her by the arms and legs. "Kirko, are you crazy? There will only be 2 hostages. Let's not make Garm's sacrifice in vain." The guards rushing from behind grabbed the struggling Kirko and dragged her backwards. It was quite a contrast to when Garm stepped forward and there was no one to stop him. "Hey, let go of me." Kirko looked at Garm, her hands flailing. His colleague, the man who had stumbled into the limb that should have been her, the man who had risked his life to save hers. There was nothing but confusion, agitation, and urgency in Kirko's gaze as she looked at Garm. Then,
Don't come.
Vikir's words were short. Kirko stopped struggling for a moment and stared blankly. Vikir drove the wedge in again. "It's only in the way." "Ha, but go away. On the contrary, it helps." A hard line, but the cold attitude had the opposite effect. Even those who had just condemned Garm's actions as reckless could only admire his determination. What a dazzling display of sacrifice and determination. By now Kirko had grown sullen and quiet, and tension was beginning to return to the siege of the guards. Even the senior guards began to talk. "That junior guard, he's got some nerve. Is he risking his life for his motivation? The look in his eyes, it's like I'm seeing the days when I was a junior guard, and even then it was motivation and love of country. It is a great loss to lose a man like that." They said his name was Garm. He's been topping the monthly evaluations among the junior guards for a few months. Let's get to work on saving the hostages as best as possible. First let's start by secretly approaching the personnel at the rear. We've already sent a squadron through the ceiling. However, Vikir himself, who was actually the target of the rescue, didn't seem to pay any attention to his surroundings. Instead, Vikir simply walked over and stood next to Saketh. He was being held hostage instead, but the atmosphere was somehow different from that of Kirko. Either way, they were finally alone. Saketh asked Vikir quietly, "Hey, I'm a little excited to see what kind of conversation we'll have at this point. I'm glad we're alone now. Let's get to the point." Vikir said in a voice so low that only Saketh could hear it. "The construction of level 10 must proceed. When you interfere like this, it slows it down. Is that your point?" "Yes, indeed, the construction of level 10 must proceed as scheduled. Your riot has delayed it by a day. What do you want me to do, you madman? That's your business. What do I care?" Saketh could not hide his disbelief and anger. But Vikir remained nonchalant. Putting a finger to his lips to silence him, Vikir spoke in a smaller, lower voice. "If construction is delayed, it will be a loss for you as well. The moment the blue sphere in the center of the level 10 construction zone explodes is the moment of timing, and the longer the construction is delayed, the longer you have to wait here." "Wait for what? What's timing? What would it be, you stupid?" When Saketh asked in a curious tone, Vikir scolded him briefly as if he was pathetic. Saketh's eyes turned red for a moment. It was bad enough that he was being psychologically manipulated by a lowly guard, but now he was being called stupid. That's right, by a stupid Garm. Saketh was about to explode when he was told off for talking back. Unbelievable words came out of Vikir's mouth. "Just in time for the Queen to save you." It was enough to send a chill down Saketh's spine. Saketh was just rolling his eyes as if he didn't understand what was going on. Vikir spoke once more. "Just in time for the Queen to save you. Did I nail it in your ear?" "I am listening, I hear you." Saketh responded in a rush. Vikir clicked his tongue at the sight of it. "I'm glad you heard stupid. You bastard, I'm sure I'm not making a fool of myself when I'm always looking for my queen." "Shut up, asshole, the queen is still out there trying to get you out of here. Which is why I'm here." Vikir scolded Saketh and went out at his own pace. The timing was the moment when the blue sphere in the deep center of the Level 10 construction area exploded. The original plan was to activate it and get you out of here. If it weren't for your foolishness, it would have proceeded as planned. Well, you want me to believe that you might have listened to what I usually say and made it up. Don't you want to leave? You've been uncooperative since the beginning. It's not that. Then stop talking, just close your mouth and open your ears. Saketh shut his mouth with a look of frustration on his face. In front of him, Vikir loosened his collar a little. "I won't tell you to blindly believe what I say." At the same time, Vikir showed Saketh an object he had retrieved from Andromalius barrier. A word sculpture with an impressive whitish lower part of the blade, a blackish middle part, and a reddish upper part, as well as a spiral embossed pattern. Shaped like the horns of a unicorn, it was a fragment of Orwell's The Sword of Winter. It was once owned by Winston, the principal of Colosio Academy, and is said to be a legendary sword that only those who have attained the highest level of mastery are allowed to wield it. Saketh's eyes widened at the sight of it. That's the key to Nouvelle Vague's main gate? No way. Vikir nodded silently. The queen who had sent Saketh here, and the object she had been searching for, Orwell, imprisoned deep within the Nouvelle Vague by Orca and Winston during the 47-man riot a long time ago. Vikir opened his mouth, combining keywords in his head. "Miss Ouroboros sent me here to help you." "Oh, Queen, you haven't abandoned me, you remembered me." "Shut up, fool, the guards will hear you." Vikir pushed his hat down deeply and lifted the brim. Then on his bare face, Vikir's face was visible. After swallowing the empty air, Vikir continued speaking. "I told you I thought you were pretty good." When Vikir said that, Saketh's jaw dropped open. It reminded him of a conversation they had before. "You're going to break out of Nouvelle Vague. What he could not do in the end is escape from prison. What kind of guy are you? Why do you think it's impossible to jailbreak? What? Is that all you can think about? You think you've been abandoned, but that's not true. That's because I think well of you. I've been watching you for the past 2 years. You might have no strength and lacks tenacity, but I like your brashness and action. Your loyalty is strong." "What the hell are you talking about?" "You'll find out soon enough after I break out of this place." After finishing his reminiscence, Saketh opened his mouth in disbelief. "So you've been here since the beginning?" "That's right. The Queen sent me to test you, and you were loyal enough not to reveal any information about her, which is why I gave you a passing grade." "It was a lie, of course." It was only because of Decarabia's testimony that Vikir discovered the connection between Saketh and Sadie. "I wondered where I'd smelled that before, but now I know his blood smells like Sadis. They must be related somehow." Vikir was convinced after taking a drag from a cigarette stained with Saketh blood. These were enough clues to guess who the Queen was and who had sent her minions down here to Nouvelle Vague to rescue him. Vikir snarled. "I'm trying to get you out of here at the right time, and you pull a stupid stunt like this. What's more, you sell me to the guards." "Pa, I don't mean sell you, that's ridiculous. I already know that you reported me to SOAR. If you lie to me again, I will make you rot here forever." My apologies. Well, I was completely unaware of Knight Houndsama's identity, so please stop." Saketh thought back to his past before he was trapped in this place. Come to think of it, his queen had talked about wanting to meet Knight Hound quite often. At the time I thought it was just a way of saying she was looking for a minion or partner, but I was short-sighted. Saketh was completely overwhelmed by the look in Vikir's eyes. At the same time his eyes sparkled with infinite trust and relief. "So I'm going to live then, I'm going to get out of here. There's still a chance. What should I do?" "I told you we need to activate level 10's blue orb, get him and get out." "Teach me." "Then from now on you will do exactly as I say, considering how you almost screwed up my plan. I'd like to take you out of the Great Escape, but..." He flinched as Vikir showed his discomfort. Then Vikir noticed the parade of guards sneaking up behind Saketh. If you can handle what happens between now and then, I'll let it slide until the next event. You will live like a mouse and be a model prisoner. Is that clear? Yes, of course, I'll cover for you with my life. I'll try to trust you just this once more, and if you make another fuss, you'll get what you deserve. Yes. Very well, then you will be arrested by the guards approaching from the rear. Just make sure you're acting reasonably aggressive. Yes, but if I get caught, I'll be taken to solitary confinement and possibly executed. You can take solitary confinement. I can't protect you from that, but don't worry. If you are sentenced to death, I'll speed up your escape. After hearing Vikir's words, Saketh nodded with bright eyes. At that very moment, now pounce! Bastille's commanding voice came from behind. At the same time, a group of guards, including Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, rushed toward Saketh's back. Whoa, what the hell, when did it come to this? I never thought it would happen. Ouch. Saketh collapsed to the ground, making a fuss that made even Vikir, who was watching, fret. Luckily, the atmosphere was so tense that no one was suspicious. Teague Pioiog Tudug Ududug Cholkyong Kiel Kitiag. Saketh's limbs were restrained with heavy bindings. At that time, the suppressed Saketh and Vikir's eyes met. Frown. Saketh winked at Vikir and grinned. Vikir nodded once, his expression impassive. Before he knew it, his face had returned to Garm's. Soon the junior guards were swarming around Garm. Garm, are you okay? Wow, that was a cool smoke. You. What? Why is your face so bloody again? When did you get hit? By now Vikir had recreated the burn marks on his face with the hot dirt he had picked up from the ground. The slightly changed positions of the scars were not noticeable due to the dust, sulfur powder, and bloodstains. The junior guards crowded around Garm and chattered for a while longer. Then, the junior guards who had been chattering around Vikir opened a path to the side in unison. Vikir turned his head to see what was going on, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a figure. It was Kirko. Kirko approached with slow steps and stood in front of Vikir. In a low voice, Kirko asked, "Are you okay? Your face looks like you're hurt a lot." She hesitated, unable to take her eyes off Vikir's face. "It's okay, it'll heal if I leave it alone." It was true with Basilisk's power, a burn like this would take less than a second to regenerate. But Kirko, unaware of that fact, hadn't left Vikir's side. Wait. Before Vikir had a chance to respond, Kirko pulled something out of her front pocket. It was an ointment for burns. That must have hurt. Kirko let the word slip out unconsciously. She kept her mouth shut from then on and began to apply the burn ointment to Vikir's face. The junior guards around her were stunned. This was quite unexpected given her cold, detached image. Meanwhile, Vikir tried to tell her that he didn't need it, but eventually left it alone, because there was something more important than that right now. When Vikir turned to look, he saw that Saketh had been noisily grabbed by the senior guards and dragged off into the distance. "Listen to me, you're in solitary confinement for 3 months. It won't end with solitary confinement. After that, I'll make you work like a madman. And after that, I'll execute you. Do you understand? I swear by my name, I will definitely put you on the execution platform." All of the senior guards were furious that they have been fooled by Saketh's bluff all this time. Things must be done right. It was a natural result. "I won't last long." Vikir clicked his tongue. Ever since Vikir learnt that he was responsible for the Red Death among the natives of jungle long ago, he had no intention of going easy on him. If he survived the torture and solitary confinement, it wouldn't matter, because Head already thought of the next step. He could hear Decarabia chuckling in his chest. Kill, 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 lulling a ruined prisoner into a false hope of escape. Your lying is top-notch, walking step by step to certain death without knowing he is being deceived. Isn't that the cruelest form of torture? I don't know who is the demon and who is the demon hunter. Be quiet. Vikir pounded his fist against his chest in frustration. Whatever is this, the end of the situation? A riot of level 8 prisoners. The disturbance, which could have been catastrophic in the wrong hands, had been put down surprisingly quickly thanks to the efforts of a junior guard. And then, "Hey guard." Behind him, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, the chief officer in charge of the suppression, called out to Vikir. Well done, you did really well. I can't believe I have such a good man under me. How did I not recognize this talent before now? Vikir knew what was coming next as Lieutenant Colonel Bastille patted him on the shoulder and showered him with praise. It was time for a reward based on merit. For months had passed since then. Today is a happy day. I am able to welcome so many new and capable subordinates. As Lieutenant Colonel Bastille wept tears of joy, a small ceremony was taking place. In Nouvelle Vague, it was called a promotion. Although it was not a formal promotion ceremony held once a year, it had everything needed for a simple promotion ceremony. As everyone applauded, the newest candidates for the promotion walked up to the podium. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, the officer in charge of the promotion ceremony, tearfully embraced each and every one of them. But it was Garm, or rather Vikir, who he hugged the hardest and longest. Congratulations, Captain Garm Nord. Originally a Lieutenant, Garm Nord had been promoted 2 ranks to captain. It was an unconventional promotion, almost unheard of among lower-ranking guards. But the even more surprising was the fact that no one seemed to think it was unreasonable that Garm had been promoted from lieutenant to captain in one swoop. Second Lieutenant Garm always exceeded his work quota anyway, so he deserved to be promoted to captain on that basis alone. Add to that the fact that he subdued a level 8 prisoner's rampage for months ago, and he's proven to be capable. I think that's enough for a promotion to captain. Anyway, promotion to 2 ranks would have been natural over time. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille is showing off at this moment. I don't know, as a rule a promotion of 2 ranks requires a full investigation of one's background and a full investigation of one's past life, which not only takes months but is incredibly detail-oriented. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille thinks so highly of this young man that he spared that process. Everyone welcomed the new mid-level guard, Captain Garm Nord. Many of them had been disciplined or demoted for their rowdy behavior. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille personally pinned the 3 diamonds of captain's rank on Vikir's breastplate and said, "Since your exploits, the prisoner has been in solitary confinement for 3 months, and since his release, he has been very faithful in his labor. That's good. I think it's a testament to everyone's bravery. Humbling you were the bravest of them all, but..." Lieutenant Colonel Bastille spoke in a low voice. "What in the world did you do to make that rascal go down like that? By your own words." "I didn't say anything. I just used logic to convince him that there's no good in going on a rampage." Is that so? Ha ha ha. Okay, well, that's not exactly what I'm here to talk about, but you'll have a chance to hear more later." Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, a typically likable man, smirked as if an unconventional answer wasn't so bad after all. With that, Vikir descended from the stage, receiving the enhanced weapons and letters of appointment only given to those with the rank of captain or higher. Good. The weapon Garm chose was a 3-tiered baton. Feels good in my hand. It was the weapon that the real Garm had used in his life, but it was also a good fit for Vikir. Having spent his entire life as an assassin or swordsman, Vikir rarely had to use a weapon like the 3-tiered baton, which was designed to beat and subdue, not kill. But the more I use it, the more I appreciate it. The cold feel of it against his palm, the crackle of the handle, the way the tip extended with 2 cheerful snaps with each swing. In many ways it was a weapon he'd come to love. It was like finding a second passion. Human, is that what you've opened your eyes to? You mean non-lethal rather than lethal? Then I suppose that's possible. No, not that one. Decarabia blurted out another unintelligible word. Vikir shut him up and steps down from the stage. He had gotten the captain's rank he wanted, and that was enough for him. Dokek. Vikir closed the door on the visit. The new quarters had been assigned upon his promotion to captain were far more comfortable than his old ones. Goodbye stone caves where had been crammed in like a swarm of ants in cramped, filthy quarters. The interior of the 15-square stone room was neatly organized. It still had the same salty dankness, but with a window to the outside and a separate shower. It wasn't as bad as the lower-level guards' rooms. Vikir went to the window and looked out. Behind the thin layer of bubbles created by the mysterious mucus substance, Flubber, the dark depths of the ocean stretched out before him. but he could see quite well thanks to the coral reefs and colonies of glow. In the dark, jellyfish below. In the distance, a giant shadowy figure swam by. Vikir stood by the window and watched the nameless deep-sea fish swimming for what seemed like forever. Then, there was a tap. There was a knock on the door. "Captain, may I come in?" Cold, firm voice. Vikir didn't say anything and the door opened. A uniformed woman stood on the threshold. It was First Lieutenant Kirko. Ever since Vikir had earned the rank of captain, she had been his adjutant. Kirko herself said it was a natural progression, but Lieutenant Colonel Bastille told a different story. For some reason, Lieutenant Kirko, who has always refused to be someone's adjutant, did not specifically refuse the executive order to become your adjutant. Ha ha ha. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille trailed off with an inexplicable glance. Vikir turned his head, tearing his gaze away from the scenery outside the window. What's going on? It was natural, as if the relationship had always been one of superior and subordinate. But Kirko too had taken the change for granted. Prisoner Saketh de Leviathan on level 8 has had another seizure. Is this the first one since his solitary confinement? Yes. Vikir nodded at Kirko's report. With that, Vikir grabbed his three-tiered baton and left the room. Then, Vikir turned around as if he had forgotten something. Kirko scratched her head. As he turned, Vikir carried a thick Lewin Bible out of the room. Looking at it, Kirko made a strange face and opened his mouth. "Captain, are you religious?" "To a certain extent. I've never been to the surface, so I don't know what religion is like on the surface, but I've heard that it is quite corrupted. They take money and forgive sins." "I don't know what you mean. I wanted to ask you if the book would help calm the prisoner down." Vikir smiled dryly at Kirko's question. "It might." The answer was short. With that, Vikir descended the steep spiral staircase to level 8. He could feel the stone walls and floor creaking as he entered the prison. "I can't believe I'm being executed. That's not true. I've been doing hard labor since my solitary confinement, and that blue blob in the level 10 construction zone is swelling like crazy, and it's not all the result of my pickaxe." Saketh's voice echoed throughout the corridor. It seemed to be a protest against the death sentence. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille was, to put it in a good way, a good man, but in a bad way he was a safety-minded person. He was someone who wanted as few variables as possible in his upcoming
promotion.
To him, noise is a nuisance. A variable, dangerous man who could strike again at any moment. Well, he deserves a quiet, unofficial execution. Vikir clicked his tongue inwardly. It's one thing to hasten his own demise. Meanwhile, Saketh continued his rampage. He was scattering poison, a mixture of water, mold, sulfur, and several types of soil. "I finally met him in solitary confinement. How long do you think him going to be locked in here? Him getting out of here soon. And what's with the execution? Cancel it now, you bastards. I've done my duties faithfully. What's wrong with that egg?" Saketh ran wild, foaming at the mouth. Just then, the rampage stopped and it calmed down. Even the guards who had been pulling at Dissam's chain turned their heads to stare in surprise. Vikir stood there. "Seniors, may I have your attention for a moment?" At Vikir's polite request, the guards all nodded and stepped back. But Kirko was still standing close to Vikir's side. Vikir turned to Kirko. "You stay back too." "Can't." "Why not?" "I am Captain Garm's adjutant. I am obligated to stand by your side at all times." Kirko's demeanor showed determination and stubbornness as she answered like a machine without changing her expression. Vikir shook his head once. The next thing he knew, he was standing in front of the cage. "You will be executed in a week. This is the result of your rampage, so take it sweetly." To Vikir's cold voice, Saketh could only stare, unable to answer. The guards stood at full alert behind him, not knowing when he might explode again. Then, Vikir passed something through the bars. It was a Lewin Bible. "Read it before your execution and repent." Saketh took the Bible with trembling hands. With bloodshot eyes fixed on the book, he began to flip through the pages. After a moment, Saketh's pupils dilated. On the middle page of the Bible, a small print appeared. "The time is short. D7. A secretly hidden push." Upon seeing it, Saketh's demeanor softened, and he began to sob. I acknowledge my sin, I will accept everything sincerely. His words came as a shock to all the guards present. My God, that maniac can't be that soft after all this time. I can't believe my eyes. Garm, what the hell did you do? The guards, who were destined to be forced to take the man's whims for the next week, breathed a sigh of relief as if they'd been doing it for a decade. They swarmed around Vikir, demanding to know what he had done. Vikir replied in a dry voice, "Nothing much, I just gave him hope. Of course that hope is false. A week later he would be executed, there would be no appeal. The torture of hope is the worst kind of torture." Vikir knew this all too well as a man who had lived through an age of
Destruction.
There was no salvation at the hands of others. You can only save yourself. Vikir turned his back on the now subdued Saketh, planning a real escape, not the false one had promised Saketh. A jailbreak in Nouvelle Vague is not just a jailbreak. Vikir was right. When Hound is released from Nouvelle Vague, many things will change in the world. It is an entrance sign to a world where demons have begun to appear. It will be humanity's declaration of war, marking the beginning of a new age of destruction. A week went by quickly. Boom. Vikir burned all of Garm's journals. Had already learned all the information he needed, and he could copy the handwriting perfectly. The font forgery I learned from Chihuahua has come in handy again. Now he wouldn't hesitate to use his handwriting wherever it was needed. It was a relief. I want to get out of here with her. Vikir stared at the burning pages of the diary. Garm's wish to leave this place would never be fulfilled. It will only turn to black-white ash and sinks to the bottom of the dark deep. See, Vikir watched the dozens of notebooks turn to ash from the beginning to the end. It was a small and humble end to a young man's life's work. Still, I got a lot of information out of it, thank you. Vikir held a moment of silence for Garm until the smoke from the diary cleared. Then, a knock. There was a knock at the door. He opened the door to find Kirko standing there, her face expressionless. There is 3 hours before the execution. Why are you here so early? I just wanted to let you know in advance. I see. Kirko stood motionless in the doorway as if waiting for Vikir to finish getting ready and come out. Vikir got dressed, feeling a little overwhelmed by the stare. He couldn't quite figure out what was going through Kirko's mind. Then, Captain, Kirko spoke. When Vikir turned his head, she took a deep breath and spoke. Before you go to the execution, may I have a word with you? It was a rather out-of-the-blue request. There was no reason to refuse, so Vikir nodded, indicating her intention to do so. Then Kirko spoke in a serious tone. As you know, Captain, I was born in Nouvelle Vague. Once upon a time there was an incident where a prisoner raped a guard, and I am the result. Vikir stopped, buttoning his collar at Kirko's blunt words. I warn you, this may be a summary execution because of an unsavory incident between a guard and a prisoner 19 years ago. The actor is strictly controlled and punished. Vikir still remembered Colonel Diordum's words when Vikir had refused to labor. For some unknown reason. Kirko continued in a calm tone. Afterwards, my biological father and mother were both referred to the disciplinary committee and disappeared. I guess he probably escaped from prison anyway. That's why I don't know who my parents are, and of course, I've never been to the surface. Why are you telling me that story now? Vikir asked. Kirko hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. That's because I hated you, Captain, because of my personal past, which I mentioned earlier. Kirko did not like Garm. No, she hated him. It had nothing to do with the fact that Garm was dull and cowardly, too good to be true and full of mistakes at every turn. A fellow his own age with parents to miss and an earthly home. But Garm had two things Kirko did not. You have a home on earth and you have parents. When we first met, you said you came all the way here because you wanted to help your parents make a living. You also said you missed the mountains and fields, the streams and lakes of your homeland. Maybe I was envious of that. No inferiority complex, that's right. So whenever the captain made a mistake, I filled my lack of self-esteem by looking at it as pathetic and despising it. Garm probably didn't realize that Kirko had such thoughts until the very end. No, even if I had known, it wouldn't have changed anything. Vikir stared at Kirko. It was as if he wanted to say something. Kirko took a deep breath before speaking. I wanted to be honest about this and apologize because I don't think I should have this kind of petty old feelings toward my future superior. Is that why you volunteered to be my adjutant? I didn't say it myself. I see. Vikir nodded. Then, Kirko opened her mouth, sounding even more puzzled than before. Captain, you have nothing to say to me. Vikir looked up and Kirko gave a rare stutter. You know, back when you saved me from that prisoner rampage on level 8. What? Am not without ears to hear. Vikir frowned, as if he didn't understand. Then Kirko started to sweat a little. Her earlobes were already red to the limit. All the seniors around me are saying something. Saying what? About that prisoner rampage on level 8, about why the captain was willing to take a hostage for me. Vikir realized what Kirko was trying to say. Do you really like her that much? A man risking his life for a bitch, don't you know what it means to be held hostage by me? What, you're so obsessed that you don't care about any of that? You smoked a cigarette with my blood on it, you're crazy. Did Garm like Kirko? You didn't know he was always staring at Kirko whenever he came to work. But don't you think that's a little reckless? He's a real man risking his life for the girl he loves. The sarcastic remarks flashed through his mind. So do the gossipy comments of the other guards. Two would like to make it clear that my becoming your adjutant is merely the result of a natural chain of command, nothing more. There's supposed to be a separation between public and private affairs, but if a superior and a subordinate have such a bad relationship, what can I say? There could be a setback in public affairs also. But Kirko couldn't finish her sentence. Vikir, now fully dressed in uniform, had left the room. Tog tog. An underground passage that looks like the throat of a giant monster. Salty water droplets fell from the corrugated ceiling. Jibyug, jibyug, jibyug. The sound of Vikir's military footsteps is heavy. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The footsteps of Vikir's companions behind him are also loud. Why would you leave so quickly when your adjutant is talking to you? It was Kirko. At Kirko's grumbling, Vikir raised his index finger to her lips. Sure, there's a lot of people now. Vikir and Kirko had come down to level 5 to attend the execution. There were a number of guards and prisoners gathered there, and in the center stood the protagonist of the day, Saketh, bounded and shackled. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, who was on the podium, spoke to him. This is not a formal execution. You will forever be recorded as alive in the books. In a gravelly voice he shouted at Saketh and many other prisoners. But Saketh didn't react. His eyes flicked from one guard to the next with a slight uneasy tremor. Then, Saketh's face visibly brightened as he recognized Vikir's form among the group of guards. Then the guards who were to conduct the execution stepped forward. The main one was Vikir. Vikir dragged Saketh to the cliff ahead. There was a jutting rock at the edge of the cliff, and Saketh stood precariously on the edge. Stay steady. Vikir, standing behind him, spoke in a low voice. The moment you fall off the cliff, a rescue operation will be launched. Do you understand? I understand. Saketh replied with a calm face. Being thrown off this distant cliff is the unofficial execution ceremony of
The Nouvelle Vague.
Feudal Hoodiu. Vikir noticed that Saketh's legs were trembling slightly. Pathetic, are you scared? Well, how could I be? Don't worry, see those guards and prisoners over there, they're all included. Vikir gestured with his chin to the left and right of the cliff. Saketh looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, there are guards and prisoners whose postures are subtly stiffened or loosened. They looked suspicious. Those are the insiders who will help you. They'll come running as soon as I give the word. Well, you're amazing. When did you get so many people on your side? Vikir didn't bother to answer. In truth, the guards he was referring to were just ordinary guards and prisoners. They were merely taking advantage of the psychology that a cornered man sees what he wants to see. Saketh stood at the edge of the 100-foot cliffs with unfounded hopes. Kururu, I'm done with life. Do as you please, bastards. Saketh bellowed at the guards around him, then turned his head and glared at Vikir. And with that he leaped off the cliff, whirring A prisoner falling into a deep, deep abyss, into a pitch-black space. But the expression on the guards' faces hadn't yet resolved. The execution was not over when he jumped off the cliff. And now, the real execution had begun. He didn't even realize he was being executed. And for Vikir it was the first time he'd actually seen it. A long line was being drawn in the darkness. It opened its huge, vast, gaping mouth as if it were alive, revealing a wealth of unpleasant-looking misshapen teeth protruding from within. Its mouth gaped open in a long line, seemingly endlessly. A huge face was looking up, smiling widely with its teeth bared. What the hell, what the hell? Saketh's face turned pale. At the same time Vikir swallowed hard. Of the 5 wardens representing Nouvelle Vague, he is the one whose identity is the most shrouded in mystery. I heard he wasn't human, but I never thought he'd look like that. It was the appearance of Brigadier General Flubber. Vikir remembered what Garm had said when he first entered Nouvelle Vague. What the hell, what's the big deal? This is just a dog's death, a de facto execution. No, it's not. There's a Nouvelle Vague execution, and it's not even close to this. Garm was responding to a prisoner who was freaking out at the news. Vikir suddenly realized why Garm had said that. Joyoyoyog. A mouth appeared in the center of the abyss. Its enormous jaws twisted the empty space, revealing other spaces nested within it. Squares, triangles, circles, jagged, misshapen features sprouted without order or balance. 2 bulging eyeballs, cloudy as the eyes of a drowning man, were obviously reacting to the prey falling from above. Vikir thought. The most mysterious of the 5 wardens was Brigadier General Flubber. His identity, he was told, was supposed to be a beastman member of the snail family. However, that was just a classification, and nothing was known about which group, order, or class this strange creature belonged to. I don't even know why it's called a beastman creature in the first place. It doesn't look human at all. Age unknown, gender unknown, race unknown, where it came from unknown, where it was going unknown. Even the rank of Brigadier General was merely a social title that humans have given to this creature, an ancient prehistoric creature that was already there when humans first
discovered de nouvelles vagues.
No one knew what it was or how it came to live here, no matter how hard he searched the oldest written records of Nouvelle Vague. All they could find was that Brigadier General Flubber had been there since the beginning. Whatever, he's the main force responsible for Nouvelle Vague's security. Along with Dissum, Vikir thought as he looked at the giant grotesque creature with its mouth open at the bottom of the abyss. The Dissum binding the mana and power of the prisoners. Flubber, who coats the entire castle in slime to keep it from being flooded. These are the 2 key substances that keep Nouvelle Vague alive. Whoa! It was then that Brigadier General Flubber began to make a strange noise. A long, thick tongue protruded from a crack in the abyss. A sticky slime called flubber oozed from the base of the tongue. That was the source of the foamy windows that covered the doors and windows of the Nouvelle Vague, and then it dripped down into its gaping maw. The sound was obvious. Nouvelle Vague's first round of inductions, where the fallen from the blade bridge had gone. The fate of those who on paper were still alive. Saketh fell into the abyss. With a plop. The word plunged could not have been more appropriate. Brigadier General Flubber's body was composed of dark matter mixed with dark green. It was not hot but sticky and heavy, as if it had been boiled and then melted. This sticky conglomerate of mucus had spread endlessly, and there was no hasty limit to its bottom. It's like the phlegm in the throat of a giant, the kind of phlegm that appears in ancient legends of world trees and giants. And as he plunged into the abyss of this horrible slime, this dark swamp, he let out a terrifying scream. Kayawag. It was a creepy scream that instantly filled the empty hollow with terror. It was enough to make even the mid-level guards of Nouvelle Vague, who had seen it all before, cover their ears and bite their lips. But only one person. Vikir was standing motionless, still towering over the edge of the cliff, staring down with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, as Saketh's entire body melted away, he looked up. His eyes locked with Vikir's, who stood above the abyss, peering down from the cliff edge. You. He realized he had been tricked. Everything had been a lie. There had been no rescue, no escape. There was no such thing as a messenger in the depths of the sea. It was wrong to look for such a thing 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean in the depths of this hopeless sea. This is Nouvelle Vague, no dreams, no hope, no future, no nothing. Guk biruf. Before he knew it, Sacketh, his mouth was filled with flubber mouth cursed. The object in front of him with all his heart. A terrifying malice swirled through him, energizing his entire body with a new kind of vitality that even he didn't recognize. But it was too late. Malice, murder, and revenge all have meaning only in the living. Already the taste in Brigadier General Flubber's mouth was nothing more than a squirming mass of meat, just a little fresher than usual. Tiob. The gaping folds sucked in more and more of Sacketh's huge body.
Sakut de Leviathan dragged beneath a pitch black bottom lisevis.
The last time he saw the light of this world, there before him was Vikir's expressionless face. Suddenly his lips moved, and with the superhuman observation and concentration of a man on the verge of death, Sacketh could read the faint trace of Vikir's lips. Know your subject, whether you're the predator or the prey. Those were the words Head heard on their first meeting. Sacketh tried to scream at the top of his lungs, with all his might and with a sincerity and earnestness that even he had never shown in his life. It might have been a man's anger or malice or a curse of unspeakable cruelty and viciousness, or an atonement or penance so sincere and pure that it touched the hearts of all who saw it. But it never reached the world. Karurarum. He disappeared beneath the black swamp with a boat horn sound similar to the laughter he usually made. It is unknown if he was granted the rest in peace so often heard from the dead. But what is certain is that he will never escape the abyss again. For all eternity. There was an eerie silence among the guards. Even the bold, fearless Kirko was breaking out in a cold sweat. Brigadier General Flubber's execution is always dreadful. Vikir, who had just returned from pushing Sacketh off the cliff, nodded quietly to answer her. Brigadier General Flubber, he doesn't appear to be intelligent, but I don't know what variables that will be in the event of an escape. A monstrous creature who stretches its body throughout Nouvelle Vague's castle, responsible for its upkeep and maintenance. Unofficially, it is considered the most powerful creature in Nouvelle Vague. In fact, the most mysterious of the 5 wardens, there was one who used his time to meet this monster whose identity was the most unknown. Vikir began to worry about how much he should be wary of this monster and how much he should ignore it. For the first time since entering Nouvelle Vague, he had encountered an incalculable variable. Then, Captain Garm. A voice called to Vikir. Turning his head, he saw Lieutenant Colonel Bastille standing there, a stern expression on his face. Behind him were his adjutants in full uniform. You asked for me, Lieutenant Colonel. Vikir replied with a salute, and Bastille's lips curled into a smile. Okay, finally one less troublesome prisoner. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille, who was busy with promotions and advancement and line work for this, was always on the lookout for prisoner riots. This is because it has a devastating adverse effect on performance. So Sacketh, the most frequent rioter and the most emotionally unstable, has been his biggest thorn in the side lately. Honestly, executing a prisoner is not an easy task once the decision to execute has been made. The prisoner may continue to resist riot, escape, or plan a terrorist attack, and the trauma to the guards who carry out the execution cannot be ignored. I'm glad this one ended safely. It is a level 8 prisoner quietly accepted his execution without incident. And there doesn't seem to be any aftereffects for the guards who executed him. Is that right? Yes, sir. At Vikir's answer, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille smiled even more broadly. The charisma and resourcefulness to keep a level 8 prisoner quiet until the very moment of execution, and the guts and boldness to single-handedly carry out a gruesome execution ceremony and not falter an inch. It's no exaggeration to say that all of this is to your credit. The more I look at you, the more I covet you. You remind me of my own youth. Vikir couldn't bear to listen, so he gave him the lip service he didn't usually give to end things quickly. I will follow you for the rest of my life, Lieutenant Colonel. The words made the smile on Lieutenant Colonel Bastile's face grow even brighter. Lieutenant Colonel Bastile, a man whose specialty was forming lines and building factions, seemed to recognize Vikir as one of his own. Good him, not like those incompetent rulers and generals who have left a stain on history. Loyal and capable subordinates are rewarded as they deserve. Vikir looked puzzled. Then Lieutenant Colonel Bastile held out a black box to Vikir. I hope you like what you see. It would be a great honor for me to receive anything from you, Lieutenant Colonel. Ha ha ha, you can open it right here. Lieutenant Colonel Bastile grinned as if the gift was an opportunity to boast to the world of his weights, measures, and distribution. Now in the center of the room, under the watchful eyes of all the guards, including Kirko next to him, Dokek, Vikir opened the box. And then, what was revealed inside was enough to make everyone's eyes widen. The box opened and a pillar of silver light rose from within. It was a badge of rank, a badge with a silver rose of Sharon embroidered on. It was the symbol for the rank of Major. This. Vikir looked up and Lieutenant Colonel Bastile opened his mouth with a friendly smile. I see your construction progress has been over 100 every time, and last month you finally hit 200. Thanks to the good work of my colleagues. Ha 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 ha, how humble. I love that kind of comradeship. Anyway, how can I keep a competent subordinate who outperforms everyone else by double or triple every month as a lowly guard? The ability to organize and lead prisoners is how a guard is judged. Vikir was recognized for both his resourcefulness and his integrity. Lieutenant Colonel Bastile is also an adjutant in Colonel Diordum's line, and Colonel Diordum is currently devoting all of his attention to Nouvelle Vague's grand project, the new Level 10. Lieutenant Colonel Bastile therefore has everything at stake in this massive expansion. Vikir, who has been able to safely eliminate any distractions and whose workload is far greater than anyone else's, has earned the favor of Lt.
Colonel Bastille.
You're not the kind of person to work with just a dozen low-level prisoners. Even the great masters who united half the world during the Warring States began their careers guarding warehouses loaded with military munitions. I can't wait to see what you'll do with the countless guards you'll have and the countless prisoners under you. Do you know if my unusual choice will dramatically accelerate the construction of Level 10? Lieutenant Colonel Bastile was a seasoned politician. He saw through Vikir's extraordinary plan at a glance and recognized it as the key to getting the Level 10 completed ahead of schedule. And that was good news for Vikir. I'm going to put everything on the line and make a difference in Nouvelle Vague. Vikir is honest about the plan he's had since he arrived. And this brought a smile of satisfaction to Lieutenant Colonel Bastile's face. Chuck. The rank insignia inside the box hung on Vikir's chest. Thus Vikir was promoted from Captain Garm Nord to Major Garm Nord. It had happened in less than a year if you don't count the time Garm had been a lowly rank. Ha ha ha, I didn't get promoted this fast when I was a junior guard either. The only people who ever did it in the first place were Colonel Diorjum and Colonel Soar, and aside from those two earlier examples, you're probably the first in decades. I will work harder. Okay, then you have to work hard now that I'm counting on you and watching over you. How sad and frustrated have you been because you haven't had a chance to show off your abilities? If you think about it that way, that guy named Saketh, who is no longer around, must have been lucky for you. No, I didn't think of it that way. Ha ha ha, that's what I think. So he was lucky for me because he allowed me to find such a capable subordinate as you. Vikir looked down at the silver and black rose of Sharon on his chest. This insignia of rank, which is made by covering dism pieces with silver, is quite valuable as a sculpture. But it was the symbolism of the rank that was important, the various privileges guaranteed by the rank of Major. For starters, a Major is recognized as the end of the junior guards and the beginning of the senior guards. After being promoted to Major, a person accumulates a small amount of seniority and is treated as a senior guard with the following privileges. 1. Recruit and impose discretionary labor on up to 108 prisoners within the limits of Level 3. 2. Summarily execute one prisoner for grave inferior offenses such as refusing to serve or injuring a guard within the limits of level 7. 3. Freely move in and out of the entirety of the labor camp at any time of the day or night without needing to report to a superior. For access to the breeding grounds, execution grounds, and punishment rooms if authorized by the higher-ups. Vikir's attention was drawn to numbers 1 and 3 of these. He could conscript prisoners at his discretion and make them serve at his discretion. He could even inspect the labor camp whenever he wanted regardless of the time of day. These are the optimal conditions to operate Poseidon. I didn't even need to be promoted beyond lieutenant colonel. Major was the ideal rank for Vikir as he had all the key authorizations he needed for the jailbreak as well as the relative lack of attention and ease of maneuverability. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille gave Vikir a stern look. Just as you have the privileges of being a major, you also have the responsibilities of being a major. With privilege comes responsibility. A certain amount of construction progress, the number of times prisoners rioted, the time it took to quell them, the evaluations from superiors and subordinates, etc. But Vikir didn't care about any of this. It's not long now anyway. The countdown, the moment of escape, is fast approaching. Vikir was already slowly putting his second plan into action following his transformation into a guard. Then, by the way, now that you've been promoted to major, I think it's time for a new adjutant. What do you think? You can have up to 3 adjutants, said Lieutenant Colonel Bastille. The eyes of the lower-ranking guards around him changed color in unison. Now none of the men who had looked down on him as an idiot remained. But Vikir shook his head as if he didn't care. 1 Lieutenant Kirko Grimm will be enough. For a moment there was a slight hush around them. Vikir turned his head, puzzled by the sudden change in the atmosphere, but all he could see was Kirko, her head bowed low and her ears red. Then Lieutenant Colonel Bastille chuckled. Ha 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 ha, an internal love affair, not a bad thing as long as you watch out for a few factors. As he finished speaking, Lieutenant Colonel Bastille looked at Kirko, who was standing next to Vikir with a strange gaze. An internal love affair, strange fate indeed. Children are like their parents after all. For some reason the voice exudes a bit of pity. He shook his head, wondering when he had muttered such a thing. Lieutenant Kirko Grimm, a lieutenant is an adjutant, a rank somewhat insufficient to assist a major. He'll work hard to make up for it. You're already working hard. You've consistently performed well on your monthly evaluations. You sacrificed yourself for your comrades during the last level 8 prisoner riot, and you did an excellent job assisting Major Garm during this execution. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille patted Kirko on the shoulder and said, I have prepared a reward for you as well. With that, he handed Kirko a box. Inside were 3 diamonds and a badge symbolizing the rank of captain. You must have gained quite a bit of experience in this riot and learned a lot. I'm pleased to see that you've paired up with a great officer and a great subordinate, and I wish you both the best. Always remember that your promotion is extremely unusual. Yes. Both Vikir and Kirko echoed at the words of Lieutenant Call. Major Garm, Captain Kirko. They were promoted 1 rank at a time to the admiration, respect, and envy of all their junior guards. It was then.
Lieutenant Colonel Bastille.
A guard with the rank of major next to him spoke up in a concerned voice. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille turned his head with a puzzled expression. What? Well, sir, an order has come down from above. From above? From who? Colonel Diorjum or Colonel Soar? Neither of them. For a moment Lieutenant Colonel Bastille's expression hardened as he listened to his adjutant's report. Is this by any chance an audit of the specialist? That's right, Lieutenant Colonel Blacktongue is taking an interest. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille covered his face with his hands. What kind of whim did that crazy person suddenly have? They say good things always come with a price, don't they? Okay, there is nothing wrong with military law where gratitude is expected. For unusual promotions. The conversation between Lieutenant Colonel Bastille and the adjutant was becoming increasingly serious. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Vikir thought to himself, Black Tongue. Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue, a man with no name and an unpleasant nickname. Black Tongue. He's one of the top 5 wardens in Nouvelle Vague and a member of the audit team. However, the audit team is a team and an organization and is actually made up of only one person, Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue. Another nickname for the Black Tongue is the jailer who catches jailers. The Nouvelle Vague has its own system of laws and punishments because the laws of the land don't apply to it, and that goes for the guards as well as the prisoners. Unusually for a guard, Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue doesn't punish prisoners, he punishes guards. He is the only one of the guards at Nouvelle Vague who is feared, as he investigates internal irregularities, breaches of military discipline, and other misdeeds and punishes them at his discretion. But he was also the least known of the 5 wardens, even more so than Brigadier General Flubber, whose identity was a mystery to the lowly guards, who were never likely to do anything wrong in the first place. Vikir thought for a moment. Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue, good, because he's someone I'd like to meet personally, unlike Dissum and Flubber, who were essential to meet before jailbreak. Black Tongue had no direct business with Vikir. However, Vikir had a very personal reason for wanting to see Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue. At that time, Pudug, there was a faint dull noise. It was the sound of grinding teeth. Vikir heard it and turned his head. There stood Kirko, her face impassive. But judging by the faint veins of blood on her neck and chin, it was Kirko who had just been grinding her teeth. Vikir was just about to call out to Kirko to find out what was going on. Major Garm, Captain Kirko, I need to go to the audit room right now. Lieutenant Colonel Bastille spoke up again. Apparently your promotion was too quick and the audit team has raised questions. You have a clean background, a clean past, and a clean record, so there shouldn't be much of a problem, but he trailed off, his voice a little underwater. Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue, judging by personally, he's a man to be very wary of. Just keep that in mind and go. An ominous tone that could turn a good mood upside down in an instant. All the guards who only moments ago had been looking at them with envy now look at Vikir and Kirko with sympathy and anxiety. But the Hound's eyes, facing this overwhelming ominousness, were calm as always. It'll be going then. No, rather it glowed with a personal interest. Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. Giabiog, Giabiog, Giabiog. 2 footsteps echo in unison through the corridors of salty, sticky dampness. The one walking ahead is Major Garm Nord, and the one following is Captain Kirko Grimm. Wearing Garm's identity, Vikir is currently walking towards the hearing audits room where Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue resides. Finally, I get to meet all 5 wardens. Colonel Diorjum, Colonel Soar, Brigadier General Dissum, and Brigadier General Flubber. Each of the wardens we've met so far has been unique. However, Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue has a reputation for being dark and unpleasant person, to the point where the other prison wardens mentioned above seemed ordinary. How is it possible that he received fewer votes in the popularity contest than Brigadier General Flubber? In the popularity polls by junior and mid-level guards, Colonel Black Tongue always came in last. This was despite the fact that they were allowed to vote in duplicate. Suddenly Vikir turned to Kirko, who was trailing behind him, hoping for a clue. Hey, adjutant. Yeah. Kirko's face flushed a bit, as this was the first time Vikir had spoken to her since he became her superior. The next topic, however, was enough to set her expression back to grim. You don't seem to like Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue. I heard him earlier. Kirko was silent for a moment at Vikir's words. Then she opened her mouth. I don't gossip about my superiors. Just state the facts. Kirko exhaled for a moment. What the hell, if the boss is gossipy, so be it. Real name and age unknown, rank is Lieutenant Colonel, nickname is Black Tongue or Jailer Catcher. I think he got that nickname because he has a black tongue and he's on the hearing and audit team. I heard he uses a sword, right? I hear he's very skilled. Yes, it is said that in terms of ability alone, it's been said that he's ranked above Colonel Diorjum and Colonel Soar. However, his personality is so psychotic and his work reputation is so terrible that he should have been promoted to Brigadier General a long time ago based on seniority alone, but He's still a lieutenant colonel. Internal irregularities, military discipline. Hey, he take care of internal disciplinary action and various audits all by himself, right? That's right, such things are rarely done within the Nouvelle Vague unless it's at the whim of Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue himself, like today. You seem to be very moody. Yes, the problem is it's not just his mood that are severe but his impulse control disorders and sexual tendencies. He is notorious for molesting and torturing not only prisoners but even guards. Kirko goes on to list the names of those who have been victimized by Black Tongue so far. Most of them dead, crippled, or missing after horrific torture. 23 years ago, Lieutenant Valentine Grimm, Lieutenant Farron Far Randall. 12 years ago, Lieutenant Yang Bortz, Captain Gordick. 7 years ago, Lieutenant Aubrey, Major Jean Dale. 3 years ago, Lieutenant Marsong, Lieutenant Yodel. 1 year ago, and most recently Lieutenant Virginia, according to one of my colleagues. Among them was the name of what must have been Kirko's mother. So that's why you were grinding your teeth. Vikir tore his gaze away from Kirko's cold face. Takes a lot to meet someone with a dark past. The hearing audit room where Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue stayed was located in a dark and damp limestone cave. Narrow, steeply sloping stone passageways twisting back, forth, left, right. Up and down the caverns were intricately twisted, but there was no need to worry about getting lost because it was a single road. So twisted there is no decent person who lives in a place like this. Normally I wouldn't infer a person's character from where he lives, but I have to agree with you on this one. At Vikir's words, Kirko nodded in agreement. With that they entered a fairly wide open space. It was nothing more than a wide extension of the path they had traveled so far. Stalactites jutted up and down like teeth, salty water trickled down the walls, deep pools of water pooled on the floor, and what is this? Kirko scratched her head at the black ball-like objects on the floor. The black balls, which looked like eggs of some sort, became more and more numerous the further they went until they covered the floor, walls, and ceiling. Neither Vikir nor Kirko knew what these black spheres about a meter in diameter were. When they poked at them with their fingers they could only feel the softness. But they couldn't tell what was inside. Then, Kululug, the black ball that Vikir had kicked with his military boot, made a strange noise and twisted. Juljul juljul. Red-yellow juice with an unpleasant smell began to leak from the top of the black ball. Ugh, what is this smell? It's like rotting meat. The odor was so disgusting that even the squeamish Kirko frowned. With that, Vikir pulled out his three-tiered baton and struck the black ball. Kyoyog. The black ball popped and its contents began to gurgle out of the narrow hole in the top. In an instant Kirko's eyes widened to tears. It was a corpse emerging from the black ball. A thin skull and thick blood poured down onto the floor. Vikir kicked at the black balls next to him one after the other. Pioyog, Kululug, Kulkiog. Then the same unpleasant popping sound erupted and a foul odor began to emanate. The black ball spat out different things inside. A skeleton with only bones left, blood that has coagulated like jelly chunks of yellow fat and flesh, or a desiccated mummy with only bones and skin remaining. Vikir realized at once what the black balls were. Leeches. Leeches, vampires that attach themselves to their victims and suck their blood. But the leeches here in Nouvelle Vague are different. There are blood-sucking leeches, bone-sucking leeches, skin-sucking leeches. And so on. Each leech here sucks different things. A blood-sucking leech would quickly turn a human-sized person into a mummified mess of bones and skin. Bone-sucking leeches remove all of the bones from the body, leaving the victim as a living blood bag, literally floating in a pool of blood and guts inside the skin. When a skin-sucking leech bites someone, they are left with nothing but bones and the blood quickly solidifies, turning into a jelly-like substance with bones trapped inside, creating a strange and creepy sight. The leeches at this point were all full-grown adults, each having swallowed a human in one bite, rolling the body into a ball and digesting it in their stomachs. Surprisingly, some of those trapped in the leech's stomachs were still alive. Kirko heard a thin voice calling his name.
Kirko.
The voice sounded as if it could be cut off at any moment, no louder than a breeze. Kirko's eyes widened as she recognized the voice. Virginia. Lieutenant Virginia Kirko had been missing since she'd been caught breaking military law and taken to Lieutenant Colonel Blacktongue. At best she'd helped Colonel Diorgium embezzle military supplies as a low-level subordinate, but at most she was taken to the auditor's office for the crime of embezzling a few bags of sugar that were supposed to be returned to the birthday person, and she never returned. But Virginia's voice was coming from inside the black ball in the distance. Pyoyog. Kirko immediately drew her sword and struck the black ball with all her might. The leech's tough skin slowly sliced away as it touched the aura. Kirko finally scratched the leech's flesh and twisted it open. Chwag. The leech's bodily fluids spilled out, revealing Lieutenant Virginia inside. Kirko covered her mouth with both hands at the sight of her companion, whom she hadn't seen in a year. As Kirko stood dumbfounded, unable to find the words to say, Vikir stepped to her side and spoke. It must have been a bone-sucking leech. Sprawled on the floor, Virginia was in tears. Desperately, she moved her mouth, shaping her lips to convey her last words. Kill me. Kirko stood dumbfounded, unable to close her eyes or mouth at the horrific sight. It was Vikir who raised his hand in her place. Quag. The skilled hound cut off the breath of his target with as little pain as possible. Ah! Kirko dropped to her knees, her eyes moistened with tears, and clutched what had once been her companion with both hands. Then, Hathathathathath, what the hell is this? The voice that greeted Vikir and Kirko echoed from the depths of the cavern. A black ball, a single shadow, stretched out amongst the countless leeches. It was a singularly black color that stood out clearly against the shadows and darkness that surrounded it. Vikir squinted his eyes. At last the most sinister and unpleasant man in Nouvelle Vague had appeared. Lieutenant Colonel Blacktongue. The last of the 5 warden. Hathathathathat, what the hell is this? There is a thick and muddy bass sound. Vikir squinted to face the man in front of him. The entire skin visible under the uniform was black, and there was not a single hair on the smooth skin. Tightly defined muscles were subtly different in placement from human ones. The face lacked eyelids, nose, and lips, revealing the eyeballs beneath the torn orbits and the sharp teeth. Bugulbuglebule. The muscle fibers that made up his body moved separately, strand by strand, bubbling like boiling tar. Lieutenant Colonel Blacktongue. He was the lowest ranking of the 5 wardens, but in fact, in terms of seniority, he was the most senior except for Brigadier General Flubber. Diorgium and Soar said he's been a lieutenant colonel since they were
Second lieutenant.
Vikir scanned Blacktongue's entire body. The seasoned hound was quick to formulate an estimate of his prey. But even if he had a rough idea of its power, he still didn't know how evil it was or what it was up to. So Vikir met Blacktongue with the most benign and common-sense response possible. I'm sorry for carelessly hurting the leech. I'm so surprised my heart is still pounding like it's going to explode. Vikir blustered, stealing a nervous sweat, like the hero of a past era who hid under his desk pretending to be startled and rattled by the sound of lightning to hide his extraordinary abilities from his enemies. Vikir's strategy of humbling himself seemed to have some effect. The unpleasant, ominous aura that Blacktongue was emitting was diminished, if only slightly. Hathathat, I see you're Captain Garm, or is it Major, and you're not as gutsy as you're rumored to be. It's a burden because it seems like it's being overvalued due to the current situation. No, judging by the rumors, you are a complete monster. Rather, it's nice to see a humane side, but what? I have a seat wherever you're comfortable and don't mind the leeches. I threw them away when they became a nuisance. I often use them as cushions, though they don't have much to offer other than being fluffy. Blacktongue turned away with an unpleasant chuckle. Every time he moved, Vikir could see the muscles on his back twitching, and upon closer inspection they were all leeches. The tiny tough leeches were tightly woven throughout Blacktongue's body, as if each one were a single muscle fiber. In other words, he was wearing leeches all over his body. It was like a suit, like full body armor. I've heard that Lieutenant Colonel Blacktongue is human, but despite being human, he's not treated as such, and I can see why. Who would consider a human being to be a human being who wears leeches all over his body? 247. It was a rather generous assessment of a similar species. I see you're here sooner than I thought. I guess that Bastille guy was in a bit of a hurry. Black Tongue naturally looked down on Bastille, who was also a lieutenant colonel of the same rank. It was natural, if only for time, he should already be a brigadier general or major general. As Vikir nodded, Black Tongue smiled. It was an unpleasant smile, one of those smiles where you're smiling but not really smiling. I see. How's that Bastille guy doing? Still acting like a helpless pet without his master? That's a difficult question to answer. Hathathathat from a subordinate's point of view. As for that Bastille guy, he used to obey my orders when Diorjum or Soar were around, but now that those two bastards aren't around, he's just as stubborn as ever. I often have to argue with him because his reactions are hilarious. Vikir looked at Black Tongue's face for a moment. Had heard that Black Tongue didn't get along with all of Nouvelle Vague's guards, but he was especially bad with Diorjum and Soar. Diorjum dislikes Black Tongue for interfering with his efforts to steal various goods from Nouvelle Vague, and Soar has a deeply rooted feud with Black Tongue. Rumor has it that it was Black Tongue that blew off half of Soar's face. It was recorded in Garm's diary that they had met and fought several times during their time on land, including a famous naval battle. Well, it wasn't exactly Vikir's business. Meanwhile, Black Tongue landed on the leech in front of Vikir. Pujig. He sat down on top of the leech and it spat out a thick purple juice from its mouth. It sounded like a human groaning inside. Vikir and Kirko shut their mouths as if they had made a promise. It wasn't that they were hiding a secret, it was just that the atmosphere was so dank and unpleasant. Surely there are humans inside those cushioned leeches. I'm sure there are, but let's sit down. If you're uncomfortable, sit on the floor. No, I'm not uncomfortable. Kirko looked determined and sat down on the ball of leeches in front of her. It was a determined demeanor, as if she wasn't going to be overpowered. Pujig. The leech beneath her ass shudders again, this time spewing out a thick stream of blood. No human groans could be heard. Lucky. Kirko thought, the best of all possible worlds. If she could hear a human groan from beneath her ass, she probably wouldn't have been able to maintain her expression. Meanwhile, Black Tongue, seeing Kirko's eyes narrow for a moment, spoke up with a chuckle. You look like you're about to get fucked. Joke, you look tense, so I'm trying to loosen you up. His face still didn't show much of a smile, but at least the leeches that had taken over his facial muscles could be inferred to be in full bloom. Okay, I'm going to start the interrogation now. It's simple, so don't be too frozen. If you're stiff, your blood won't flow as well, which is bad for your circulation. It's also bad for the flavor. Joke again, a joke. You young people are so serious nowadays, you can't joke around. Black Tongue frowned, but continued in a friendly tone. Haha, I'm afraid I might be a little off-putting both in appearance and personality. The average guard never gets to meet me anyway, and there are many who have spent decades in the Nouvelle Vague who have never seen me. The ones I do see are always the same: failure to pay their dues, violation of military honors, lack of discipline, desertion, insulting their superiors. They're all assholes. If you've lived your life upright, you have no reason to be afraid of me, rest assured. Black Tongue continued to waggle furiously for a long time after that, preaching about how people shouldn't be judged by first impressions or appearances, how people shouldn't sin, and so on. His eyes narrowed as he held in his hand the papers containing the findings of his investigation into Vikir, or rather Garm. Let's see. Separate origin, is from the land, had an ordinary lower class family, was your career a little below average, but your grades have risen sharply recently. When will this be the starting point? I'm okay. After Night Hound prison escape incident, your grades improved noticeably at this time. Did you get caught up in some serious accident and as a result you became awakened? From then on it was all success. It's like I've become a different person after suppressing a level 8 prisoner's riot. It's a special promotion. It seems like Lieutenant Colonel Bastille openly favored you and pushed you. It's not like you're his distant relatives or anything like that, right? Black Tongue stuck out his purple-stained tongue and interrogated Vikir with a poisonous snake-like gaze. At the slightest hint of weakness he could feel its intention to stick to it, and suck out everything inside. However, yes, I come from the ground. I recently received a telegram telling me that my parents and siblings all died at once. I heard that everyone in my hometown suffered disaster. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that what happened. They say there's a demon on Earth and it's turned my hometown into a sea of fire, though I only heard about it in a few short sentences, so I don't know the full story. Yeah, it's kind of hard to communicate with the outside world here in Nouvelle Vague, isn't it? Yeah, that must be frustrating anyway. Did it make you feel like a different person? It was a trigger. Vikir is an unseen being from the age of destruction, and his ability to conceal his mana and power is greater than anyone else in the current era. What even Hugo, the master of iron-blooded Baskerville, had failed to notice in the first place, Black Tongue could not. Hathathat, they say there's been a lot of trouble on the ground these past few months. Is that so? Yeah, well, demons or monsters suddenly appear. The dungeon opens, a gate appears, and what else? And it's been pretty crazy, and that's why Orca, Diorjum and Soar went up to the surface to escort the exploding population of sinners to this place, though I'm only here so I don't really know. Black Tongue muttered in a cheerful voice, checking off items on the paperwork. Then he slammed the file shut. Interrogation over then. Everything's fine. You clean. If you're done with your business, I'll just head back. And no matter what, I didn't ask you to leave, so how dare you say that? First, I'm a lieutenant colonel. You're so bold, aren't you? I'm sorry, I have a lot of work to do. Vikir rose from his seat and Black Tongue opened his mouth in a smirk. Sit. No, what's with the scary look on your face? Relax, I didn't mean what you said. Black Tongue waved at Vikir as if telling him to go out. The place where his gaze is directed is behind Vikir. Hathathat, it's been a long time, hasn't it? It was Kirko's face. Black Tongue was unperturbed by Vikir's request to get up first and gave a brief nod of approval. And so it is. The interrogation was over, and there was no reason to remain in such an uncomfortable place. Vikir gave Black Tongue a curt bow and rose to his feet. Kirko opened her mouth to say something but stopped herself. Black Tongue had opened his mouth first. You may leave first. I don't think your adjutant's interrogation will be very long. Yes, sir. Vikir saluted, then turned and walked out of the room. Kirko watched his back with a complicated expression, then turned her attention back to the front. For a moment she had to gasp. The face of Black Tongue was now right in front of her. Hathathat, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Black Tongue took Kirko's hand and rubbed her shoulder. Kirko furrowed her brow in disbelief. For one thing, this was the first time she'd ever seen Black Tongue. But more than that, it was the cold, firm feel of it against her skin that was so unpleasant. So Kirko leaned her upper body back slightly, avoiding contact with Black Tongue. I am new to you, Lieutenant Colonel Black Tongue. Hathathat, yes, I remember you. You used to say such cold things to me every time we met, no matter how hard I tried to woo you. What do you mean? I'm obviously meeting you for the first time today. Not again. Okay, I'll bear with you since it's been a while. How could I have forgotten your pretty face all these years? I missed you so much. I guess you're not getting any older. Black Tongue pulled the leech muscles across his face into a tight smile.
Lieutenant Valentine Grimm.
A moment Kirko's expression went hard. She barely managed to keep her lips from falling apart and managed to get a shaky voice out. My name is Kirko, Captain Kirko Grimm. Black Tongue looked dazed for a moment. Then he raised a fist and made a gesture of punching himself in the head. Damn, look at me. You're here as Major Garm's adjutant, aren't you? You look so much like her that I've stopped mistaking you. Well, that was already a few years ago. Black Tongue began to flick through the papers in his hands. That's right. You got a surprise promotion to captain today. Was captain such an easy rank to attain? I haven't seen a captain so quickly since Diorjum and Soara Major Garm. He's a bit of an exception. Black Tongue looked back and forth between Kirko and the papers and smiled. Age 22, hometown and Nouvelle Vague. You're from here. So you were born here then, and your parents are guards. He rolled his eyes and thought about something, then slapped his knees. I see. Somehow I thought you looked familiar. You're the child of those guys, aren't you? Kirko bit her lip at that. That incident 23 years ago. Now Kirko was the child born when a prisoner jumped on a guard. Black Tongue was referring to that very incident. However, things were going to turn out a little differently than Kirko had imagined. That's right, there was a reputation in the Nouvelle Vague at the time for being a good guy and a good girl. The higher-ups were even considering paternity leave. Kirko shook her head. Surely she was the child of a prisoner and a guard. An ominous being whose very birth touched on unspeakable taboos. A heretic whose roots lie in the lower reaches, unwelcome everywhere. And yet what Black Tongue was recalling was so different from what she knew. Yes, I remember them walking around holding hands in a secret love affair. Both of them exemplary low-level guards. They made me jealous. Black Tongue's voice was hot and sticky with desire like molten asphalt. Just looking at it made me feel sick to my stomach, and I couldn't bear it, so I had him arrested for breach of military discipline. It happened to be around the same time that Diorjum and Soar were getting really tough on prisoners. So we had to keep discipline among the guards. Kirko's pupils dilate uncontrollably. Before she could open her mouth to speak, Black Tongue spoke in a wide grin. So I decided to hastily fake one of the more shocking incidents. Yes, that's right, your parents. The love of a male guard and a female guard, a secret love affair between lowly junior guards. It was forged as an incident in which a prisoner attacked a guard. The guards needed a story as shocking as possible to make the prisoners despise and hate them. Kirko muttered in a daze. Dad wasn't a prisoner, Mom wasn't victimized. Kirko thought of her parents whose faces she didn't know. She hated her nameless, faceless father and pitted her mother whose only name she knew. And now Kirko knew two things. That her mother and father loved each other fiercely, and that her mother's face was eerily similar to her own. Maybe I could have been loved by both Mom and Dad. Kirko closed her eyes. The emotion rising in her chest was unmistakably relief. Thank God Dad's not a bad person, Mom's not a miserable person, I'm the only bad one. No more hating the father. No more pity for the mother. This alone seemed to lighten her heart, which had been imprisoned since birth. But there were still unanswered questions. So what did you do to my parents? Kirko asked, glaring at Black Tongue. Her tone had changed to a sharp half-speech, but Black Tongue didn't seem to mind. Why are you looking for your parents from me? You dragged them away and they've been missing ever since. Yeah, I did that, huh? Black Tongue began to roll around in his eyeballs. It looked like it was trying to think hard. And then, he slapped his knee as if remembering something. Black Tongue spoke brightly like a boy remembering a long-forgotten time. Capsule. That's right, I dragged your parents away. I remember screaming loudly, no matter how unfair it was, but they just disappeared, didn't come back. Isn't that strange? Did they just escape? He set his jaw and thought for a while longer. That's right, I forgot and didn't let them out. I only locked them up for a few days and got busy interrogating them and forgot where do you think they are now? Huddled eyeballs rolled separately to the left and right. Then Black Tongue raised a finger. I remembered, there they are. Black Tongue stretched out his index finger and pointed. That's where Kirko is sitting now. It was the black ball under her bum. Hathathat, you're sitting on it now, on top of your mom. Hearing Black Tongue's words, Kirko's expression went blank for a moment. For a moment a flashback flashed through her mind. It was a conversation Shed had when Shed first entered the stone chamber. Surely there are people inside those leeches that act as cushions. I'm sure there are. Let's sit down. If you're not comfortable, you can sit on the floor. No, I'm not uncomfortable. She sat down, not wanting to be pushed by the momentum of Black Tongue. For a moment Kirko felt her legs give way. As her weight was added to it. Poof! The leech beneath her ass shudders again, this time spewing out a thick stream of blood. And Black Tongue grinned at her as it had done so many times before. You look like you're about to get your ass kicked. He stood up from his seat with an exaggerated gesture and walked back to Kirko's back. He stroked the black ball and said, Joke, I think you're nervous, so I'm gonna loosen you up. Your mom will be sad if you're so stiff. I'm sorry about your parents. I really did tell them to let them go after a few days, but I must have forgotten and stuck them in a corner. I forgot about them. What the fuck? Black Tongue brushed off the dust that had settled on the black ball. Then he kicked the side of the ball with his military boot, causing everything inside to spill out. Chwaak. Thick liquid spread across the floor. It smelled foul. Black Tongue held out 2 hands and said, "Say hello, this is your mom and dad. My forgetfulness has delayed this meeting, but how fortunate they are to meet you now. Does it feel good?" However, he didn't finish his sentence. Sappug. The tip of a sword sliced through the air and grazed his forehead. Gosh, what the heck is this? Bottomless. Quickly jerking his head back to dodge, Black Tongue turned to look at Kirko, with a smirk on his face. Kirko, who had drawn her long sword from her waistband, faced Black Tongue with a terrifying momentum. Juwug. Black Tongue pulled on his neck as if it were rubber, stretching it. "That's a good look, just like your mom. That's why I like girls who do things like that." He didn't seem to intend to be provocative, but in truth his every move was an enormous provocation to Kirko. Even just smiling, even just breathing. Sweet. Once again Kirko's long sword sparkled with light. However, Juwug. The rubbery palm of Black Tongue slammed into Kirko's abdomen. Kuhuk. She flew like a kite with a broken thread and slammed into the wall behind the stone chamber. Cough. It looked like a few ribs were broken. Maybe sharp bits of bone were embedded deep in her guts. Hathathathat, your eyes are still there. That must hurt a lot. Kirko gritted her teeth. She must kill him, even if it means dying. Prepared for death, she drew all her strength into her sword. Flowing. Soon an aura as sticky and dense as honey glowed brightly at the tip of the sword. Black Tongue saw it and clapped his hands in amazement. Wow, a graduator at your age, that's what it takes. That's amazing. You're so talented. Too bad you're going to die here. Have you ever thought about getting pregnant? I might be able to give you another year or so of life like your mother. Shut up. Kirko's eyes finally rolled back. Her sword sliced through the air with killing intent. Of course, it did little to erase the genuine smile on Black Tongue's face. However, a somewhat unexpected result occurred. Kirko's sword failed to kill Black Tongue. That was to be expected. But there was one thing she did succeed in. It completely erased the deep smile that formed on the corner of Black Tongue's mouth. Of course, Kirko did not accomplish this alone. TSK. Vikir no Major Garm Nord. He had appeared out of nowhere, stepping between Kirko and Black Tongue. Tug Tudug Hudug. Black blood drips from Vikir's hand as he grips Kirko's sword blade tightly.
I apologise, I forgot my adjutant.
Vikir said, his head half turned towards Black Tongue behind his back. My adjutant has a severe case of codependency, and when I'm not around she has these intense anxiety attacks. But Black Tongue wasn't listening to Vikir at all. It was simply staring at the drops of Vikir's blood dripping onto the floor. Yes, get him. Vikir nodded, watching Black Tongue's eyes grow increasingly greedy and mad. Now if you'll excuse me, I'd better get going, or my adjutant might go on a blind stabbing spree somewhere, and I don't mean the lower levels. Yeah, go ahead. Black Tongue merely waved his hand, distracted for some reason by Vikir's blood on the floor. Vikir picked Kirko up and held her close. Now wait a minute, ha. Kirko pushed against Vikir's chest, trying to protest, but the pain in her lower abdomen prevented her from finishing the sentence.
Jiubyug, Jiubyug, Jiubyug.
Vikir exited Black Tongue's chamber, still holding Kirko. Black Tongue, I will see you again soon. The Hound's eyes, which momentarily moves away from the baited prey, remain.
Alm as usual. Heel scans.
Join our Discord for release. Invited Dem DHCWA 2. Chapter 400 Black Tongue 2. Ha 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 ha, what on earth are you doing now? A deep, thick voice resonates. Vikir narrowed his eyes as he faced the man in front of him. The skin visible beneath the uniform was uniformly dark, devoid of a single hair on its smooth surface. The bulging muscles were subtly different in arrangement from those of a human. With no eyelids, nose, or lips on his face, the sharp sockets below his pale torn eyelids and his sharp teeth were plainly visible. Bubbling. The muscle fibers making up his body moved separately, bubbling like boiling.
Tor.
Major Black Tongue. He held the lowest rank among the 5 pillars of Nouvelbag, but in terms of seniority he was second only to Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. Dorjum and Soar have been majors since the old days. Vikir scanned Black Tongue's entire body. A cunning hound quickly assessed its prey. But while he could roughly gauge the extent of his strength, he couldn't yet determine how ruthless he was or what schemes he was concocting. Therefore Vikir faced Black Tongue with the most cautious and sensible approach. "I apologize for intruding so rudely, sir. I was just so startled my heart still feels like it's about to burst." Vikir wiped away a bead of sweat, trembling with false humility, like a hero of a bygone era who hid his extraordinary abilities from his enemies by pretending to be startled by thunder and hiding under his desk. Vikir's strategy of lowering himself seemed to have some effect. The unpleasant and ominous aura emanating from Black Tongue seemed to dissipate ever so slightly. "Haha, are you Garum, or rather Captain Garum? You don't seem to have as much guts as the rumors suggested. Given the circumstances, receiving such high praise feels burdensome." "Oh, come on, going by the rumors alone, you're a complete monster. I actually like seeing your human side for a change, huh? Oh, sit down anywhere comfortable, don't mind the leeches there, just discarded bits too troublesome to raise apart from being soft. They have no other advantages, so I often use them as cushions, you know." With a displeased chuckle, Black Tongue turned away. Every time he moved, the muscles on his back writhed, but upon closer inspection they were all leeches. These small tough leeches seemed to be attached tightly to every inch of Black Tongue's body, as if each one were a muscle fiber forming a tight bond with his entire body. In other words, he was covered in leeches all over his body like a suit of armor. So Major Black Tongue is human, but even as a human he doesn't receive human treatment. Now I understand why. Who would see someone covered in leeches from head to toe every hour of every day and still consider them human? Considering him a humanoid was actually quite generous. "Sure, you came sooner than expected, huh? Bastille must have been in a hurry." Black Tongue casually belittled Bastille, who held the rank of head captainal. It was only natural. In terms of capability alone, he should already be a major. As Vikir nodded, Black Tongue smirked faintly. It was a smile without much joy, a rather unpleasant one. "Yeah, how's Bastille doing? Still playing the role of a pet without a master when Dorjum and Soar aren't around?" It's a difficult question to answer. Ha ha ha, I suppose from a subordinate's perspective it might be Bastille. That guy, when Diorjum and Sewer are around he's quick to defy my orders, but without those two he immediately becomes submissive. It's quite amusing. I sometimes provoke him just for the fun of it. His reactions are entertaining. Vikir glanced briefly at Black Tongue's face. Although Black Tongue didn't get along well with any of the Nouvelbag's guardians, there seemed to be a particular animosity with Diorjum and Sewer. Diorjum dislikes Black Tongue's interference when he embezzles Nouvelbag's various items, while Sewer there seems to be a deep-seated enmity between Black Tongue and Sewer. From the surface I've heard rumors that Black Tongue blew away half of Soar's face. Both had records of meeting as adversaries in famous battles on the surface, according to entries in Garum's diary. Well, Vikir didn't really know for sure. Meanwhile, Black Tongue perched himself on one of the leeches in front of Vikir. Squish. As he sat down on the lump, it oozed a yellowish-purplish juice from its mouth. Faint sounds resembling someone groaning could be heard from within. Vikir and Kirko fell silent, as if they had made some sort of agreement. It wasn't to conceal a secret, it was just that the atmosphere was too eerie and uncomfortable. Surely there are people inside these leeches acting as cushions, right? Most likely. Let's just sit down for now. If it's uncomfortable, sit on the floor. No, it's fine. Kirko sat on the lump in front of her with a determined expression, as if refusing to be intimidated. Squish. Once again the lump beneath her buttocks emitted a thick viscous juice, causing her to shiver. There were no sounds of groaning this time. Thank goodness. Kirko considered herself lucky amidst the misfortune. If she had heard groans coming from under her buttocks, she probably wouldn't have been able to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, upon seeing Kirko momentarily shut her eyes, Black Tongue opened his mouth with a mischievous tone. "Cutie, did you fart?" Just kidding, I thought I'd help ease the tension." Though his face still didn't show much of a smile, judging from the leeches covering his facial muscles, one could infer that he was grinning from ear to ear. Now let's start the interrogation. It's going to be brief, so don't freeze up too much. If your body stiffens, blood circulation worsens, and it ruins the taste. Another joke. Young folks these days are too serious, can't even appreciate a joke. Black Tongue spoke in a friendly tone with a hint of amusement in his narrowed eyes. Anyway, I suppose I might be a bit intimidating both in appearance and personality. After all, ordinary guards never have a reason to meet me, right? Even though I've worked in Nouvelle Bag for decades, many have never seen me. The ones I see are always similar: embezzlement, violating military regulations, moral misconduct, dereliction of duty, disrespect towards superiors, all just rotten apples, right? If you've lived a straight and proper life, there's absolutely no reason to fear me. Relax. Black Tongue continued to lecture for a while, emphasizing that people shouldn't judge others based on their first impressions or appearances, and that people shouldn't commit sins. Finally, he narrowed his eyes while holding a document containing the investigation results about Harem. Let's see. Harem, from the surface born into an ordinary lower-class family, had a career slightly below average, but recently his performance has skyrocketed. When was the turning point? Yes, after the night Hound prison break incident, their performance noticeably improved. Did something significant happen that led to their awakening? Since then they've been steadily rising, like a different person, suppressing a level 8 prisoner riot and getting promoted. Bastille blatantly admires Harem and gave him a push, perhaps their distant relatives or something like that. With a tongue-tinged Black Tongue scrutinized Vakir with a gaze as venomous as a snake's, as if intending to latch onto any tiny gap and suck out whatever was inside. However, yes, from the surface, I recently received news that both my parents and siblings died together. I heard that everyone in my hometown suffered the same fate. Oh, that's regrettable. What happened? Demons appeared on the surface and turned my hometown into a sea of flames. I only know the gist of it, so I can't provide detailed information. Well, communication between here and the outside isn't that great, right? Yeah, must be frustrating. Anyway, did that incident change you into a different person? It served as a catalyst. Vakir, having traversed the era of destruction, possessed abilities to conceal mana and strength to anyone in the current era. Even Hugo couldn't perceive it, so Black Tongue couldn't see through it either. Really? Well, if I went through something like that, I'd probably awaken too. They said the surface has been in chaos for the past few months. Is that so? Yeah, demons or monsters were swarming dungeons, open gates were appearing, or something like that. Anyway, it was a real mess. That's why Orca Diorgium Sewer went up to the surface to escort the increasing number of criminals. Here, well, I'm just here, so I don't know much about it. Black Tongue casually muttered and checked various things on the document. Then he closed the file with a thud. Well, interrogations over, nothing unusual with you, clean, tidy, smooth. If you're done with your business, I'll take my leave. Even if that's the case, I didn't tell you to leave. A major, you're quite audacious. I have a lot of work. I apologize. As Vakir rose from his seat, Black Tongue opened his mouth with the same smiling face. Sit the fuck down. Come on. Why the scary face? Relax, you said it yourself. As if urging Vakir to stay, Black Tongue waved his hand. His gaze was fixed behind Vakir. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen this face. It was Kirko's face. Heel scans. Join our Discord for release. Invited. Dem DHCWA 2.